What? Why are you shaking your head?
You're welcome.
It's day 3 with the live draft. Had to do a bit of a late start to make sure things operated properly and correctly for today. We're here, all 5 of the Dynasty Points members. We have had some picks come off the board. We have some fantasy relevant picks that we are going to dive into today. Lots to get into today. If you are here to look for linebackers and DBs and safeties, you missed that. The last 2 days, this is fantasy only. Questions, rankings, all the above getting hit today. I'm excited, but that's not all we have. We have some bets that are getting, well, paid up today with Jacob. We'll go over how the drinking rules will go today. We also have some guests today. We have Brett Whitefield coming back to talk fantasy. Theo Greminger is joining us for round 5. For one of the first live rookie mock drafts out there. That's going down today. We also have Max Tusano hopping back on with Dynasty Points somewhere in the 6th round. So we are locked in with you guys today. Jacob, please feel free to let the people know how this is going to work today.
Yeah, all right. So here's how the drinking game is going to work. I don't care if Andy watches, but everybody else has to go and look somewhere else. Get out, go close your eyes, do whatever you want to do.
How's that work?
Oh, although someone else has to actually click share
I'll do
on the thing. There we go.
I can do it without seeing it.
I don't have the ability
without seeing it.
All right. Could you take off the overlay?
I got it. There we go.
Perfect. There we go. All right. So here's the deal on the drinking game. There are a bunch of different prompts there's 3 prompts there that are going to be 1 sip. It's 3 prompts that are going to be 1 gulp. There's 3 that are going to be 3 gulps. There's 3 that are going to be finish your drink. Everybody in the chat, pay attention because we're obviously not going to have this up on the board all day because
my God.
they can't know what it is. And I know we just got another fantasy eligible.
Yeah,
player.
we have a eulogy to do here.
So we're gonna get right back into that in 1 second. Everybody study the drinking game. I'm gonna keep track of it the best that I can. Everybody else, please do your best to help me. And I can also say that we have started now with these first 3 picks. That means we're at least doing 3 sips. So everybody get started here. If you're wondering why we're doing the drinking game, and why I have so much control over the drinking game, because I won the player picks challenge. Then Ryan also made a double or nothing bet with me on whether Luther Burden would go in the first round. Lucas, you can open your eyes, buddy. And that means for every sip, every gulp, everything everybody has to drink, Ryan has to drink double. We've got Bloody Marys and Caesars for the boys today. So yeah, 3 sips each so far on the books. We will keep you posted as more arise.
Oh, I love it. I need to win this game just one time. Last year, pickleback shots. This year, I don't know if Ryan is going to make it towards the end of the day. But let's dive right in. This is, I wish Scott
great
was
fantasy
here.
eligible start.
I want to start with Cam Scatabo because he goes to New York. He is the exact. You can almost see the role for Tracy existing with Cam there, but also you can see a world where Cam just takes over completely because he's just an absolute animal. The Giants' defense is insane. And now you're going to get the opportunity to run the rock with an absolute demon. I mean, this is going to be the best white power running back since Peyton Hillis.
Yeah, and they're both like 28 years old. So, it's nice to have a young running back room with 1 combined year of experience that's considering their retirement plans. Kind of a weird fit to me where I'm just fascinated to see who gets the majority of the receiving work because that's where I think a lot of Tracy's value came last year is he's that converted receiver, really strong space back, not what I would consider like a consistent down-to-down runner necessarily. And then I would say kind of the same thing about Scatabo, obviously not the explosive athlete that Tracy is, Certainly a better tackle breaker than Tracy is, but also a guy who you want receiving the ball in space. And for me, at least, not a guy that I trust giving the ball to down inside between the tackles. I'm fascinated to see what the breakdown is going to be between these two. Like, is this just going to be a 50-50 committee where they both get similar usage, like in terms of type? Or is Scatabo going to be the receiver? I don't know. It's a weird one that I'm fascinated to hear the quotes on.
So I just want to point this out. Like, Tracy was converted because he's a bad receiver. People don't understand. Like, I'm not saying people don't understand. I won't say it that way. People misuse the term receiving back. This dude doesn't have to be lining up running whip routes on DBs to be a receiving running back. You need to chip and release. You need to run into the flat. You need to do a Texas route once in a while. Yeah, going downfield is dope, but you don't have to be Christian McCaffrey to be a back used in the receiving game. I think that's something that's misunderstood a little bit in this process, but I'm inclined to agree. 4th round obviously isn't the ideal spot, but there were so many running backs available that we knew some of them were just going to get pushed down. We knew it. And Mason Parker says Buck has to be feeling some type of way with all these fat RBs on the board. So many RB1s for him to still be available. Buck, the people know. If you're new to the Dynasty Points team, by the way, the regular 4, Jacob Sanderson, Ryan Heath, Lucas Gilbert, we're here every Tuesday night. And Buck is my co-host for the Dynasty Points Market Report. So the whole team is here today. But this is an incredibly hot start. Let's talk Bashal Tootin.
Can I jump in on Tracy super quickly on Tracy Scatabo? Yeah. For me, this is kind of...
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. You got me there, Tom. For me, this is just kind of close to worst case scenario for Tracy outside of like significant draft capital. If you tell me they're gonna wait until day 3, this is kind of the worst spot, right? Because Scatabo as a running back, that he just kind of beats out all of the skills that we want Tracy to have to get on the field, right?
Well,
so like I'm just talking like receiving versus between the tackles. Scatabo, in my opinion, is just like a better passing down back than Tracy. They were a little bit hesitant to use him in that way. He was on the field on passing downs, but they weren't really ever making it a point to target him in the passing game. He was not like catching tons of screens. This was not like a priority to get the ball in his hands, really, which is hilarious because the priority was to get it in Wan'Dale Robinson's hands instead. So all of that kind of tells me that Tracy, like your best hope for Tracy is he like holds on to like the grinder between the tackles stuff and at the goal line. Yeah, I don't know. Like he's just kind of in limbo as like a low upside running back, I think, for the, I don't want to say like, rest of his career. This guy's 25, 26 years old, just like Cam Scatabo. So I don't know. This is like, I'm going to prefer Scatabo in Dynasty, but this is, it ain't great for Tracy.
Everybody take one more sip, by the way. But I'm gonna disagree with Ryan here. I think this is a spot where, like, the fit I think is a little awkward. We'll see. I just put it as Tyrone Tracy was a 4th round pick. Had the season that he had. You can make of it what you want. Now Cam Scatabo is a 4th round pick.
He was a 5th.
I think. Sorry.
So he was a 5th.
Tracy was a 5th. Yeah.
So he's a fifth round pick, but elevated to the starting role over the course of the season. Scatabo comes in as a 4th. Like, this is a spot to me where you just target the running back you think is better. My thing with Scatabo was, I know he's a fantasy friendly skill set. I think he sucks ass. So fantasy friendly skill set. If he went round 2, round 3, I would have no choice but to take an exercise in humility and draft him. I'm going to fade him as a round 4 pick because I think he's going to have to earn his way on the field. I don't think he can.
Yeah, I Scott loves him. So at least it's a spot where you got to assume to protect the rookie.
If you like Scatabo, it's a fun spot. 100%.
He's got Scatabo. Is that
Scatabo, whatever.
Is that the nickname though? Like that's actually kind of fun.
That's kind of sick. I like that.
That is kind of fun. I mean, Scatabo can go outside for no reason into unblocked defenders, but
he's gonna.
I will slightly capitulate in that I'll say for me, Scatabo. I'm thinking of every running back that goes early round 4, whether I'm willing to draft Jaylen Milroe over them. I am taking Jaylen Milroe over Cam Scatabo in rookie drafts. Facial Tootin, on the other hand, I think I will take over a Milroe.
All right, I think I'm taking both the running backs over Milroe. I just like
you hate Sam Darnold. What do you mean? This should be like your favorite,
but I hate
Milroe situation.
I mean, I like Jaylen Milroe in that like he runs and he like wills more fantasy points if he becomes a starter. Like I've been on record that I don't think he's good. And like he went in the 90s. I love Seattle taking him. Like I'm gonna try to put this in a way that has the least cognitive dissonance possible. I don't think Jaylen Milroe is any good. I don't think he will be any good. I think it's also very possible I'm wrong about that. And if I am, then he could be really, 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 really good. And I think if Seattle actually believed he was good, they would have taken him in the first round or in the second round. But they did what I think more teams should do, which is, hey, maybe we're wrong. And if we're going to be wrong, let's bet on the possibility we're wrong at a super high leverage position with a crazy athlete in Jaylen Milroe. I love them taking a shot in the late third. I think that the most VFL. I think the most likely outcome is that he like doesn't start in the NFL or starts very few games. So I don't know. As much as I don't like Scatabo, like he has a very clear, easy to see path to be the starting running back for the Giants. Like as does Tracy. There's concerns on both. The hope is just one separates from the other, right? The worst case scenario is if they're like each getting 50% of the work for the New York Giants. Then that's just sucks.
Yeah, but what I don't just the value upside of the rushing quarterback. Take out whether you think any of them are good. You've told me you don't think either of these guys are any good. So I think you have to give it to Milroe for that on that alone.
Maybe I will.
That if he starts 6 or 7 games and averages 18 fantasy points, then he's in the 5th round of startups next offseason.
I guess the thing is, maybe this is too. You're selling me. Maybe this is too niche, but like Milroe's not like he's definitely not starting early in the season unless Darnold gets hurt. But like absent a Darnold injury, the earliest we see Milroe is like very late this season, more likely later than that. But meanwhile, through that first 10 weeks of the season, in which all Jaylen Milroe is going to do is sit his ass on the bench, Cam Scatabo is going to get a chance to make me look like a big idiot and take over the starting role for the New York Giants. So, like, to me, I'm more tempted to just take other guys who can hit sooner and get more excitement. And then in the meantime, when it's week 5 and everyone's forgot about Jaylen Milroe because he's the equivalent of a 26 second at that point, that's when I'm more interested in trading for Milroe. Maybe you never get that chance because maybe Sam Darnold comes out and he starts vomiting all over his shirt in week 1. And immediately everybody's like, it's when, not if, on Milroe, and people are all about it.
Well, let's also look at this. No matter what, he'll always be looked at as a 4th round running back. So no matter how well you do, you'll always be looked at. Your value upside is capped. No matter what, doesn't matter how good you are, someone's always going to bring up that you're a 4th round back. Kyren Williams has been a smash, and everyone's like, well, he's replaceable, and all he's done is smash. So you're always going to have that hanging over the head of all of these running backs every year. Like, what if a running back next year's class looks absolutely unreal? Well, guess what? Someone is going to try to replace him. Like, I don't know. There's always that. Milroe, also, at least, if he gets to play, is going to gain a ton of value. But I'll say the player that I think out of those players, the players I think are going to be more beneficial to your team immediately, it's Scatabo.
Yeah, that's a guarantee here. But like we were kind of messaging about it before we came on the show, and with as many running backs as there are that people have a draftable grade on for this class, like I think that there was a thought that they were going to be pushed down a little bit more. Either they were going to go really high up, and I said that we might see 10 drafted in the first 2 days. Obviously, I was very wrong there, but I think that we're seeing the opposite effect of there's so many that teams aren't rushing that pick. They're willing to wait, and they're just going to be happy with whichever one's left because there's so many that they like. So I don't think that, at least right now, we should hold a 4th round draft pick against some of these running backs. Now, once we're getting even later, we can have that conversation. But I think like right now, I'm not too worried about Scatabo or Tootin going in the 4th round.
Buck?
I love Tootin.
I just know Buck had something, so I want to.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, I think I don't know. Round 4 is like kind of becoming maybe the new round 3 for RBs, like a little, at least lately. It's mattered like with more. I think I know the Giants. Not that I don't know how much it matters. I know the Giants targeted Scatabo and one of the running backs at 65 at the pick of 65 because they worked at all the running backs. And they really liked him. They didn't have another pick, so I know they won on the RBs. They took a defensive player instead. I think with Milroe, like I just think there's like an over 50% chance that he just like never plays, or he's a 3rd round quarterback. It's really hard to care about players like that. I understand the skill set, the fantasy skill set's like so good, but like he needs so many things to go his way now and survive so many off seasons. And we don't even know if he'll enter the season as a backup. Like he probably won't enter the season as the quarterback too, right? I would say like he's a developmental player. I think it's a good pick for them, but it's going to take a long time to actually be a fantasy player because even if Darnold does suck and he throws up all over himself and they have 3 wins, like they're just going to draft somebody else. So they're not just going to turn to the 3rd round quarterback. So I don't know. I think he's a good swing, but I don't really think he should be a 2nd round pick. It's similar. Even it's like obviously Penix worked out. He was a 1st round quarterback. Like we should definitely cared about him more, but still needs a lot to go your way. And you could buy him later because he's going to end up on like taxi squads or even cut in a year if he never plays. Because I would doubt something would have to go really wrong for him to play next year, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there. I'm disappointed. I was really hoping Cleveland was going to be his spot. I was really hoping, as we talked about last week, that I'd get a chance to see him play week 1. We could just get the 16 to 18 point just from the rushing alone. That's clearly not going to happen. But his path to starting is there. But man, you got to narrative street that thing all the way. So kind of going to be kind of interesting. I mean, the Colts could have taken him, Jacob, and they could have just assembled the most inaccurate quarterback room in history.
I mean, look, man, that's the great example of where I'm talking about this, like cognitive dissonance. Like NFL teams need to do a better job of holding 2 thoughts in their head at the same time. I don't like Milroe. I don't like Shadur. I like the Colts taking the 194th player on the consensus big board when they don't have a quarterback. Much less, I would have been all over Sanders or Milroe with that Colts 3rd round pick. I mean, the Colts process is obvious, and it's not a football process. Their process is, we have already done the obligatory quarterback addition with just Daniel Jones, and we're not interested in developing a guy because if we don't win this year, we're getting fired. And so we're just not going to add any further controversy. We're gonna start one of Rich Jones, probably both, multiple times, and we're gonna go 8 and 9. And if that's a bad plan, that's the next regime's issue, not ours. So
yeah, the Colts situation. I can't wait for them to be on the clock.
I talked myself into the Warren pick, though. I keep getting more and more excited about that the more that I think about it. It's just like, it's not gonna help this year when they throw for 2,100 yards, but there's a lot of fun things we can do with that long term. Everybody is one more drink, by the way, and also shout out.
What did you say?
He's not going to tell us. That's the point.
I'm not going to say what you're drinking.
I was hoping you would slip, Ryan. I'm trying to get inside
info.
info.
We're only getting sips
Jacob,
so far.
When it's 1 drink, should I drink 2 sips, or am I just going to have to keep going until
You're doubling
2?
everything.
Okay. Gotcha.
You're doubling everything.
This is
it's
so
also
unbelievably
gross. Also
gross.
specifically one more sip for
gosh.
Tom, by the way. One more sip for Tom.
Is it a sip for trying to break the rules of the drinking game?
I will admit this one, that anytime you complain about any element of the drinking game or question the drinking game, that is a sip. Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, no.
The first rule of Fight Club.
So then
is don't
shouldn't
talk
Lucas
about
have
Fight
two
Club.
because he's already complained about how bad it is? Twice?
This has such a chilling effect on my free speech, Jacob. It's
Yeah,
really,
I am
this
trying
is
to
a little
chill your
bit
fucking free
tyrannical.
speech. Yeah.
Tom, I'm not
that's
complaining
correct.
about the game. I'm just dealing with
That's
actually
correct.
consuming vegetables, and it's against what I typically do.
What are
Oh
you,
my
Al
gosh.
Michaels?
We're gonna do a 2-second
God damn
PFL corner here where for Lucas and I, Dante Thornton Jr. goes to the Raiders. I love the idea that the Raiders they have two types of wide receivers now, including tight ends. They have like a bunch of like big slot wide receivers. They have Bowers, they have Myers, they have Besh, they have Mayer. And then they also have dudes who just run go routes. They have Thornton and they have Trey Tucker. They don't have anyone in between, but it's kind of sick. I like envision a lot of mesh where it's just like Thornton, Tucker go deep and everybody else run crossers. I think Thornton is fun. Like he's legitimately super, super, super fast. Was a very fun college player. I don't think he's going to be fantasy eligible. But maybe in best ball, he'll be fun. He could be like a rich man's MVS. Brett's saying Besh can absolutely play on the outside. I agree that he can, and he probably will to start in Vegas because they don't really have an X wide receiver. My preference for Besh was that he would get a chance to move and play as like a big F wide receiver. I think at least half the time. Like if you think about how like a Jawan Jennings or a Drake London gets deployed, where they play about half on the outside, they play half moved in on the inside. I just think it takes advantage of what he does best. He's a guy who's more agile than he is straight line fast. He's a guy who used to play tight end and has a lot of force as an insert blocker. And that's to me the elite fantasy ceiling on Jack Bash. That's where I think would be most likely to come from. I think he can still provide value to an NFL team and potentially to a fantasy team as a X wide receiver. But that's my preference is to get him looks inside. I don't know if the Raiders are a spot that's going to happen, but that was my hope. One more sip for everybody. The Jets took Arian Smith from Georgia. And does anyone have a take on Arian Smith from Georgia?
No, but I would love to get a take on Bashal Tootin because we have not discussed him.
That's true.
Enough,
so
I would say.
So what if Bucky Irving ran fast at the combine? That's Bashal Tootin to me.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
And wasn't as good of a receiver, but yeah,
but was generally higher regarded pre-draft by the people I respect. So
yeah,
I'm gonna say.
I think I like more than I like Tootin, but yeah.
Can we? Is Tootin good enough to be done with Tank Bigsby?
Yes.
Yeah, I just think that they fill different roles. Like that's my issue with it.
I wouldn't worry too much about Bigsby or about Etienne or what. Like to me, it's a new regime, and I think that they're just like they're just doing their own. They're getting their own guys. So I'm not really worried about like the guys that are remaining. And I think Ryan has the data to back this up because he did this awesome thread that I linked in my thoughts on Hunter about Bucky Irving and just sort of how incredibly fantasy friendly it was despite a low snap rate. Like Cohen is what I would call the players not plays play caller. So he's going to get the ball in the hands of explosive playmakers for opportunities to make explosive plays. That's what Bashal Tootin is. And I think to me, like he's going to get put in position to make plays and the other guys are just going to fill kind of what's left, you know? So I don't know if I have like a strong take about this affects Bigsby more than Etienne more than Bigsby, whatever. I mean, I assume Bigsby's the one who's more likely to be on the roster long-term. But I think ultimately you're looking at Tootin as an early day 3 pick, probably coming in, getting, I don't know, 40 to 50% of the snaps, maybe after the first few weeks of the season, and probably getting the bulk of the fun fantasy work to hopefully be an RB2 for you. And I'm not particularly concerned about where Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby fall in behind that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I would look at it as I would expect Etienne to maintain more of like a snap share, kind of in the same way Rachaad White did last year, where he's the one on the field generally on passing downs, but a lot of the time he's just pass blocking. Whereas Tootin, I would expect to get fed those manufactured touches that Cohen is so great at setting up his explosive players for. It'll probably be on earlier downs. And I think that just takes away from Tank Bigsby, just in terms of playing time and what is like the play where you'd rather hand it off to Bigsby than to Bashal Tootin? Like
it's
like
third and
inside,
one
third and one
high formation.
Yeah. So like it. Yeah, I just see it as like, yes, similar to what Jacob was saying. He gets like the Bucky Irving manufactured touches, even if it's maxes out at like a 50 to 55% snap share. We have seen Cohen literally make Bucky Irving the RB1 in fantasy over at least over a shorter period of time, over like a 5-week sample post bye. So yeah, I'm very excited. I am taking Tootin over Milroe. He clears the Milroe line for me.
It's no longer the P line. It's the Milroe line. Is that the new?
I think so. Yeah.
Well,
Because it's really like I'm gonna take all the prospects that I like that are in good positions to score fantasy points above Milroe, and once I run out of those guys, I'm just gonna click Milroe in every fantasy draft, just because of what we talked about. The value upside is just the best.
I feel like Brett's just itching to come on the show early. He
did this last year. I remember he was like, I don't need to come on, and then he was in the comments. By the way, everybody has to drink a gulp.
Oh no,
Ryan has to drink 2 gulps.
2 gulps.
What did we do? What did we do?
Oh gosh.
So
I hate Bloody Marys. Just so everybody knows that it's actually my least favorite drink. Jacob, I don't think.
Least favorite. It's so bad that Ryan's freezing.
It's so bad that his internet stopped working. His internet is actually run by Big Bloody Mary. So as soon as Ryan started to besmirch the name of the Bloody Mary, his internet was like, "I cast a spell upon ye."
It's actually just funny. So this comment was actually in response to Tootin cannot rush at all in between the tackles, where Brett Whitefield says he averaged 7.1 yards per carry on 105 runs between the tackles just last year. Yeah.
That will be another gulp. By the way.
I'm a junkie. What can I say? And this is the best day 3 show available. What do you expect me to be doing? We love that. What's another
Everybody
gulp?
has to drink one more gulp, by the way.
Oh no. Do I just...
And Ryan has to drink 2 when he comes back in our lives.
I'm
interested to see if you guys can piece together. In fairness, there's a few things that you guys can't do anything about. Like I'll just say, because there's nothing you can do to influence it. It's a sip every time a fantasy eligible player gets drafted, and it's a sip every time that one of our teams get drafted. So there's something you can do about those sips. But there's other things you can do things about. All the gulps are things you can do things about. So are the shots. I'm interested to see if you guys can start to piece together the puzzle you're working on here.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I can't believe Big Bloody Mary took me offline there when I was trying to tell everybody how much I don't like them.
Yeah. Clearly your audio
really
stayed locked in.
This is the worst thing I've ever drank in my entire life.
So
I have to say.
Yeah, that's going to be a sip there, Lucas.
Yeah, you know what? It's worth it to express my displeasure at this.
Piecing this together.
Oh my gosh!
So
give me the maple syrup and freaking pickle juice again. Oh,
so
I will eventually run down to the liquor store and join you guys, but it was not open before we started this. I mean, I have liquor. I'm currently enjoying a nice Crown and coffee to join you guys.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a super Canadian. I'm surprised there's no maple syrup in there just to make it extra Canadian. Is it iced coffee as well? Just for... No. Okay, I thought that was an iced coffee.
It was hot about an hour ago. I currently would say it's like warm coffee.
So we have for running backs, I want to say this is actually a really good run for all the running backs. Realistically, Hampton... Great spot.
Off the board.
Henderson, pretty good spot. RJ Harvey, nut spot. Quinshawn Judkins, who I know Jacob hates, but he's going to get opportunity
Great
in
spot.
Cleveland. Great spot. Buck
I ain't
is
denying that's
pants
a good spot.
off, was about to bust.
I also
yesterday.
love it because his ADP looks like it's going to be like 107. So sweet. I gotta take players I like.
And then you get Caleb Johnson in Pittsburgh. Great spot.
Yeah.
And then Bashil Tootin in Jacksonville. Also, shout out Caleb Johnson's first spot for me when we had Brett on. I mentioned Pittsburgh and Minnesota. Yeah. So shout out. We had that one on lock. I don't see a single bad spot for running backs in this rookie draft so far. And at the same time, we have not had a running back get nuked that mattered. Like Mondre didn't really matter that much. Shout out to the guy that told me he was going to have a Derrick Henry career path. Shout out to you. I know I'm blocked on Twitter, but you're having a great weekend.
I'm pretty sad about Warren. That's a bummer, but I mean, it is what it is. He'll still have a role for sure this year, and then he's off to a better place anyway. Well, I think Tracy. I mean, Tracy. Like, obviously, it's not good, but like, if you are a Tracy guy, and I'm like Tracy guy adjacent. Like, I wouldn't consider myself a Tracy truther, but I'm definitely Tracy curious. You can talk yourself into him beating 4th round Cam Scatabo. Like, it's not Jover for Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah, I think they're both gonna play. I really do.
Yeah.
They're both going to play in that offense. I mean, let's just be real. They're both day 3 backs. We can quite literally picture the roles and how they're happening, but I would project Scatabo to take over like 70% probably by the end of the
Panthers
year.
The Panthers just took fucking Trevor Etienne. That's disgusting. That's fine though, because the Panthers are a pretty bad landing spot for running back. So I'm happy they took one that can't play.
Well, there's definitely another one that can't play. Brett says John Brooks must be literally dead.
But like, they have like, I thought the Panthers of all teams were like the least likely to draft a running back because they have Chuba under contract long term. They just signed Rico, totally capable backup, and then in theory they had Brooks in their 2026 and beyond plans. So I was like, what use could they possibly have for the running back position? Does anyone like Trevor Etienne? I can't get there.
I mean, coming into the year, like at least in terms of the Devy community, and then also looking at like how hotly pursued he was in the transfer portal, like he was really, really high on a lot of people's boards. And he just didn't meet expectations at Georgia, whether that's like a scheme fit issue or I have no idea what it is because Georgia had a pretty good offensive line. It's way better than what he was dealing with at Florida. But at Florida, he was way more effective, and you could see where he can fit into so many different levels of the game. It's almost like, I know he hasn't gone yet, but we have Raheem Rocket Sanders who will eventually go. And I know a lot of people have him written off, but he's still an athletic freak who was really good at one point in time. So I'm like kind of paying attention. I think that this means that Jonathan Brooks really is basically dead. That it sucks. But yeah, I don't see why with as bad as that team is, they're spending a 4th round pick on Trevor Etienne.
I mean, I'm glad that if they were going to take a running back, I'm glad they took Etienne because it's a terrible landing spot for a running back to go. So, like, if they had taken, like, a guy that I like more, like if they had taken, like, a Giddens or Sampson or someone like that, like, I'd be pretty upset. I'm okay with baby Etienne heading over. I just, like, I don't know. To me, it's like a theoretical. It's like a theoretical running back to me. It's like, oh, he's a pass catcher, but he's not that efficient catching passes. Oh, like he's like a speed back, but he's not that fast. It's like, well, he can kind of do everything. It's like, yeah, but he's not good between the tackles. So it's just like, what? Like, I don't know. I just, the statistical profile on him is really weak. I don't personally love the film. Obviously, the Carolina Panthers do. But yeah, tough one for me.
He is really young still. He's only 20.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just not a, like you said, it's not a phenomenal spot. It wasn't one of our favorite prospects. Also, kind of funny that this was a Dallas Cowboys pick that was traded to Carolina. So I think that's kind of interesting. Anyone wants a running back in Dallas, then that pick gets used for a running back. Just something a little funny there. I like Brett's Raheem Blackshear comp here. This is also giving me vibes. Who was the pass catching running back that the Seahawks drafted like 3 years ago that like never
Kenny
got
McIntosh?
on the field?
DJ
Kenny
Dallas?
Kenny McIntosh, I think, is who I'm thinking of. But that, I don't know. That's like the
Also
vibe it
DJ
gives me
Dallas.
a little bit, where it's like maybe he contributes on special teams. That's more of a DJ Dallas thing. But yeah,
See,
that's my instant vibe.
I'm looking at the chat. Thinks he could be Bucky. Did well at the Senior Bowl. Taxi stash, 4th round rookie pick or waiver ad. At some point, you take Buck's approach and just have as many running backs as you can at your fingertips. So taxi stash, 4th round pick. Like, this is all great. I understand what everybody's saying. The NFL viewed him as a 4th round selection behind other capable backs. The way that it looks right now, probably just a security stash, but he's definitely a taxi player that I would maybe not draft, but he definitely somebody like. Is he going to get picked in today's mock draft? I'm going to say no. If we're doing 3 rounds, probably going to say no, but I'm definitely convinced that he should be on your taxi squad. But with that being said, super happy to have another man of the hour here. Brett is absolutely locked in and one of the surefire.
That's on the show.
Brett
Now that takes one of the drinking prompts off the board. That's
oh no. What
I'm kidding.
you
You guys have gotten got by it enough times that I'll give you that one for free. Every time that someone mentions Brett, Scott, or Theo by name while they're not on the show, that's a gulp. So Brett was doing us all a service by just baiting you into drinks, being in the comments section, which was elite work by him. So support that.
How am I supposed to not reference our lead
That's something for you to figure out for the rest of the show? That's something for you to figure out. You can just call him by a pseudonym.
I kind of did it by accident.
You can be like the maestro of fantasy points. You can call him whatever you want, but you can't call him Brett.
I kind of did it by accident earlier. I was like, oh, all the people whose draft opinions I respect. Like,
I was
that
really
can just
furious
be the
about that.
stand-in.
I found that aggravating. Yeah.
So we're the master of dank stats. We're gonna go with that.
You can say what you want.
We got
you can
another
call these
running
guys
back.
whatever you want, but you can't use what their mama gave them. That's for sure.
Our tip. Are you our tip picker? Our pick tipper now here, Brett?
Sure. We got a Houston Texans running back, Woody Marks from USC.
Oh, great.
What are we
So
doing?
Joe Mixon is totally safe.
That's a sip for everybody. Actually, 2 sips because we didn't sip for Etienne.
That's
Brett, don't worry. When I say everybody, that doesn't have to include you, but by all means.
water.
Yeah, so Mixon's safe.
what?
I'm gonna happily say
Joe
Mixon is
Mixon,
safe.
Mark safe. I really thought that the Texans would like draft like a Mixon successor at some point, but I don't think that's Marks. I think he's like the Dare Agumbawale replacement.
Pass catching specialist. Give you a little juice on the edge, but not a ton.
Just role player.
Damian Martinez hasn't come off the board yet.
Yeah.
Me too, man. But hey, I think my team's looking for a backup behind JT.
That'd be a
I
good
think-
spot for him.
I think they might look at him. I mean, look, I really hope that they just take Shitter Sanders, but I've lost faith that they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think he's lost faith that they're going to do that. So interesting enough, like this is a very pro Buck pick with Mixon. I'm sure Buck is about to go out and
Buck
try to
dude.
acquire as much as he can. Just it's a veteran that's cheap, right? And now he's safe. Like that is an absolute dream for Dynasty players. It is. You can add him to the other list of veterans that have been safe through this, like James Conner.
Swift as of right now.
Yeah, that one actually is very surprising to me.
Pollard, Spears, all them guys. That was kind of I guess Aaron Jones too.
Aaron Jones not bad.
That was kind of the thing, right? Because the teams that needed running backs didn't have any running backs on their roster that had any dynasty value. So there was a lot of ways that some of the veterans could escape. Like we talked about that a few weeks ago, and so far they have. Like besides my king, Najee Harris didn't survive, but pretty much everybody else so far has been really good.
Colts traded out, so we're not selecting Shaburo Sanders. Look, man,
Sanders.
I was fucking. I was hoping. I guess I don't know. I guess this morning it's more like Shabuzi Sanders, but
yeah, no kidding. Shout out Shabuzi.
Shout out Shabuzi.
This is going to be an interesting pick. So let's talk about some of the players that have taken a bit of a tumble. Dylan Sampson has taken a bit of a tumble. Kind of surprising.
He's like my RB18 though. I mean, it's
Brett.
Who? Sorry, Woody.
Yeah, Sampson.
Oh, Sampson. Okay.
Why do you think your boy Alec is sliding here, Brett?
Didn't go to the Senior Bowl. I'm not kidding. Every receiver drafted since Jayden Higgins, Luther Burden is the only wide receiver drafted that didn't go to the Senior Bowl. It's one of the best places to evaluate these guys. You get all the one-on-ones, the interviews. He pulled out the day of. It's no shock.
Interesting.
It's been this way for a few years now. Senior Bowl receivers dominate day 2 and early day 3. So, and then Scott Barrett was texting me that. Oh, that's a drink for you guys, I guess. Scott Barrett was texting me that.
You son of a.
No, that's the one rule that I made is any of the speaking prompts. Once if the guest knows about it, then we can't include that. I don't want to have like people come on and game the system to punish them, so they got to do it themselves.
Scott was telling me that he's pretty good friends with one.
My guy.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Jarquz Hunter goes off the board to the Los Angeles Rams.
That's your guy. That's my guy.
That's all our guy.
Jacob, we are united on a running back. That's surprising. I like it.
Look at that.
If you guys haven't seen it, there's YouTube videos of Jarquz Hunter winning his state powerlifting championship.
You have some running backs we both like.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time, bro.
Pumped about this. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, yeah. Insider telling Scott Barrett that Alec Ayumanor has big time medical red flags, I guess.
I think it's about the trade war. I think you guys are just trying to ruin Canadians.
Maybe we're not allowing him in the country. I don't know. Like what is that?
Could be.
Yeah, I want to talk about this Hunter pick to the Rams because, Brett, as you know, everyone at FP was all about Blake Corum, except for myself, maybe. I was the one standing the furthest away. Now, another running back you like, Hunter, is heading over to LA. Is this finally signaling the end of Kyron that everyone has been predicting now? Or are we still going to be tracking who gets what snaps on the fourth drive of every game?
The Rams literally draft a running back every year. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Go back all the way to Todd Gurley. They think they've drafted a running back in every single draft since Todd Gurley. Not always this high. Sometimes it's a 6th or 7th round pick. Sorry, they skipped 2018. That's the only draft they didn't take one, 2018. So kind of crazy. I mean, Hunter's super talented. He's probably a way more talented player than Kyron Williams, but so is Blake Corum. So I don't know. Sean McVay's unpredictable.
The Rams have now made it like 3 years in a row of drafting running backs that I really like to give all the carries to Kyron Williams.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to expect anything different. But the one thing I would say about Hunter, it's a little different. Like with Corum, they kind of drafted a running back who I thought, in my opinion, is a better version of Kyron Williams. But from a skill set perspective, is more duplicative with what Kyron does. Hunter's different. He's a lot more juice than either Corum or Kyron. Much more of a big play threat. I think, maybe signals that they actually want to, instead of sort of doubling down on redundancy in the running back room, they want to add a different element, which makes a lot of sense. I think he was probably the most explosive running back remaining in the draft. And I mean, obviously I love Hunter. I love the pick for the Rams. I'm interested to see how they use these guys.
Oh, what do we wish? What do we wish?
Look who's on the clock.
What's this?
This is the Chase Brown prayer candle.
I mean, I think the Chase Brown look.
We've gone undefeated with the prayer candle, Jacob.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said about Tracy about Brown, although I think Brown's probably a bit better. But like, if you're a Chase Brown guy, you've already won. Like, even if they draft someone at pick 119, if Chase Brown loses the job to a dude who's drafted at 119, then you didn't get unlucky. You bet on the wrong horse. Like, I just feel like you shouldn't be holding Chase Brown shares and then being terrified of running backs drafted 119th overall. Like, it's just, to me, that's incongruent. If you believe in Chase Brown, don't fear the Reaper on day 3, like, so to me, it's like you believe in Chase Brown or you don't, is what I'm saying.
Right. Here's the problem. I'd much rather Chase Brown's backup be Zach Moss than any running back with juice. So if you'll excuse me, continue.
While you're
tell me when you have the pick, please.
While you're doing that, Tom, I do want to pick Brett's brain on something Blake Corum and Sean McVay related a little bit. So Brett, I was recently kind of writing about just a quote that McVay had given.
Not the pick.
Not a running back.
Not a running back. It's
Undefeated.
A linebacker.
Undefeated from Malachi Starks to every single Cincinnati draft pick. The prayer candle wins again.
So this recent Sean McVay quote, he was basically talking about how he really liked watching how Liam Cohen was able to get multiple backs involved. And he was basically saying that it's a goal for him going into this offseason program to, I think the word he used was to do a better job of installing the offense with multiple players or in multiple personnel packages. Like my tea leaves reading of it was he just didn't teach the offense to Blake Corum appropriately, and that was why he was just kind of weirdly in on the third drive every game. And then when it wasn't scripted stuff, they just had to play Kyron every snap. Does any of that make sense to you just from a football standpoint? You obviously know much better than me whether any of those dots kind of connect. And if that's the case, then I guess it would apply to Hunter as well, that maybe we take these Rams backups a little bit more seriously than we might have last year, if that's the actual reason that only Kyron was on the field.
Yeah, I saw the quote. I think there's two things to layer out there. One, I do think it's pretty clear he wants to have more than one running back in the offense. Kyron Williams might be the least physically gifted starting running back in the NFL. So he just has no juice, and then you're going to give him 25 touches. He's going to have even less juice than no juice. So that's not great. And then he also talked specifically about Liam Cohen and the pony system that Cohen runs, where he's got two backs on the field at the same time. You saw Washington have a lot of success with that this year with a washed Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson Jr., where Eckler was a motion man, running from the slot. They'd hand the ball off to him sometimes, but it was a nice distraction that gave them some light box counts. I think, McVay is always looking to get favorable box count situations for the run game there. So I think both those things are probably going to happen. To what extent, I don't know. McVay seems really stubborn. So
Sean McVay has two things that Sean McVay loves to do. Actually, three. One is to threaten his own retirement and not do it. Two is to draft running backs that I like more than Kyron Williams. And three is to give all the carries to Kyron Williams. So I just Sean McVay is trapped in an eternal battle between wanting to have a committee backfield and then never having a committee backfield. He's constant every offseason. He's like, I have all these ideas. What if we were more diverse in the running game? What if we got other guys involved? What if we took the workload off of whatever running back he has? And then he gets in the game and he's like, Can't find the sub button. Like just gotta keep feeding my guy. Like it's just I don't know. Kyron's like his trust blanket. Like he gets in there and it's like whatever ideas he had in the offseason go out the window, and he just wants to kind of keep giving the ball to his binky, and Kyron's his binky. So I don't know. Another fantasy eligible player, Gunnar Helm comes off the board, pick 120 to the Tennessee Titans. And
I don't know.
Told everyone, told the world that he had completely bruised up his ankle during the combine when he ran a 4.8 or whatever it was, and then never ran again at his pro day or anything.
That bruise to me. Makeup. They put makeup on him.
Yeah,
to be 100% serious, how do you roll your ankle running a 40-yard dash? That's more concerning than the 40 time, right? It's like you're that uncoordinated as a player. Straight line.
Is that worse than Harold Fannin clapping his knees together when he runs in a straight line?
I feel so embarrassed to inform you that I have definitely sprained my ankle getting out of a chair.
Well, so you're not in the NFL, bro.
I mean, no, but still, I feel like that level of how could you do this, bro, from Brett, is now shaming me and the time I almost break my ankle getting out of a chair. So time to get better with my coordination, one might say.
Sorry, Thomas, you're not going to rank very highly on Brett's big board this year. I hate to break it to you.
I'm only trying to rank highly on the big board that matters. All right,
so,
not this NFL one.
I'll say this: I think the Helm will be a better NFL player than fantasy player at this point. For all of his athletic limitations, he really got open a lot for Quinn Ewers, and I think he was his safety blanket whenever he was really in a jam. That's where he went. So I'm sure he's going to help out Cam Ward, but
yeah, Austin Hooper was fine.
Yeah, he's not going to be, a tight end that we're.
Hey, Brett, you laugh when I say Austin Hooper, but there was a time where Austin Hooper was regarded as a really good dynasty asset, even redraft asset, and then Austin Hooper in New England, people were like, "Oh, Austin Hooper's going to do those unsexy, unathletic tight ends." As the CEO of Fantasy Points would say, the athleticism can be a little bit overrated in terms of this. So if they're looking for a weapon for their quarterback, everyone wants Chig. He's been a zero his career. So why not get somebody else in there that can, consistently, like Lucas mentioned, get open, good hands, help the rookie. We know it's a system that can utilize the tight end. I'm game for this. I'm excited to talk to Max Tusano about him and all the tight ends.
He likes him.
Yeah, so there is a really good run here for fantasy locations for tight ends, just like there has been for running backs. There hasn't really been a terrible spot for any of them. I really like this spot, and it signals that they're trying to help Cam Ward out the gate. I like it. That's good. We're going to have to... The Dynasty tight end rankings are getting a total reshuffling. Do
we think the Steelers are going to finally do the thing or no?
No, I think they're fully... Brett...
Viewers right here.
Brett, didn't you say that, they're totally comfortable with Mason Rudolph? Wasn't that a statement you said yesterday?
That's what Brawley came on our show and said that. He's a Steelers guy.
Yeah, so. He's very much connected. I think they are playing a little bit of cat and mouse.
With Quinn Ewers or Mason Rudolph.
I know, dude. We said the same thing. I'm pretty sure someone did a spit take whose name I can't mention, but
I think they're just going to sign Aaron Rodgers, right?
That's what I think, because they've already shown apparently DK has worked out with them, and then somebody posted a picture on Instagram of Caleb Johnson already working out with Aaron Rodgers this offseason. So this feels like this was part of their plan. If you are, we need our Instagram insider, Andy Buckler, to dive in and do the research to get the scoop on that. But
he's already said that he's been in constant contact with Mike Tomlin. They had that Diana Rossini, not my favorite reporter, but she had the report 2 days, like randomly after day one of the draft, about the whole Aaron Rodgers thing in the Steelers. So I don't know. I think they're going to sign eventually. It's just up to when they sign. I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is the week 1 starter in Pittsburgh. That's how I feel. But I think they should still take Shedeur.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy run, and we're not gonna Mel Kiper this thing
We won't,
every pick, but it is like it's getting to a point, man.
It's a joke at this point.
It is. They've jumped the shark on this in this scenario to me. But we've got a Steelers pick in. Green Bay goes back on the board. One player we haven't talked about, Jacob, that I know you want to, speaking of the Chargers coming up on the board, is Trey Harris.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
You're a Trey Harris guy.
That's a guy I do disagree with Brett on. I mean, I don't necessarily. It's something where like I read everything Brett wrote about him. I don't think we've had a extended conversation about him, and it's a spot where the Steelers, by the way, took Jack Sawyer, so no on a quarterback. I think everything that Brett said. This is like a process disagreement more than it's a player valid disagreement. Everything Brett said makes total sense to me about like Trey Harris's limitations. And it's kind of how I feel about Dart too, in a similar offense where like this offense is just weird and it doesn't ask a lot of players and it puts them in great positions to succeed on the stat sheet. At a certain point at the wide receiver position, I'm pretty willing to just be like, I understand the concerns. I'm closing my eyes. I see 5.12 yards per route run, and I will take the chance on the upside, irrespective of any valid concerns. And that's just kind of how I feel about Harris, where like I see ways that he fails very easily. I think he has a much lower floor than players I have ranked below him. I also can envision the ceiling pretty easily. And so for me, that's exciting. And you couldn't really ask for a better landing spot than going to the Chargers. I think he's a perfect pairing with Loud McConkey. They have nobody else on the team that I think is really worthy of scheming up targets for beyond him and Ladd. If he has it, then he's going to succeed there. And if he doesn't, then, you know, I've spent second round picks on players who didn't succeed before, and I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, Trey, the thing for me is I don't know what he does that translates to the NFL is the problem. I think he's extremely limited athletically. I talked about in the report, the lower half flexibility. Like he's one of the stiffer wide receivers I've ever evaluated. I mentioned on the show yesterday, PFF has a proprietary change of direction metric they use with some of their GPS times they have. He's a second percentile change of direction score for them, which is, you know, pretty confirming to what I saw on tape. That said, I mean, people think I hate Trey Harris. He's still I have him 90th overall on my board. I have a third round grade on him. So it's like, I don't hate Trey Harris. I think he's fine. I just don't think you're going to get near the production in the NFL as you got in college. So
I think though, like what he's good at, that's where like I'm really excited for that fit with the Chargers. If you have a legitimate like field stretcher, not what we were expecting, but I think that if he can do that, and if he starts to fill that role, then that's going to further open up that offense.
He's Romeo Doubs is what he is.
I will throw this out, just interesting Trey Harris stat I came across recently. This is from Jacob Gibbs on Twitter. Everyone should go follow him. He's the best stat guy ever, aside from our CEO. But basically, first downs per route run against press coverage in the SEC, Trey Harris was like top 5 with like Jamar Chase and like every good receiver to come out of the SEC recently. And I reply immediately and I'm like, okay, well, where did every other like recent Lane Kiffin wide receiver rank? All of them were like half the first down success rate against press of Trey Harris, just in terms of first downs per route run against press. So I don't know. I'm kind of just lean more with Jacob here, where if Trey Harris was like the guy you have to draft at the end of the first round of rookie drafts, like just based off the yards per route run, then I would be hesitant. But yeah, I'm kind of just throwing him like at the top of all of these day 2 wide receivers that you're not going to have to draft until the second round of rookie drafts. And I'm just fine with that. Like probably the best landing spot of any of them. at least has that upside you can point to analytically. So yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm not taking him over like any good running backs that I'm excited about in the class though.
I don't want to dump water on you for that take or for your
No, hit me with it.
The Jacob Gibbs. I DM'd him about this actually. That stat is not a real stat. PFF doesn't, and that's where he gets his data from. PFF doesn't have a way to separate press coverage in their filtering. So when you look at press in PFF Ultimate, it's plays with press coverage on any receiver, not necessarily.
Okay.
There. So that this is a big gaffe. I've corrected a few. I think Ray GQ also put out a similar tweet, and yeah, it's a fake stat, unfortunately.
It's just it's an exercise in managing expectations. We liked the player. I liked the player too, Jacob. We talked about him early in the process. But look at where he's going now. A team that doesn't want to have a positive pass rate over expected. They don't. Now they finish. The only time they did it is when their running back went on IR. That was it. And then they've drafted a left tackle and a running back-to-back first-round picks. It's just
you need left tackles to pass the ball too, Dom.
They did it pretty much immediately. They did it as soon as Herbert wasn't like injured.
Correct.
So it just happened to line up for the exact period of time that the running back went on IR, and then when the running back came back,
Dobbins went on IR in like week 12. What are we talking about? They were at like a neutral PRO for most of the season after the first.
They're not the Chiefs. But like the idea that they're like the most run heavy team in the league is not at all true. It was true for like 4 weeks while Herbert could barely walk and was going in and out of games, and they were playing half the time with Taylor Heineke. He's recovering from plantar fasciitis and a sprained ankle. After that, yes, the period when they had Dobbins or Gus out is when they went like high PRO. But even when they had those guys back and they had healthy Herbert, it was in the middle. They weren't the run heavy lean of the early season. They weren't the pass heavy lean of that next part of the season. They were somewhere in between, which was like a neutral pass rate. But you're getting a neutral pass rate with an efficient quarterback who rarely scrambles and doesn't take a lot of sacks. So in essence, you're because of the conversion rate of dropbacks to targets, you're going to be in a totally fine position. Yeah, I mean, if people continue to be out on Chargers pass catchers, it's kind of the same argument that I made for McConkey last year. Like I'm very into it. Trey has to be good, but like I don't think the environment is a problem. He gets to be the pretty clear cut. If he's good, he will be the clear cut number 2 wide receiver for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, they're gonna run that ball with Amari and Hampton and an insane amount, brother. It's going to happen.
I mean, it's like a take that you believe to be true, but there's no evidence of it being true. It's like what you said would happen last year, and then it didn't happen, and then everybody just thinks that it happened. I don't understand this. Like,
Herbert was bad for fantasy last year. Sans a handful of games.
Yeah, how was Lad McConkey for fantasy last year?
Yeah, but my whole take on that was for Herbert. I've even talked with Ryan about this with Lad. This is going to be good for Lad, bad for Herbert. Good for Lad, bad for Herbert. Like they're going to hammer the ball with their first round running back. And we're still dealing with Greg Roman designing a passing attack, which he has never really been able to show
Roman that he can PTSD.
For good reason. The only reason that there was even a second pass catcher in LA that was any decent or any at all any good was because Quentin Johnson benefited from the second most points off of broken coverage in the league.
Wait, sorry, what was we talked about last year behind Lad McConkey? Quentin Johnson, Josh Palmer, Will. Oh my God, I can't believe they didn't have a second good pass catcher on the team for fantasy.
We don't know if Trey Harris is going to be a second good pass catcher.
I know, but I'm not saying he's going to be great.
You know who their number 2 is going to be? Just talking about
landing spots. Yes, for every single pass catcher who's drafted, if they suck, they will suck for fantasy. That's 100% true. But just in terms of the landing spot, if he's good, he has a fantastic runway to succeed for fantasy football. I'm not contesting that if he's bad, he's not going to score points.
Tyler Conklin will be their second leading receiver next year.
Oh my God.
All right.
They're starting tight end. Or until the Ravens trade Mark Andrews over to LA in the 5th round. Then he'll be their second leading receiver. we've seen it, man. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe Mike Williams
Haven't
will
seen
be.
it. You've seen it in your mind.
I have watched Greg Roman more than anybody else on this panel.
Right, on a
Except
different
for
football
maybe-
team.
except for
without
maybe
Justin
Brett.
Herbert. We've seen Greg Roman do different things
Yes,
when he has
with a
Justin
better-
Herbert
with a
versus
better
when he had
quarterback.
Colin Kaepernick and Tyrod Taylor and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, a better quarterback than Herbert and Lamar Jackson.
Okay, and also the best running quarterback of all time. Like, yes, they're going to run the ball more with Lamar Jackson than Justin Herbert. That speaks to Greg Roman's strengths.
I don't know. I'm just hearing a bet coming along. That's all I keep hearing.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
let's settle
I
this.
would love to book a bet on this.
But it can't be like Trey Harris fantasy performance. It needs to literally just be pass attempts or P-row or something.
Yes, like over under like 20.5 pass rate over expectations. Have the Chargers been on the clock for like a year, or is my internet cutting out?
Yes,
Yeah,
you are correct. No tight end yet for the Chargers, unless I'm mistaken. But
No, they're trading for Andrews. That is I am so convinced that this is actually happening because it's all I have heard from both sides of the beat have just been all over this. The Ravens don't want him. They saved $9 million getting him off the roster. Greg Roman loves him. Chargers have the cap space. I'm all about it. Get him on.
Browns. Fuck yes.
They trade
I
up?
get my chance to bet against Quinshawn Judkins because the Browns have just selected VFL Dylan Sampson.
Wow. Thunder and lightning, though. Judkins and Sampson.
Tough scene for my Jerome Ford basketball picks. I thought
It was
they
already-
might try to focus on their actual needs and not take two running backs the top 4 rounds. But
Who did the Chargers?
sorry? I have no idea. The Sampson pick
Chargers
isn't
went
official,
edge.
but the same guy who tipped the Mason Graham pick, this Corey, I forget his last name, has tipped the Browns taking Sampson.
Yeah, I see
We'll see if it's official, but I believe it.
Oh, I see it too. It's legit.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I think with
That's
Sampson,
fascinating.
he got injured at the end of the season. I know that has hindered his pre-draft workouts a little bit. So I'm curious if that's pushed him down the boards a bit. He looked way better as a sophomore, I think, in terms of like skills that are going to make fantasy managers excited. As a junior, like obviously he broke just about every single rushing record at Tennessee and was amazing. It's the reason they made the college football playoff because he carried that team. But I do like him better as somebody who is carrying a little less weight, gets some of his explosiveness back, and is making plays out on the perimeter. I mean, he can handle the workload even at an undersized sort of stance, similar like Tootin, but Tootin has more explosiveness, which I think pushed him up the draft boards a little bit. I just love his vision and his contact balance too. I think that he's going to be great. I don't like 2 running backs being there that are rookies, but it should at least be fun.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, I'm interested to see what this does to Judkins' ADP. Obviously, still going to be by a mile and should be the preferred option. I can't wait to hear from Buck on this because he's the Judkins lover of the group. But what I was seeing yesterday was everybody was like, "Yeah, the Browns suck, but Judkins has no one in his way. He's going to get 280 touches, et cetera, et cetera." I don't think that Dylan Sampson at pick 126 necessitates any touches. You have to believe in him. I know Brett doesn't really, but it certainly makes things a little bit more interesting. I'm curious to see how this affects him. Buck, what does Big Judkins have?
I think at the end of the day they needed a whole new running back room. They had Ford, who's okay, but I think he's on the last year of his deal, right? Or really close. They're obviously not bringing Chubb back. I think they need it in a whole new running back room. Obviously, it hurts a little with Judkins, but I don't worry about it. I mean, he was a 36 pick. Like that's almost a first-round pick.
Yeah,
I think this is a perfect spot for him with like one of the best run schemers like in football and Kevin Stefanski. So I think maybe it might hurt a little bit in the passing game. Like maybe I think Judkins could honestly catch the ball. Like he had 20 plus catches every year, I think, of his college career. I know some people think maybe he can't. But maybe that's where it hurts, like the Jerome Ford role, like a little bit, where it's like 15 to 20 carries for Judkins, maybe like 8 to 10 touches for Samson. And if Samson is like super good and he just like maybe it's, but I would bet that Judkins is going to be the guy like early and often, and that's going to be the running back room for the next like 4 years. I would assume that's their guy because they need to revamp it completely.
2 sips, actually 3 sips now for everybody. Washington has just drafted Jaylen Lane. That's 6 sips, of course, for Ryan Heath and the silly man who thought Luther Burden would go in round 1. In shocking news to, I'm sure, everybody, the Colts took a 9.9 RAS offensive lineman. Couldn't have seen this one coming.
Yeah.
Another Senior Bowl wide receiver, by the way. So
Brian Robinson is surviving. He's out there thriving.
And Eckler's surviving, which is important to note because Eckler was better than B-Rob for.
He was efficient
in the games that he was. The Ravens pick is in. Brett, do you got a lean? Who should I expect here? Who's the best player on the board? Because that's just what I assume Baltimore's going.
Well, Shador.
I would take it. Oh, Shador. Actually, we need a backup. We've got the redheaded dude from Dallas. We could use a backup. Sorry, I called on you while you were eating, and you mentioned that yesterday. I didn't notice that. That's my bad.
Damian Martinez would be fun.
He would be good. Yep, I like that. Like that change of pace. And Mitchell's Ollie Gordon. Nah, I'm sorry. That's a little too fat and slow. We've got our big guy.
So, Brett, you're the lowest that I've seen with Samson, and I'm just curious, what's driving him down to others? Like, because watching every single Tennessee game, I understand that he has some limitations. There's a reason that he's not going to be like a first 2-round pick. I don't think that was a realistic expectation, honestly. But seeing people like putting him in the double digits of running backs, it's just something that maybe I'm just missing something in my process as I'm looking at him as a player.
Yeah, my biggest issue with him is I actually don't think he has good vision. Vision is a huge trait for me. I have 3 premium traits when I'm scoring running backs. Vision, ability to create beyond your blockers, force missed tackles, and then burst. Good burst. He's, decent wiggle. I thought the vision was really poor, though. The thing with Tennessee's offense is he saw 5-man boxes more than just about anybody. And he produced, pretty well in those boxes, in those light box situations, but he runs the contact a lot. And I thought that was super. He's not certifiably blind like Jaylen Wright was. Like Jaylen Wright is legally blind. He's not that bad with his vision, but it's also some of this class. Like Samson scored as 73.6 for me, which is he got drafted exactly where I scored him to get drafted, early to mid 4th round. So it just there's so many good running backs in this class. I like a few of them better. If you would have put him in last year's class, he probably would have been my RB 4 or 5. So that's just speaks to the quality of this class.
Okay.
But yeah, this one's the main thing though. If you don't score well on one of my 3 premium traits, it's hard to get a day 2 grade from me.
Man, I really hope the Bears take Giddens or Martinez. That'll be a pants-off opportunity for me. I'm calling it right now. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to take Shedeur Sanders. That just seems like a thing the Eagles would do.
That would be funny.
I love that.
So brilliant. Well,
so we talked about Austin Eckler earlier. I think that for the Commanders, I really want to see LaQuint Allen fall there and end up being like a replacement to him. I think that it's almost a perfect fit for the role. And then also we keep Brian Robinson alive because I don't think those two are going to interact much in terms of competition for their touches. It's going to limit him a little bit or limit Brian Robinson a little bit, but I really, really want LaQuint Allen to the Commanders. That's a dream landing spot, I think.
Brett, I have a question. I told everyone at the top of the show we're not talking linebacker. Who is Ted Yee Buchanan?
No idea.
Well,
he's ass. If Brett doesn't,
he's
even
now
know
a Baltimore Ravens.
That means he's ass.
Jets just traded up at the Eagles.
Oh my gosh!
They're now on the clock.
I know who Ted Yee Buchanan. Sorry, the way you said it, you said it like it was 2 different names, like Ted Yee.
I thought that I don't know. I've never heard of it, Brett. So I'm learning on the fly here. Good or ass?
I mean, ass still for sure, but California linebacker.
Oh, he's gonna be soft. Ugh.
Yeah, that's actually literally what I wrote down. Soft, needs to be more physical in the game, not a take-on player.
Well, you said Cal linebacker, so soft is just default. Ugh. All right. Well, I'm miserable. Next, what are they gonna do next in the 4th round? Take a punter? My Lord. All right. Well, Brett, I know you have an insanely busy day, tons of write-ups. You have a fantasy football daily to record tomorrow. You have so much stuff going on, including 2 episodes of First Read, where I'm sure you guys will spend an episode each, not only on the Bills and Lions, but the rest of the happenings around the NFL. As you know, when anything happens in the NFL, you guys are the first read. So shout out to Brett. Happy you joined us again for day 3.
Man.
You can't stay away.
You're a trooper.
We
Can't stay away.
love you and respect you. Be sure to go get Brett's prospect guide. You can still get that up on the site at fantasypoints.com. Shout out to Brett. We're going to say goodbye before we get Theo in here. Thank you, Brett. Just a goat. A phenomenal person and analyst and
Really,
our goat.
Really quick before we do the change off on guests, I've fallen slightly behind on awarding sips and gulps. There was a 3 gulper, so that's 6 for Ryan. So that's basically just to finish your drink for Ryan. Everybody else.
Oh, yeah, that looks like about 6, doesn't it? I want to like plug my nose, honestly.
Don't worry, no one's in the rum to judge you.
That should have been on the sheet.
I'm
it actually
shocked it wasn't. Yeah, I've been purposefully avoiding saying that word
on my part. I can't believe that this didn't hit. This is now over because Brett's left, but Brett Whitefield getting interrupted while talking about a non-fantasy eligible player when a fantasy eligible player gets drafted was surprisingly a non-hit for 3 gulps. But we did get 1 3-gulper there about 5 minutes ago, and then I had to the Ravens made a pick, so that's a sip for everybody as well.
I'm just gonna finish this.
Look, I had to ask Brett about this. I'd never heard of this dude before, so I needed to know.
I need more ice.
Looks terrible. All right, we have got we got some defenders now. Jaylen Lane in Washington. I don't know a lot about him. Jacob, what do you got?
Yeah, way to throw me under the bus. Like I have something to say about Jaylen Lane.
All right, Jaylen Lane, incredibly
Jaylen Lane
explosive.
played at Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech Stadium is named Lane Stadium. So I think it's pretty cool that he was so good that they named the stadium after him.
So he's an excellent special teams player too. I think that's how he's immediately going to get onto the field. I think that there can be a role for him. I know, but like he is really explosive. He tested really well too. So I'm happy with that for the Commanders. But I don't really see much of a path forward, at least right now. But he will definitely be on the field for special teams. And I think that's primarily why they drafted him.
Competing. Oh, my poor guy. Oh, my guy from last year. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that hurts. I'm gonna go drop him on waivers. Ryan's struggling. He's gonna need.
I feel like such a baby. Like I promise I can normally hold my liquor. I just, these tastes are so bad to me.
Got a long way to go.
Got a long day, brother.
You're gonna be here for a long time, big boy.
Jacob, can you at least tell me, did you have inside information on me not liking Bloody Marys? I can't think of anyone I've told this to before. Okay, you just hit the nuts like totally blind.
That's awesome. Very happy about that. Very happy to hear that. I had no inside information. I just thought, like, to me, it's like we're starting early. I didn't want to make you guys drink like brown liquor at somewhere between 9 and noon, depending on your time zone. So I figured, like, let's get the Caesars, the Bloody Marys rolling. Nice morning beverages. I thought it was a friendly pick. I didn't know that I hit the jackpot on Ryan hating Bloody Marys.
I will be right back. I'm going to get more ice and maybe a water or something. We'll see.
Oh, water, he says.
If that's
mixing
allowed.
in a water.
So we can confirm that that door is not what's holding Ryan Heath in the room,
That is
because
correct.
he's going to
I
leave
will
and come
be
back with more stuff.
going on the other side of my desk. Yes,
We can
I'll be right
confirm.
back.
There should have been a finish your drink for Ryan getting swatted. That should have been on there. So far so good. We've got some vets here that I already know Buck is out here sending offers for. How many offers for Eckler have you sent out on air, Buck?
That's a little low even for me. I don't need Eckler. Eckler is a little. That's a little nasty.
Doesn't weigh enough. His cardio is too good.
Doesn't have dreads.
He doesn't hit your BMI index of 235 pounds.
Runs faster probably than a 4.6.
Yeah, just like
Don't worry, Ollie Gordon's still on the board.
Significantly
I need
too good.
Ollie Gordon. I need Ollie Gordon to get picked soon.
Oh my god, you would be a fucking Ollie Gordon guy.
Gordon goes to the
That's the
Cowboys.
most. That is
Oh my
a buck
God.
ass pick.
Ugh.
If he goes to the Cowboys, that's like
That's
Buck's
disgusting.
110. Like he's gonna be on every,
Dude.
because we know Buck doesn't have a second round pick ever,
Buck
so he's
is-
not gonna get any Ollie Gordon.
Buck's not even rooting for Ollie to the Cowboys because he's just so ready to like start picking up Javonte Williams shares.
Already got Miles Sanders. We already know we got the Miles Sanders.
Oh, you're on the Miles side of that. Nice, just as pathetic.
He needs those
Buck, we
points.
should have a full segment on you just dissecting Javonte Williams versus Miles Sanders in the Cowboys
so-
backfield of despair.
on Dynasty Points Market Report, we're working on a segment called Bucks Backs, and you
Bucks
better
Backs.
believe we're about to go through Javonte versus
Javonte and
Slime
Miles.
Sanders.
Okay, Bears pick is in. Come on, RB. Come on, Bears. Do it to us. Give it to us.
At this point, though, I'm not seeing any running back that is screaming like I want him to be a Chicago Bear.
So I want it
Give
before
me
like when
Dini Martinez. Easy.
we talked about Washington. So which one of these teams, like Washington,
goodness.
Chicago, which one of these teams are just going to trade for Brees then?
I think that. I mean, first of all, he played at Iowa State, so the Texans have to be considering it. But no, I think the real answer. I mean, it would fit the Cowboys mold of any player who was ever drafted in round 1 or round
Riley.
2. They just auto send a fourth for. But I think the Bears legitimately would make sense. Like, I think the Cowboys, I just believe that they don't actually care about running back as much as everyone thinks they do.
Me too.
The Bears do care about running back. Like, I think they 100% would have drafted Genty if he was available to them in the first round. I think they would have drafted Henderson if he was available to them in the second round. I think they got caught where Jarquz and Henderson both go off the board. They did not take a running back at pick 132, though. They took Ruben Hippolyte II, who it'll shock everyone to know I never heard of in my life. Yeah, so I don't know. I think the Bears maybe at this point, like, they could have taken Caleb, I guess, in the third. I don't think he's like a big fit for them. I don't know. They might have just kind of got caught without one. Maybe that just happened to them again in the fourth. I don't know. I don't buy that Ben Johnson is going to be like, yeah, man, DeAndre Swift. Like, he didn't want anything to do with DeAndre Swift before. Why would he want anything to do with DeAndre Swift now?
You're giving him his
No.
second chance.
Could that-
it's interesting.
Could that be like a fun like J.K. Dobbins
I
landing
was just going
spot?
to
I
say
don't
one of
know.
them maybe stand out.
Yeah, it could be.
Swales doesn't.
Why don't they
think
just
that was
why
a
don't they
two-finger
get Swift,
forward line.
Dobbins,
All right,
CH,
Swales.
and Akers, and they just take the entire 2020 back half of the first round of rookie drafts. Just see who rises to the top.
Swales, I will do you one better, Swales.
Yeah,
While that
Gibson
may not have
available for
been
trade, too? Throw him
Yeah,
in there.
Gibson, AJ Dillon. I'm sure they could nab.
while that may not have been two finger swales, instead of mixing in a water, I've chosen to mix in a high noon. So I think that evens it out.
Close
The
enough.
disgusting
Mixing
part for
in
me
high
is
noon.
the Bloody Mary, not the alcohol at all. So
If we want to talk about ugly running backs surviving so far, though, those Khalil Herbert bags looking real nice right about now.
Hey, what?
Khalil Herbert, he's the backup still. We're alive.
Oh, like in Indy?
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I don't. Is this that valuable to you? The possible
Yes.
backup to Jonathan
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Remember, so do you guys remember
You're
on
a
Tuesday when
fucking
I said?
disgusting individual. You're
Look,
just like.
Remember on
I
Tuesday?
mean, I
when
love
was like,
Juice Herbert. But
you could, when I was like, yeah, that 8 points you're going to get. And Jacob was like, when are you ever going to need 8 point? Buck is the reason I believe that 8 to 10 points at running back is viable.
But Khalil's not going to score 8 points, but he's going to score two, and then when Taylor gets his annual ankle injury, then he'll score 13.
Yeah, and that might be in the fantasy playoffs. That's all we need.
Yeah. I look. I mean, Khalil Herbert's an OG of the Hitchhiker's Guide. I'm pumped that he's on the Colts. Heck, I might buy the only Khalil Herbert jersey. But we've just gotta be a little bit more serious about backup running backs to 90% snap share running backs surviving. I still think the Colts need a passing down back. I'll say this, that it's notable to me, and I'm grateful for it, that the Colts traded out right after Woody Marks was selected, because that could have been a Colts pick that I'm really glad we dodged.
So Dan says Jordan James could make sense for the Bears.
Yeah, Buck. How about what Quentin just said? Roshan is still viable. Huh? That's a Buck ass running back right there. That's
Bijan Light. That's Bijan.
That is an obese motherfucker right there.
We don't do fat scat bags.
Brian Bush says shout out to Ryan's door barricade.
Yes, sir.
Being worked as a bar counter right now. So shout out.
Yeah. I kind of like that. I need something more permanent back on this desk, I think, just so people stop talking about the door on every show I go on. Just something to move the eyes away.
We are not keeping him here. He's here on his own free will. Oh my gosh. So while we have a bit of a period of time, we haven't really talked about it. What do you think is going to be the pick that's going to be the most overrated for fantasy, Jacob, so far?
Well, okay, I'm gonna try and talk about this in an objective way, because I don't want to do
that should have been a drink thing. Jacob avoiding any sort of take to give on a.
I mean, it would make no sense for me to make drinks for you guys to drink based on what I say.
I'm planning for my win.
If this was the situation, you guys would just get completely screwed. But maybe if you guys win for change, then you'll get to have some power.
Cool.
No, I mean, I could just say Quinshon Judkins, because I don't like him, but that just doesn't seem like it's actionable to anybody. I think the guy that I think gets overrated in an objective way. Well, I'll just say this. I think I think Hampton, because I think he's going to go 102 in a lot of drafts, and I think every draft that Travis Hunter doesn't go 102 is a disgrace. So that's what I'll say. I'll also say that everybody needs to take a sip, and we need to have a conversation, because we just got a fantasy viable player to the Kansas City Chiefs. Jaylen Royals. 133.
Oh man,
revised answer. The most overdrafted player will be Jaylen Royals.
Without question. Without question. Look, we have. While we're getting our drinks sorted and Ryan pushes through, I don't know if Ryan's gonna make it. We will. We're gonna bring in guest 2 and Theo Greminger. He's hopping on with us here for the first time with the Dynasty Points team. All in all, you are not gonna want to go anywhere. All right.
I did not mix well. That was a blunder.
That was all strength for you, wasn't that, Ryan? That was it all sat at the top. Theo, welcome to the calamity that is day 3 of the NFL draft with Fantasy Points. We mix it up here. Jacob, we had somebody question what the rules are to the game. So I'm once again going to encourage everybody participating in the game. That way Theo can get in on this as well. What the rules are. We're going to post those up before we talk about Jaylen Royals. So Ryan, Lucas, we must again look away. Let's discuss the rules right now.
Everybody else look away. All right, here's the drinking game. This is a thing. It's an annual tradition where whoever wins the player picks all season gets to pick the draft or pick the drinking rules during our draft show. there are several different prompts. As you can see, there are 3 that are worth 1 sip, 3 that are worth a gulp, 3 that are worth 3 gulps, and some finish your drink shots. We haven't had to do finish your drink shot. So this is the draft rules. Ryan has to drink double due to a bet that we made on whether Luther Burden would go in round 1. Theo, you do not have to drink, so don't worry about that.
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it. You guys are getting after it. You've been on for 90 minutes. You guys look loose, having a good time.
Oh,
I'm curious. I just wanted to get a couple of your guys' opinions. I've been, trying to unpack all these picks from round 4. Your thoughts on the Etienne pick, guys?
I think that he's a running back that I'm not a big fan of. Goes to a landing spot that's super crowded, and that's fine with me. I was surprised that the Panthers took a running back, to be honest. I thought between Chuba getting extended and Rico signing and, in theory, Jonathan Brooks maybe coming back in 2026, that they wouldn't need to attack the position. But, yeah, not a good spot if you are a Trevor Etienne fan, I don't think.
They just can't help themselves when it comes to running backs. Every offseason they want to add one. They added 2 last year. Now they add 2 again. It's just an odd one. I'm interested to see sort of the press conference and why they made that selection. But yeah, there were some fun ones. The Scatabo, the Bashal Tootin selection. I like the Jarquz Hunter selection. I think there's been some really interesting fantasy viable picks for round 4, just like we expected. So yeah, man, happy to be here with you guys. You guys are crushing it today.
Sips for everybody. Well, 3 of you. 2 for Ryan.
I need to refill here. I got the mini fridge working overtime today. So
I just DoorDashed a couple sausage McMuffins, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Oh,
next.
So
you guys got to remember, like, this is an afternoon show for the rest of you guys. I got up today at like 8:15. I rolled out of bed. I played 1 game of Madden, and then I hopped on this stream. That was my scenario. It's still just 10:45 here.
Doing some draft prep with Madden. I love it. We need that. I agree. This Jaylen Royals thing, I did not want a receiver. I wanted a receiver going to Kansas City about as much as I wanted a receiver going to Buffalo. There's just anywhere else almost would have been better. I think you're right. He's going to get pushed way higher than he should, especially when we get actual news on the Rashee Rice suspension. He's going to get pushed. That's probably what the Hollywood Brown replacement. Did he stay? I don't even know.
Yeah, Hollywood Brown is signed. He's back in KC. Yeah,
it's even worse.
Yeah, it's a lot of dudes in Kansas City. But Jaylen Royals is a pretty good player. He's kind of like Deontay Johnson. Was very, very productive. Had a huge 2023 and was on pace for an unbelievable year this year before he got banged up. That Boise State defense was pretty good. He put 200 yards on him. A UNLV defense he completely ripped up, and those were like the back-to-back games before he got injured. So Royals didn't fire off the Senior Bowl. I think that hurt him. Brett and I tried to unpack it when we were down in Mobile, but he was the guy that most people had projected for day 2 capital falls to this range. So probably not a guy who's going to be fantasy viable, but a guy that I think is just, like you said, going to help that Chiefs offense. It's another mouth to feed. It's another receiver who can get open. But I think Deontay Johnson, that's sort of like a peak outcome for him. Good Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, good.
I think he's going to go kind of high because he has a lot of fans. Like he's like he was one of the sort of nerd favorites in this wide receiver class, and he goes to the Chiefs. He's a guy that it's pretty easy to envision him sneaking into that 2-3 turn. Have we been updating the sheet, by the way, at all? Oh my God, Ryan has been. What a hero! The guy's like getting sloshed on Bloody Marys that he's still just plugging.
Doing my best.
Name into the spreadsheet.
Ryan hasn't said a word since I came on here. Not even a hello. So he's like he's struggling already. I think
he's
trying to hold down the vomit.
Yeah. So for the second one, I decided to mix. I have 2 mixes back here. One is I don't even know, sriracha. The other one is like more dilly. So I tried to mix them together for this one, thinking it would balance it out a little. I hate dill even more than I hate horseradish. So this one's tougher for me.
That's so good.
It's also like this lemon high noon kind of works as a palate cleanser. Won't lie. Don't know that I want my palate cleansed though. Like I think it's better if I'm not like back to a normal state of not hating the taste in my mouth before I have to sip each time.
So I want to let everyone know that didn't catch it when Theo talked about it the last couple of days. We are doing one of the first rookie mock drafts that you're going to see this early. We're doing one of the first ones here today. We're going to get that set up. I believe we are going to do this spreadsheet style just to make it nice and easy for everybody. So I will task that to Lucas. If you could start building that sheet for me, you spreadsheet wizard, you. And we were going to get that rocking. The COO of Fantasy Points has said, Royals to the Chiefs is sexy. Cannot believe they didn't go Bond, though. I think, they have one guy with a questionable loss situation, Mr. COO. I don't think they wanted a second one.
I think that's the joke, is that they draft literally all of those guys.
I know. But it is a sexy pick. The problem is he's just off my board now, though. Like, he's just off my draftable board.
And you see, Thomas, you get two very, very fast wide receivers not named Isaiah Bond that have already gone within this range. You saw the Thornton pick, and then the Lane pick. Like that would have made sense to be a Bond pick. So I think he's going to keep slipping.
Titans just traded up with the Ravens.
Yes.
So Tom's team probably added like a sixth or something.
Yeah, that we'll use on a spare punter. That seems to be a long snapper. We're going to take a long snapper with whatever we just got from the Titans. Yeah, I think we could. I think we can save now. Maybe San Francisco does the running back thing, like a Damian Martinez running back thing. That because people that running back to San Francisco, they do it every year, round 4, what have you. I don't know if that's going to happen this year, but it's as good a time as any to just do a quick, fun mock draft. Theo, you are guest of honor.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, never mind.
Sits for everybody, and the Titans take Alec Seth Williams Aomanor.
Wow.
There we go.
136.
That's actually a nice pick.
I'm super in. Yeah, I mean, really liked him. Brett's wide receiver 2 in the class. He was my wide receiver 8, which is still way higher than he went in the actual draft. Really fun production profile. Was a little worried about the draft capital. Still wound up worse than I could have imagined. But lands now in a spot where it's Calvin Ridley, who's like 30. And contrary to everything Cam Ward said, they don't have really any good wide receivers outside of that. So pretty easy to envision him, if he is any good, quickly hopping over Tyler Lockett, Traylon Burks, these other goofs. So, it's if you're good, it's obviously bad to go with the third last pick of round 4. But if you're going to go with the third last pick of round 4, at least it's a depth chart that he can climb. I think he's still in that round 3 of rookie draft conversation at least. So I'm excited about that.
I would push. We could potentially be in round 2.
It's wide open. I think
you're going to get.
It's crowded, but I mean, I think I agree with Jacob. I think round 3 though, but a round 3 pick you could see sort of working out. The Tyler Lockett, Traylon Burks, these kind of guys are not going to hold him back. And I like what Tennessee's done here. I think the Gunnar Helm discount, Gunnar Helm, like if we take away the athletic testing numbers and we look at what he did this year at Texas, and we believe that he would have run a lot faster, then this could end up being a value pick. It's better draft capital than Chiga Okonkwo had when he was selected, and then they add Elic Iamaner. So, the odd way to get him. I think if Elic Iamaner would have been one of the Tennessee Titans selections yesterday, we would have been over the top and excited about it. And I think we're just sort of pushing him down because, again, the round 4 hit rates. But I agree with Brett. I think he could be a starter this year.
Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna rank him higher than Jaylen Royals. That's my.
I like him more. They were drafted
solidly
like 3 picks apart.
100%.
Like
100%.
The question is like, well, I don't know. Actually, we don't need to get into hypothetical rankings. Why don't we just get into the mock draft and we'll find out where he's going to go.
Perfect segue. That's exactly where I was going to get to. So let's do this up. Guest of honor, being Theo, we don't have to talk much about the 101, but you can let everyone know the easiest pick in the draft.
It's Ashton Genty. No matter what your format is, I'll be more curious about where he's going to go in these redraft and best ball drafts over the next few days than in dynasty rookie drafts. He's the settled 101 everywhere, and we're going to see some incredible trades over the next week, guys. When people are trying to unpack just how they can get Ashton Genty on their dynasty roster. So I will make the easiest pick in the world and take Ashton Genty at the 101. And just to clarify, Thomas, this is Superflex tight end premium PPR.
It's all we play here, baby.
That's great. You guys are real ones. Absolute real ones.
If you care about being really specific, we're going to say it's a 0.5 tight end premium for you there.
Okay, there you go. Little FFPC. There we go.
We're not. Yeah, we're not doing 2 tight ends. Okay, we're not doing single quarterback. We are in the year 2025 where we play Superflex 0.5 tight end PPR, full PPR. But just in case anyone's wondering if it's a half point, no. It is not. If that is your format, happy for you. It's just not ours. So with the first pick, obviously Theo gets the nut spot in the draft. We're going to go, Jacob, you have the second pick. Line it up.
Yeah, man. Second pick. Well, look, here's a trade that I just did in a rookie draft. I just traded. This is going to be controversial. All right. I just traded Marvin Harrison Jr. for the 103 and a 2026 second to select the guy that I'm going to take at the 102 in this draft, which is Travis Hunter. In my mind, Travis Hunter as a wide receiver, if we ignore the cornerback stuff, is a Malik Neighbors level prospect. He also goes to, in my opinion, one of the 6 to 8 best landing spots available for a wide receiver. I know Brian Thomas is there. I understand that people are very obsessed with the concept of a wide receiver 1. They like to rank things in ordinal fashion. Realistically, target competition is not an actual thing when it comes to just 2 players. When you get into 3, when you get into 4, we'll talk about Bears guys later. I'll grant you that. But for 2 players, especially for a guy like Liam Cohen, who is pretty good at scheming touches into players' hands, BTJ and Hunter are going to help each other, not hurt each other. If they both reach their apex, they can get as many targets as they want, because look at everybody else in this team. Parker Washington, Brenton Strange, De'Ami Brown, Dave Davis, a bunch of running backs who aren't really known for their pass catching ability. Like, there's no one else that you're going to look at and be like, we have to find touches for them. They're going to get touches when they happen to be open. But who is Liam Cohen going to scheme up first reads for? 2 dudes, Hunter, Thomas. That's it. I understand the corner stuff, but the Jacksonville Jaguars are not trading a quarterback level package. That's what this was. It's a top 5 pick. It's the 26th first and another top 40 pick, all to get a dude who's going to play corner and get a couple jet sweeps. That's not happening. He's going to play offense first. He's probably also going to play defense. And I think people are too focused on the snap rate. Let's say he plays 70 and 70, right? Let's say he plays 70% snaps on offense. Well, the majority of snaps he's not playing, I can tell you that they're going to be running plays. He's gonna play enough running plays so they're not tipping calls to the defense, but he's going to be taking a lot of run plays off. So even if he plays 65, 70% of the snaps, I bet that equates to 80 to 85% of the routes. And in how NFL offenses work, especially with high-level coordinators like Liam Cohen, like, there's going to be 10 to 15% of the calls that are going to Brian Thomas or no one. So he can take some plays off that are getting schemed up to Thomas. And of the routes that he plays, they're going to scheme the ball to him over and over and over again. So I still think he can hit a 25% target share on a 65 to 70% snap rate. I really do. And I think that he's a very special player. I'm a believer in Trevor Lawrence. I'm a big believer in Liam Cohen, who just ran a high pass rate, high pace offense. I think he's a guy who has an opportunity to be this time next year, first round dynasty startup pick, and in the same tier as Ashton Genty. I'm not saying you should take him ahead of Genty. That would be insane. You're taking on more risk. But if you try to zoom out from those risk factors, I think it's a similar level of bet. And I think it's a materially better bet than anybody else is on the board. I'm going to take him at 102.
I love your trade, Jacob. I've seen Marvin Harrison Jr. go for less than that in some big money leagues. And I think that, like, when it comes down to it, you're re-rolling Marvin Harrison Jr. in an offensive situation where
you've already have all this big sample size where it really wasn't working for him. We're projecting for him to take a big leap. Travis Hunter is this clean slate, and they gave up this massive amount of capital to get him. It's a very analytically driven organization now. They have a 39-year-old general manager, and I think this could be one of the most consolidated target trees in the league with these two guys. So I think all of your arguments are good ones there with Travis Hunter. I think you have to take an optimistic approach with this one. I think it's a very good selection and a good trade.
It's important to note too, I understand Jay mentioning the Brenton Strange slander, but Cade Otton was a necessity. He wasn't, if we're looking at game planning, I was fooled by Cade Otton at one point last year, but he only produced when there was nobody else. I do not have high hopes for Strange being anything more than a real check down option, or again fitting that necessity role. So I'm all about it. I said the entire time he was my 102 as well, Jacob. So I don't mind that trade, and B, the pick is awesome. Buck, you're up 1-3.
Tips for everybody, by the way, because Jordan Watkins just went to the 49ers. I forget what game it was. I think it was the Arkansas game. Whitefield would be able to confirm this, but there was like one of the games where after Trey Harris got hurt and they did all the Trey Harris routes to Watkins, and he had he had the kind of game that you get when Madden is like, we'll upgrade your dev trait if you get 200 yards with this receiver, and they just targeted him relentlessly. And I think he had 260 and 4 against Arkansas. And I remember, I'll be honest, I didn't know who Jordan Watkins was when I started watching that game. I was watching the Dart film, and I was like, this 11 keeps getting targeted. So yeah, 254, yeah, against Arkansas. Shout out to me for knowing that it was against the Arkansas Razorbacks. My McMuffins just got delivered, so I'm going to go grab those.
I got you. Buck is on the clock.
You boys have fun with these next couple picks.
The question is, Buck, you took Judkins 103 on Dynasty Points. Do you do it again now?
I don't do it again because I'm going to take Hampton at 103. First round running back in an amazing spot. I think Najee will be involved a little bit in between the 20s, like he kind of always is, right? He'll be a touchdown dependent guy for most of the season, and as he eventually gets phased out, I don't think he's going to have much in the passing game. Maybe he gets goal line early on. He'll have the Gus Edwards role where he gets 10 to 15 empty calorie carries for 1 year, but Hampton steps right in, 22nd overall pick as the RB6 in Dynasty right off the bat. So a player that's worth probably close to 2 first as soon as you pick him. So I think he's really good at the 103. If you want to make a case that he could be the 102, I think that's fine as well. I think he's more of a shorter window player where you have to make a decision on kind of quick and trade him fast because he's a running back above instead of Hunter. But I think if you still want to make the case that he's the 102, I think that's fine. My 102 is Hunter's, I think most people here. But I think Hampton at the 103, I think that's kind of a gift at this point because the 103 before we had the Hunter news was looking really rough. It was one of the more rough picks of the draft. Now the top 4 is a lot better than it looked like when we did that mock draft. So I think Hampton's a great value at the 103.
Roster specific, Thomas. Roster specific. I love all the arguments you just made, but I think Hampton, if your roster is ready to rock and you're going for it this year, and your team just needs an absolute workhorse back, then I think going for Hampton is completely fine. For me, I think that the 2-3-4 tier is all really, really strong right now. With respect to the Hunter selection Jacob made. Spoiler alert, the guy that I think is going to go next, I think is also in play at the 103.
Yeah, it's a great point. I don't know if look, we had running backs are just a premium no matter what, and they tend to be more valuable at these spots than some receivers are. So if you, in terms of the team dependent, if you know your league and you know your league mates and what they value, and you think you can fish more for a guy like Hampton than maybe somebody like Tet, I totally understand why you would just close your eyes and click Hampton, because we talked about it. First round running backs are nothing if not a lock to hit that top 5 season in their first handful of years. And it's the landing spot we could have dreamed. Greg Roman getting this back is a dream scenario. So
And he's an insulated running back. Like we don't have we have two in Dynasty right now, or maybe three if you want to give it to Etienne. We're not counting the rookies. So now we have Genty and Hampton. So he's a really rare for a running back to be insulated like this.
Agreed. I love it. Ryan, you're up at 4, baby.
Yeah, so it's a very obvious pick to me here. It's 104, Tet McMillan. Instead of talking a bunch about the pick, I'm just going to kind of give my spiel on how I see this tier. I do think it's a very close tier from 102 to 104. I'm not really going to get too worked up about how you rank any of these three guys in any order. For me, I would have it just completely like team and league and need neutral. Right now, I have it Tet 102, Hampton 103, Hunter 104. But I'll just kind of give you like where my thinking is on all of this. Tet, I just love the fit so much. He can just immediately post up at that outside X position. The Panthers can stop messing around with having to like rotate Adam Thielen and Jaylen Coker on the outside. The target ceiling is incredible. Top 10 draft capital is better than expected. Analytically, I see Tet as a top tier wide receiver prospect, at least up there with Travis Hunter, if not slightly above him, just from a purely wide receiver, what they put in the stat sheet and what they did on offense on the field in college. Totally recognize that there has to be like some adjustment with Hunter in terms of he was playing over 100 snaps a game every single week in college, which is unbelievable what he did given all of that. But yeah, for me, I just feel the best from a long-term value perspective about Tet as my 102. But yeah, again, I want to be sitting at the 104. I'm happy to take any of these guys in any order. Going to Hunter, fully with Jacob, obviously, in terms of I think Liam Cohn is going to design a ton of just these manufactured touches for Hunter. I think he's going to thrive in that role. I'm glad Jacob brought up the who's the wide receiver one thing, because that was another thing I wanted to tick off today, is that I don't care, guys. You don't actually get bonus points in fantasy football for your player being his team's wide receiver one. You get however many fantasy points he amasses based on his target share and based on what he's able to do on the field and based on how much volume his offense can provide, right? That is totally different for team wide receiver 2, T. Higgins, versus so many other team wide receiver ones in the league. Like it's just a shorthand really that I think people use to skip like really thinking about the entirety of a team and how you would project out the target shares. Yeah, just always please miss me with who's the wide receiver one. Don't care. And then as for Hampton, I love it. I'm totally in on Hampton long term. I think there's a ton of worlds where we look up in like October and he's already just scoring as a top 5 running back, totally within the range of outcomes. The only like one tiny little caution I'll give is that we did watch Greg Roman put a rookie J.K. Dobbins averaging 6 yards per carry in a 50-50 committee with Gus Edwards for his entire rookie season. And then after Dobbins in 2022, obviously after Dobbins had some injury issues in the league, saw the same thing happen with like Gus Edwards or like Kenyon Drake, I think was in there, like getting close to 50% of the snaps alongside Dobbins in his healthy games in 2022. I'm never going to be like Coach X only uses committees, therefore you have to project that. Not saying that at all. I think Najee for like the first 8 weeks of the season is a little bit more of a threat than probably consensus does, but that's not going to impact my ranking of Hampton too much. Again, he is that 90th plus percentile spork athlete. Those guys do have much higher ceilings than their normally athletic counterparts, especially for the running backs going in round 1. So yeah, really in any order, I'm okay with you taking them. Right now, my heart just says Tet, Hampton, Hunter. You could honestly, that might just be my level of risk aversion. That is probably what that says more than anything, whereas Jacob is going to be the complete opposite. So yeah, that's kind of all my thoughts on 102 through 104 and how I would be handling it. But yeah, ideally, I'm just trading to 104 in most of my rookie drafts and taking whatever I get at that spot that people will leave me.
I think that it's funny because I've tried to unpack this situation with Hampton and Najee, and I think we've seen this a few years ago. This was the Marlon Mack, Jonathan Taylor situation, where you had a fantasy viable-ish running back in Marlon Mack who had some very good moments in his career. They draft Jonathan Taylor, a lot of the same arguments, and we did have about a painful 6-week period, and not necessarily painful, but an annoying 6-week period. Like Taylor had like 2 touchdowns to start the season, game 1, and then the usage goes down a little bit. And then when the Taylor takeover happened, it was a league winner, and he won people the money that year, finished as a top 6 scorer at the position. So I respect this is what Greg Roman thing did, but I think at the end of the day, Jim Harbaugh, in his heart of hearts, is a bell cow running back coach. Saw it with Blake Corum at Michigan. You saw it with Frank Gore in his time in San Francisco. And you had some very good usage from J.K. Dobbins to start the season out in L.A. this year. So, yeah, I think I agree with you completely, Ryan. I think you explained it very well, where it's a really, really fun tier. 2 through 4 is a really, really strong tier right now. And you guys are right. These picks improved value in the course of the NFL draft.
Is also
only other quick thing I want to say, just again, from just with the Jonathan Taylor comparison, totally down with that. Just from like a fantasy strategy perspective, I'm going to have a lot more Travis Hunter and Omarion Hampton exposure in redraft, most likely, where you're much more incentivized to kind of shoot for the 95th plus percentile outcome in redraft, at least with how I view the game. So that's more how I'm viewing all that.
I also want to say, not that it mattered, but that year with the Mac and JT, Mac did blow his Achilles out in the first game, and he was he was like getting a lot of the touches in the first game. We don't know what would have necessarily happened.
If we want to give the worst listen in Fantasy Points history, I will walk through the oral history of the 2020 Indianapolis Colts and every single Jordan Wilkins moment, every Nyheim Hines moment, the day that Ian Rappaport said that Nyheim Hines was going to be the lead back moving forward, and then Taylor finally took over against the Packers. It was a great time to be alive.
Sad time on fantasy at full tilt.
I have 2 announcements that are drink related. One is that you will have to take a sip because the Ravens made a pick. They took Carson Vinson, an offensive tackle out of Alabama A&M.
That's a huge one.
Yes, that's big boy.
We can talk about that in a second. But the other is that, and I won't disclose why, but the audience might not know, but everybody now has to take a full shot or finish your drink.
Carson Vinson was a Senior Bowl standout, and people thought that he could steam up into early day 2 draft capital. There was like the SWAC guys, where he's a SWAC player, and obviously Travis Hunter and Shadur Sanders were former SWAC players, and the argument at the time was we're going to have all these SWAC guys. So like he fell in this draft. Like I think you should like this pick a lot, Thomas. There's some like offensive line people who think he's a big sleeper in this draft class.
It's going to end up being the swing tackle for them, and the guy they drafted earlier is going to play guard.
I will announce, by the way, just to avoid this happening again, the reason for the shot is that anytime Lucas goes 10 consecutive minutes without speaking, that's shot.
I knew
I was watching the clock, and we got there in this mock draft. So
damn it!
I tried to get
that was my fault. I didn't shut up for 10 minutes.
I will say I've been in the background getting the draft board set up and then updating some players, and y'all have been killing it. So I've been
break up.
I was trying to move on to Lucas's pick.
Lucas, you got to keep a close eye, man. Every 10 minutes, you got to get a word in, brother.
All right, Lucas, you're up.
All right, I already put it on the board, but it's going to be Cam Ward at 105 in a super flex draft. I think that as far as like tier 1 players, he makes a lot of sense here. I really considered the tight ends as well, but at super flex, I feel like with what I think Tennessee's trying to build around him and as much commitment as they have put in to him, plus just his traits, I think that there's a really, really high ceiling here. There's also a very good chance that this pick is absolutely worthless in 2 years. And, you know, at that point, I'll draft another quarterback and we'll move on with our lives. But at 105, you're not having to trade up into this top 4 to try to get someone like that. Like, if you're a team in need of a quarterback, I think you're just fine sitting wherever you are in the draft board, whether that's going to be getting like the tier 1 player in Cam Ward or later on getting someone like Jackson Dart. But yeah, 105, perfectly happy with taking the real life 101.
Okay,
by the way, I just want to announce that we are back in 2015 because the Miami Dolphins have selected a defensive tackle named Jordan Phillips for the second time in 11 years. If I had a nickel for every time in my life that Miami Dolphins have selected a defensive tackle named Jordan Phillips, I would have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice.
Oh, gross. That was really hard to get through. Not your.
I'm really enjoying this orange juice.
Lucas, part of it being gross to get through was your pick, but the second part was the drink. I'll take the good quarterback at 1-6, and I'll take Jackson Dart.
Wait, can I just really quick before we go to Dart?
Yeah.
I want to ask Ryan because this is and everybody else can weigh in on this too. The big difference that I have with you, I guess, is that I have Hunter in his own tier at 2 ahead of these other guys. I don't know if you've allowed yourself to look at my rankings yet now.
I have not looked yet. I will probably right after.
But the other big difference is I have Ward at 5, which I suspect is probably where you also have him. But I have okay, fuck it. Let's talk about the pick that just happened. First of all, everybody take a shot. That is a shot prompt. I don't think you guys have to guess what the reasoning is for that prompt. But the Browns have drafted Shedeur Sanders.
They did the thing. They did the thing in the 5th round
to be Dylan Gabriel's backup.
All right, I'm gonna have to make an update of something, and then I'll go refresh my drink and get this stupid thing out of the way.
You guys are lucky because
this is going to be empty by the end of the day.
You guys would have to take a shot for every quarterback drafted until Shedeur Sanders was drafted, and including Shedeur Sanders. So if he had kept falling, you guys could have gotten a Ewers shot, a Howard shot, a McCord shot, but luckily Sanders was the first quarterback taken today.
You get a big swig because I can't leave outside of my macros, so this is all you get. But I will say I'll be
right back.
All right, I'm gonna take Jackson Dart though at 1-6. I think he's just better than Ward. If you listen to our COO and his breakdown of Jackson Dart, the explosive runs, the rushing, I asked him if it was more like early years Russell Wilson. 600, 800 potential. He mostly agreed, but he kind of said he was better than that. I'll take the guy that has Malik Neighbors, a coach fighting for his life. I'll just take Dart. I just think he's a better player. I think the problem with Cam Ward, and it's reflected in the market. I briefly talked about this yesterday, but in terms of quarterbacks that went first off the board in the NFL and how it reflects to startups from March to the start of the NFL draft process, Cam Ward is the second lowest drafted in that time. The only quarterback drafted lower is Kenny Pickett. So the market is telling you how disrespected Cam Ward is. Now, granted, Jackson Dart also drafted pretty late, but I just think the rushing, you pair him with Neighbors, the right spot. They've done the work on the offensive line. I'm just going to take the quarterback I think is better. And the best part about it is I can do it one spot after the quarterback I think is worse here. All the same Superflex reasons. I just think he's not a player you have to re-roll in 2 to 3 years like I do Cam Ward. So we're back around the horn. Do we want to should we touch on the Shedeur before we get to Theo's next pick at 7? I think we should.
I mean, we should. He's probably the most notable player that's going to get drafted today. I mean, good for the fucking Browns. I think that, like, you know, it's funny. I spent the whole draft season kind of crapping on Shedeur because I thought he wasn't a round 1 quality prospect, but like he's 100%. A million times better than a round 5 quality prospect. We talked about a pre-show. To me, this is clearly a thing where, I mean, look, the NFL just does not think probabilistically. We know this. They don't do a good job of this. realistically, every team should be looking at these quarterbacks as a percentage of their ability to be a franchise quarterback, and then looking at what level of franchise quarterback they can be. But that's just not how it works. The front offices seem to look at these guys and they either sort them into the franchise quarterback bucket or not. They're overconfident in their evaluations of that. And so once teams decided he's not that, they decided, okay, we're not going to bother with the headache. We're not going to bother with the media circus, and we'll just take whoever else be our backup. I think it's insane that the Browns took Dillon Gabriel 50 picks ahead of this guy, but whatever. I think they eventually got to the right place. They took the guy that I think they should have taken in the second round. And as much as I'm not a big Shedeur Sanders fan, I think he's already the best quarterback on the roster. Not the alternatives are like Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dillon Gabriel. I don't know if he starts week 1, but I'd be shocked if he doesn't start games for them at some point this year. And we'll see where it goes. The only thing is, though, it's clear the Browns' plan is to tank for 2026. They added the 2026 first. And I think that how many games does Shedeur get with this little draft investment to prove that he's their guy in 2026? I think probably not a lot of games. And so the threshold on him is going to be really high.
Yeah, I think if he starts 4 to 6 games, you're pretty over the moon with that. I imagine.
But he better be good.
Up the
otherwise, they're taking a guy in 26.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I think the biggest thing here, especially from an NFL front office perspective, is you want to. I don't know. This sounds really weird for me to say, but you want to humble Shedeur and his father in kind of whatever way you can, right? And I'm not saying that it actually makes logical sense to draft a quarterback that you think is worse over him, if that's what we're going with on Dillon Gabriel. But them doing that very much sets up all of the cover that this front office and this coaching staff could possibly need against any sort of Coach Prime needs to take over the team stuff ever being taken seriously. Yeah. So if that is the biggest thing on your mind and to you this is just maybe he's a developmental backup and that's the only way I'm willing to risk it, then I guess they accomplish that goal in terms of just making sure that will never be a problem for them.
Yeah, we likened the scenario to the Justin Fields scenario from a couple years ago, where no one wanted to trade for him, invest him if they thought he was a backup because, the first signal of the team kind of floundering or faltering, they'd just be pushing to have Fields inserted into the lineup. Look what we already kind of saw in Pittsburgh too. So it does cover their basis a little bit. It wouldn't be the first time also we've seen a quarterback taken later in the same class to the same team overtake. It's not quite the RG3 Kirk Cousins scenario, but it's not the first time we've kind of seen this. And also shout out the Browns for just throwing as many darts at the board as they can at quarterback. Finally, Theo, your thoughts before you make your pick at 1-7.
No, I think you've seen them double tap multiple positions, and I actually like everything the Browns have done. I think long term, we're going to have to unpack whether the Travis Hunter trade was a win or not. If Travis Hunter becomes this unbelievable generational player, then the trade could look not so good. But right now, I think when you look at every single pick they've made, I know Brett and I and Thomas yesterday, the three of us liked pretty much every selection they made, from the Fannin pick, the Schlesinger pick, the Mason Graham pick, and then double tapping the running back position with 2 running backs we like, getting Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. They're taking 2 shots at it. So I like everything the Browns have done. And Shedeur Sanders, if we would have seen Shedeur Sanders be the first pick in the second round to the Browns, we would have said, good pick. You still got your starting quarterback in round 2. They get the exact same player in round 5. So a lot to like about what the Browns did this NFL draft for sure.
Yeah, I wish I had a worse draft as a Ravens fan, if I'm being totally honest, but I can't even sit here and laugh at them. It's phenomenal. I've already seen, I'm scouring the sleeper chats already and just looking to see people's opinions on Sanders. This is a zero downside play for Cleveland. It's an all ups. This is exactly the same thing Jacob has been hammering about the Colts and why they should draft them. There's zero downside here. It's all upside. Maybe the Gabriel thing was an absolute, I don't know, maybe peacock move.
Hit the wrong key on the keyboard on that one.
Yeah, it's total lip service if you ask me, but I think they did make the right call here. Absolutely. Theo, you're up at 1-7. Let's hear what you got here.
So this one, I tried to work on my rankings last night, and I keep trying to unpack where to put this person. And I think when you're on the clock, you sort of tell the truth. And I'm going to go Travion Henderson here. And I think when we look at this New England Patriots offense, the opportunity to be the offensive focal point, the opportunity to catch a ton of passes out of the backfield, the lack of high-end targets at wide receiver, like the fact that I have a mobile quarterback and I have now a home run hitter standing next to him. I think you can make an argument if you're a volume chaser, and I certainly like Quinshon Judkins, like go for that archetype. That's fine. If you want to go Colson Loveland because it's tight end premium, absolutely that's fine. But if I'm trying to chase the best possible fantasy football outcome here, Travion Henderson's ceiling, I don't want to say Jahmyr Gibbs, but they're chasing the Jahmyr Gibbs archetype. And Jacob, we talked about this when you were on, how it's very different. And Scott Barrett also talked about this. It's a very different kind of back that we thought that Mike Vrabel would make if he was going to put this sort of draft capital in. You would have thought he would have chased a Quinshon Judkins type, a Caleb Johnson type to try to emulate that hammer that he had in Tennessee. He went complete opposite. So I think maybe that year away from football, he's seeing the kind of guys that are hitting home runs in the NFL, went for it with Travion Henderson. We get top 40 draft capital on a player with this sort of yak ability, this sort of receiving ability. Everything screams a guy who could have a multiple RB1 seasons for us. So I'm going to take Travion Henderson off the board at the 107. Brett Whitefield does not like this one for sure in the chat.
No, I love it. He is ranked as my 107 as well. I was tweeting out this morning, just reminding people that the last time Josh McDaniels was calling an offense with Ramondre Stevenson, he received 6 goal line carries all season, like a 30% snap share or something. Obviously, that was the Damian Harris year, but I don't know that Stevenson is just going to be like the goal line back or anything. That is kind of never how the Pats have viewed him.
It's a bad goal line.
I honestly, I like Henderson's chances to kind of like overperform his initially believed or scouted skill set there. But I do want to give Lucas a chance to chime in on Travion Henderson right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, so with Travion, if he would have went to the Broncos, I would have been taking him dangerously high. Honestly, just with how that he was going to be used, that was the spot I wanted for so long, but is what it is. I still think it's a really good pick there at 107.
Heath, who do you have at 106 if Henderson is your 107? I guess you don't have to spoil.
Yeah, I won't spoil.
All right.
On the board, okay.
This is I will say that 105 through 110 is like a tier for me right now, but that's
so. Can we have a Cam? I don't want to get bogged down too much because I know Theo doesn't have an eternity here, but like, can we quickly have a Cam Ward conversation? Because I wouldn't say that I'm like some Cam Ward super fan, but I think he belongs in the tier with Hampton and McMillan. I have him at the back of that tier, but I think he still belongs in that tier. Every time we talk about Cam Ward, we get a fantasy viable player that gets drafted. I want to hear from Ryan on Cam Ward. I will just note Jordan James is now a San Francisco 49er.
I don't know if that's very fantasy relevant.
But Ryan, your thoughts on the Ward. Like, why is Ward not in that tier with those top 2 guys for you?
Yeah, so Ward is my 105. So yeah, I do have him at the top of the next tier. So what you with Ward, just looking just from a game theory perspective, first overall pick probably has a like 3-year-ish runway to start games, which is great. I'm all about that in Dynasty Superflex. That's value installation right there. I'm happy to do that, right? I don't know. For me, with the other 3, they're just like 3 amazing prospects in 3 amazing situations, all of which that I do think have like very easy, like second round of Superflex startup upside. You just made an argument that Hunter could end up in the first round eventually. Like I see that with all of them. With a quarterback like Cam Ward, even if he's the first overall pick and he has this very long, very nice and safe runway, it's very rare that you're going to get frankly, a more of like a pocket passer, a guy that's not adding fantasy value with his legs up into like the first round of startups to really like set himself apart there. If Cam Ward is good, then great. He's going to be like a perennial round 2 startup, like Jordan Love to Justin Herbert-ish range pick. I understand Herbert got higher earlier in his career, but really to like maintain that separation from both a value perspective in Dynasty and also just scoring fantasy points, if you're not doing it with your legs, you have to be in like the perfect Joe Burrow situation where your defense sucks, your coach is happy to just lead the league in PRO every single year, and the team is going to put multiple stud receivers with you. I think the Titans are a long way away from that. So I'm just not that afraid of Cam Ward like burning me. I'm very afraid of Ted McMillan, Omarion Hampton, or Travis Hunter burning me. He is like solidly my 105. You could call him like his own tier. Honestly, I don't really ever see myself selecting like any of these running backs or like a Colston Loveland over a Cam Ward. So maybe he's his own tier. But that's kind of my thought process.
Yeah, I just feel like Ward is kind of like double bagging, and it's just not. I don't need safety. I don't need that level of like. I don't need a super insulated pick. He's just not. He's more of a pylon than not. So I'm not. I can't do it.
He's got a super live arm. He's mobile.
Yeah,
he just got drafted first overall.
Yeah, like he's mobile, but he's not. He's not a runner.
And I'll add Jacob's point. Like completely with you on that one. He's also got the gunslinger mentality. The kind of guy that's going to take shots, and that sort of guy can be fantasy friendly. I think I agree with you, Thomas. It's you're not getting the rushing upside of a dart, but he's not immobile. He's got escapability,
like a Jordan Love.
Exactly.
Great.
Exactly like a Jordan Love.
The problem for me is though, guys like Jordan Love need to hit at an insane efficiency level in touchdowns with if you're not getting it based off pure volume or insane touchdown efficiency, your warp is essentially the same as what a round 7 to round 6 quarterback could be on a week-to-week basis. And for me, that's not enough. So I understand that other players play Superflex where that's important to them. For me, I feel like I've lived off the Geno Smith QB2 like lifeline forever, and I still will. I think it's just the separator for me is Dart. If I listen to the COO of Fantasy Points, almost let that one slip with the rushing upside, I think in 2 years, I don't think it'll be a contest. I think there'll be a clear one over the other.
So I do want to throw something
fear with
in
Dart.
Yeah, go ahead, Jacob. Okay. So I do want to say with Cam Ward, like the Giants were actively trying to trade up to 101 to get Cam Ward instead of having to sell for Jackson Dart. Like people
103, 26 first and a second.
They very clearly believe that he was the elite quarterback talent in this draft. And I think that it kind of should reflect in what we're doing here. I just think that his possibility of hitting, even if his year-to-year upside might be capped based off of his rushing or lack of rushing production here, then we should be taking that into account. And I do want to shout out somebody who was onto Cam Ward from the very beginning, Andy Starr. Back whenever he was transferring out of Incarnate Word, he was like, make sure you all are watching Cam Ward. This is going to be somebody who's going to be drafted really high. Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous.
The Cowboys finally took a running back. He can't run the ball, though. They took Jayden Blue.
No,
not the best receiving back in this class.
Supposed to be Ollie.
But like an atrocious between the tackles runner.
Javonte Williams all the way up.
So I think like it's pretty easy to see how he fits. He's going to be used as like a specialist type. He's going to get a package of plays. If they think they're going to run him between the tackles and have any success, they'll be mistaken. I think he's lost his between the tackles job to about 7 different running backs at Texas.
That being said, Jacob, you're on the clock at 1-8 here.
I'm on the clock at 1-8. All right. So Dart went 1-6, then Henderson. Okay, I'm going to take So this guy I've ranked 1-7. Really, the only difference between how I have it ranked and how they've gone is the dart pick. I'm going to take Colson Loveland. I think like this is going to be a guy that I probably draft the most of in first rounds, maybe outside of Travis Hunter, because I'm going to be trading up for him so much. But Loveland is going to be tougher to, I think, convince people on going in the mid first and others, because obviously it's a very, very crowded receiving weaponry group in Chicago. It's a tight end. People get squeamish about tight ends. Fair enough. I'm trying to zoom out, and I'm looking at it as he's one of the players in this class at any position that I have the most conviction on as a player. I think he's a phenomenal prospect. And then you also look at, okay, great prospect, gets drafted 10th overall, and he goes to what should be a very good offense with Ben Johnson, with Caleb Williams, with the weapons that they have there. And yes, it's super crowded, but there's no one that I'm looking at on the Bears where if you assume that Loveland hits his ceiling, that is like totally immovable. You got DJ Moore, who, been a good wide receiver for a long time. I thought he declined pretty sharply last year. He was used in a very gadgety role. I thought his effort was quite inconsistent from the old regime. You get Roma Dunze, really fun prospect. Obviously not a great rookie year. You can read into him what you like. And then Luther Burden, really boom-bust prospect. I'm not particularly concerned about Cole Kmet. So I'm just trying to take the zoomed out view of prospect I believe in, 10th overall, good offense. I'll take him 1-8.
I love it. I like the pick. I can't argue. Tight end 1 in the rookie class anyway, and probably Dynasty tight end 3 or 4 if we're being honest. Buck, you're on the clock here. 1-9, your boy's still here.
Yeah, so I'm definitely taking Quinshon Judkins here. And obviously, it's not even that I'm like super, like I believe this guy's like the greatest running back or anything. It's just he got the draft capital. That was the thesis, right? He's going to be a top 5 pick. He has what I believe is a 3-down skill set. I liked him better than Henderson coming out because I thought if one of the guys was going to be like a 250 touch player and it was going to be a 3-down back, I thought it was going to be Judkins. Like that's how he's built. I mean, the freshman season at Ole Miss was amazing. He ends up getting, top 36 capital. It's amazing for a running back. He'll step right in and be definitely a Dynasty RB1 out the jump, very close. I mean, it's not that hard to be a top 12 running back, I don't think, right now in Dynasty. And he's really safe player to get him, at the 109. I think that's great. Usually we have to draft guys like that even earlier, and especially in a class like this where they ended up, the later picks ended up getting a bump over the last 2 days, but we thought like a top 36 pick running back, we thought that would be like the 104, 105. And I actually think he could. I'm fine with taking him at the 104 or 105, honestly, but I think this is where he'll live in most drafts. And I think it's great because I think he's going to be the workhorse for Cleveland. And we talked about Sampson. Don't worry about it too much. Just think he's going to be there, get some touches and be the backup. So I think Judkins at, late first, I think is great.
Yeah, honestly, whether you like Judkins or not, late 1 for this kind of running back scenario is definitely a smash pick, in my opinion. Ryan, you're up here. Let's keep it moving.
Muted. Oh, I hope that wasn't on the drink list. I really hope it wasn't. Thank God.
It would have been if the CEO was here, but
yes,
he's not.
So yeah, 110 is where this tier ends to me, as I had just talked myself into Cam Ward in his own tier. So this tier for me is 106 through 110, and I get to take the final guy in it, which is RJ Harvey.
Yes,
he's the running back that I'll just say this again. All of the sources and the people and the prospect people I trust really just unanimously love RJ Harvey. I love that he's in the Sean Payton offense with Javonte Williams gone. Very kind of under the radar. Basically, no other Broncos running back played. And I see that DJ Giddens just went off the board to the Colts.
And to my team.
Jacob. So
I love fantasy, but I'm pumped to get my guy in real life.
Okay, I'll finish my spiel and then you can
do your point. Yeah. I'll talk about Giddens afterwards.
So yeah, looking at Denver last year, only Javonte Williams was really playing significant passing down snaps whatsoever. They clearly liked him as a pass blocker, much more than an Audric Estime or a Jaleel McLaughlin. So I like Harvey's odds to just kind of immediately slot in to at bare minimum all of those Javonte Williams snaps. I also think RJ Harvey is good. He is a hyper athlete above the 90th percentile in Spork. Really solid draft capital, great, really fun offense. A head coach in Sean Payton that has historically been very good at providing fantasy production to running backs, especially through the air. So I think Harvey clearly fits into this tier for me. And to answer like Jacob's question from earlier in terms of like, who is my 106? How do I have this kind of tier ordered right now? So my first instinct, honest to God, was to just put Colston Loveland at my 106. I'm reconsidering that a little bit, that I'm higher than Jacob on Colston Loveland. Maybe I've just been interacting too much with Max Tusano over the last 24 hours. I could maybe chalk it up to that. But I really just love the fit with the Loveland. In tight end premium, I think the value upside is there to justify having him over like the round 2 draft capital running backs. I don't know. Ultimately, I may put Loveland down a bit, especially if we're just kind of calibrating to ADP as well. I don't think you're ever going to have to take Loveland at the 106 or the 107. So either way, I'm kind of right with Jacob on Colston Loveland. Then I have Trevion Henderson. I have RJ Harvey. I have Jackson Dart at 109. Kind of again with what everything was Thomas was saying. I'm a lot happier to click Dart at 109 than I am Ward at 105. I totally hear everything there. I think you'll be able to click him at 109, honestly, and still get a lot.
And then I have 109 anytime you want.
Yes, exactly. And then I have Judkins at 110. Just again, kind of the running back that the fewest. The people I trust, the few that are the least high on. I did kind of put out like a Bulls case argument in terms of Jerome Ford's not actually that good of a pass catcher. Judkins is a bit underrated. Maybe he does just get the 3-down stuff, but I genuinely think the Dylan Sampson pick later on does kind of matter there in terms of this is just another guy that we at least know that this regime kind of likes, that he's going to have to compete for passing down work with. I think they would love to have Judkins in like a 2-down grinder role. Those just aren't like the high upside like fantasy backs unless they're like the really explosive guys that we're probably going to talk about here next. So Judkins, I'm okay with not having any in my dynasty portfolio.
This is going to be HN all over again with the RJ Harvey, where like he was my favorite player in the whole class pre-draft, really relative to consensus, I think. But I don't, man, if this is going to be actually where he goes, if he's going to go at like 110, 109, gosh, like I'm going to make sure I get at market, but it's going to be hard for me to get over market. There's some guys I still like here. That's saddens me. I'll say that it saddens me. That's the double-edged sword of when your good players get the good draft capital, the good landing spot, is you don't get the prices you wanted to get them.
Well, this was the James. That's the James Cook thing for me a couple years ago. Yeah. I loved James Cook 201, and then James Cook got steamed to 110, and I begged and pleaded the fantasy community to stop. And then it got juiced up even higher, and I couldn't take him anymore. I loved James Cook in that draft class, but I loved James Cook at 201, not 106. So brutal. I need to make sure we don't end up chugging another beverage. So Lucas, please make your draft pick.
Yeah, so I was completely content taking RJ Harvey at 111 because I thought that there's somebody who's just a superior talent still left on the board. And I thought that's who Ryan was going to go with. But
let's hear it then.
He falls to me. I see Tyler Warren there. And I think just from an actual like profile, before you get into, having to deal with the Colts drafting tight ends and then just ruining their careers, I think that he is a fantastic prospect. I really like what he can do at the NFL level too. He's going to be used all over the field. I think that if the Colts are smart, they're going to be manufacturing touches for him early, and then he will continue to grow into a role where he is just organically earning them because he's crushing people on the field. I really like how flexible he is, where they could potentially end up using him. I don't think that he has like a limited ceiling right now in terms of just the highest upside from a receiving option that is not Travis Hunter, I think he arguably has the highest ceiling out of anyone else in the class in terms of receiving. So I'm really happy to get him at 111. I think that he's going to end up getting pushed up a little bit, and we'll run into a scenario where it's going to be either you have somebody in your draft who's a Colson Loveland fan is going to make sure they're getting their guy there, or you're going to have somebody who's a Travis Warren fan, and it's going to go back and forth. I think one of them is going to go in the middle of the first, one of them is going to go a little bit later.
I'll say this about this whole group. Henderson for me was like solidly my 1-6, but after that, everyone from the 1-7 to the 1-12, I had a really difficult time ranking. And I mean, if you got my ranking email last night, you'll see that I still had like some typos of like positions were different than overall ranks. And because I was just moving them around the whole night. And I'm still kind of moving them around in my head. I think it's a draft where like, I hope someone in my rooms has a stronger preference than I do, because I would love to trade my 107, 108, 109, and then just consistently pick at the 111, 112 and get who falls to me. And I bet it's going to be different guys in every room. I feel like this is a group of players that everybody has ranked in very different orders. I do want to say one Colts homer thing on Warren. I've been reflecting a lot about the pick. First of all, it's going to be a huge boost to our run game. But from a fantasy perspective, the biggest concern that I had on Warren, probably the only concern I had on Warren, was he's a tight end who is not the route runner, not the technical player that Loveland is. So how is he going to be able to recreate the type of usage he got to lead to that statistical profile in the NFL? Because most NFL teams, to be honest, are not interested in scheming a bunch of yak opportunities to a tight end. They have running backs for that. They have receivers for that. But the Colts have been, despite having a pretty solid wide receiver room, have been like near the bottom of the NFL in yak created for years. They have nobody who does that. Josh Downs, jitterbug, separator, different kind of player. Pittman is where yak goes to die. Alec Pierce is a great field stretcher, obviously not a yak guy. And A.D. Mitchell is kind of a theoretical NFL player at this point, but is a separator, not a yak guy. Doesn't like being contacted. So Warren is a guy with the Colts that I think we are going to see RPO tight end screens. We're going to see maybe some of that creative, backfield usage. We're going to see certainly a lot of drag routes, a lot of just spamming mesh, getting him moving across the formation. So he adds something different. It's probably good. His upside's going to need to wait until they get a real quarterback on the roster, but it's a really exciting, landing spot for him, I think, from like a team that'll actually use him to the skill set he has.
And the potential to become a number one target for a tight end in the passing game. Like I think huge. Warren's got to that's really the argument. We like the talent. You have to be a little more patient. And we said it's a little bit more of a TJ Hawkinson type vibes early than potentially a Trey McBride type vibes early. If he landed with somewhere with a cleaner quarterback situation.
So I'll make a really quick point, just from a theoretical perspective. I have Warren at my 112, so a tier out of kind of everyone else that's gone so far. My kind of thought on him is Warren is a theoretical fantasy asset as long as Anthony Richardson is the Colts quarterback. I understand that will not. I would like give him the edge to start week one. Is Daniel Jones amazing with that level of target competition? Also, probably not. So what I'm not, and again, like at risk of sounding like a total dumbass and repeating myself on any of the Brock Bowers takes that you could roll the tape on right now from this time last year. I just don't see Warren as like a year one contributor. So we kind of under that thought, it's almost like what Jacob said about Milroe earlier is like, if Tyler Warren is going to be like stacking up the box scores, it's probably towards the end of the year or into 2026. Why would I not take like even the Judkins or the Harveys or any of those players that can make like an immediate impact and create more value for me in Dynasty? Even if I don't believe in a Quinshad Judkins, when he goes out and gets 22 touches in week one, like I just rather be in that situation as like like in terms of which assets on my roster for me to then be able to make moves with. I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on him and why I don't have him.
We can get back to the Warren debate, and I think it's worth having, but I know Theo's only with us for about 15 more minutes, and we got to get to his pick. So let's do Tom's pick, and then let's at least get to Theo's pick, so we can at least give us two before.
I can proxy my third round picks to Ryan Heath. Ryan Heath takes over for me and double taps. I'll get through my round two picks if we go quick.
Okay,
right,
so at
112,
I struggle because I don't want to take the next player. I don't want to take him. I feel like I have to take him. The player I actually want won't come back to me. But if I'm just playing the game, I got to take Emeka Egbuka. I think this pick kind of sucks because I didn't want Egbuka there. But when you listen to how the Buccaneers and our CEO and Greg Brando said on the Coach Speak Index on the podcast they released today, luckily I got to edit that, so I got to hear it before everybody else did. They said that they couldn't, like, if they had another team draft him, it would have made them physically ill. And they said that this is not only a pick for the future, but this is also a pick for their present as well. Now, they also said that they believe Godwin will play, and they love Godwin, and they want him to play, but Mike Evans is on the last year of his contract. The only thing that gives me real pause is that they said they really love Mac Millen, and I can't see that. But he's a round one wide receiver. You're getting him at the 112 in an offense with a quarterback that is a fantasy goldmine maker for wide receivers at this point in his career. I can't let him slide out of the first round. I'll take Egbuka. Bucks wide receiver 1 in the class.
Non-Travis Hunter wide receiver 1.
Non-Travis Hunter wide receiver 1. Theo, you're up.
Yeah, so this is a tough pick here for me. There's a running back I like. There's a couple of wide receivers that make sense. Draft capital wise, I could chase a few guys. I'm going to go Jayden Higgins. And I think the Jayden Higgins selection here makes a lot of sense. I think he has a very clear pathway, not only to be the starting wide receiver 2 in Houston, but to be the number 2 target on the team. I think that the number 3 wide receiver there is going to be Jaylen Noel as well. So it's a rookie situation. But I like Jayden Higgins. I think, everybody sort of made the T Higgins parallels here with the draft capital, the profile, and now the situation. But I think that Houston needs to get this offense right. They've added 2 very solid wide receivers for CJ Stroud, and it's been an offense where the wide receiver 2 has been fantasy friendly. We saw it last year where Stephon Diggs was in the low ADOT role and gave us like a 15 points per game. We've seen Noah Brown thrive in this offense, Tank Dell thrive in this offense. So we've seen multiple wide receivers hit attached to CJ Stroud in his short career. Jayden Higgins, I'm going to go with him here. It's a weird spot though.
It was a great pick. I was team Christian Kirk is still alive until they drafted the other wide receiver, and now it's officially dead, which makes me super sad. But Theo, that's a phenomenal pick. Not who I really wanted though, and I know last time I said that, someone in the comments called me corny, but I'm gonna be corny. That's not who I actually. But that is a phenomenal pick. 100%.
I was. First of all, I just want to say a couple people were texting me about the Giddens pick, and I was off in my Colts group chat, and then I look up, and you look incredible, dude. This is like all of a sudden we've got Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas on our.
No,
screen.
I put on. It's 3 days in front of the computer, as you know. I got to protect my eyes a little. The blue light blockers. I'm reaching a threshold here. I'm trying to write a couple articles. So
these 2 blue lights, you need them. You need them.
Yeah, it's a vibe. It's a vibe,
nice.
Jacob.
You're absolutely vibing.
Looks like he's ready for the gun range.
Ryan, I understand that you have never seen a movie that came out before 2017, but Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a film. It's a good one, actually.
A film rather than a movie. Yep, understood.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
You can find it in the theater.
All right, I'm up here. Yeah, I mean, everything I just said about the 112 is kind of the opposite. Now I'm much less excited to make these picks. It felt like a big drop to me after the Egbuka pick. I will take Caleb Johnson at the 202. He was my 3rd favorite running back in this class in real life. He was my 4th favorite in fantasy going into the draft. Obviously, he slid behind Judkins and Harvey based on where he goes, but lands in a spot with the Steelers where it's just so easy to see what his role is going to be. Warren's going to play on 3rd downs. Every once in a while, they'll let him stay out there for 1st and 2nd after he makes a good pass block. And Johnson's going to take over basically what Najee Harris's role was last year, except the big difference between Najee Harris and Caleb Johnson is that when Najee breaks a tackle, someone else tackles him 3 feet later. And when Caleb Johnson breaks a tackle, sometimes he just keeps running until he hits the end zone. I'm really excited to see the Steelers actually have an explosive element in their backfield again. I think he's a great fit for Arthur Smith and what he wants to do, which is just run that ball over and over and over again with the pistol outside zone. And that's what I want to see with Caleb Johnson. So super into that.
That's a great pick at 202, man. That is such a dynamite pick. And right before Buck can draft a fat ass running back, that's deadly for you, Buck. Who do you got here? Can you find a fat ass running back for you to draft?
No, because I wanted Caleb. That was my pick, but I'm gonna go with. I'm honestly just gonna take Luther Burden. So
nice.
I understand the spot is rough, but it might actually not be because they obviously have some different plan. They spent all this stuff. I mean, this is put up or shut up time for Caleb for sure. But it looks like maybe DJ Moore might not be on the team by week 1, or definitely probably not this season after this.
Don't feed into Jacob's conspiracy theory.
No. Well, they already kind of talked about that before. Like that was already this was already a thing where they talked about it. He had such a weird season with the interviews and quitting during plays and everything. The DJ Moore season was super strange, and it does seem like it's kind of maybe wore out his welcome there. But with Burden, I think he's pretty much, he's super boomer bust. This is either going to make a lot of sense or it's going to be bad. I like to bet against Romo Dunze, so that's another reason why I would be in on this pick. And I know we have Luther Burden as this gadget guy that can't run any routes. I kind of blame Missouri offense on that, right? The NFL teams had to request practice film to see him run routes. And everyone laughed at that. And it is pretty funny. But at the end of the day, that's Missouri. We don't have any film of this dude in game running real plays, running real routes, that they had to get practice film for that. So I think it could just be the offense. He's a super high upside prospect. It's the early second round. I think he's a good bet here, and I think the spot could look bad now, but maybe by the time we get to week 1, it won't look bad, and he has a real shot to play in what should be a great offense, and he should have that slot role too, which is what we wanted in that offense.
That's Missouri standing on business.
Thank you. Oh, I was just about to say, Lucas, what do you think about this pick? I was looking at the time. I thought the whole post draft workout thing was corny as hell, but maybe that's just me. Ryan, you're up here on the clock. Thank you.
All right. I cannot believe you guys have done this to me.
Do it, Ryan. Take him here.
This physically hurts me.
Sure.
So shut up.
By the way, everybody do a step for Keandre Lambert Smith.
He's not fantasy relevant.
Any player who plays a fantasy eligible position.
Shout out Penn State.
Okay.
By way of Auburn.
First, I will say there are 2 more players left above my Jaylen Milroe line. So we are rapidly approaching the Jaylen Milroe line. The 2 players are Matthew Golden and Bishal Tootin. That's who I'm deciding between here. I really want to click Tootin. That's the thing that feels sexy and feels great and feels on brand. I can't on principle. I can't. On principle, I just can't. I cannot click a day 3 running back over a day 1 wide receiver. I'm just never IKBing that to that extent ever. So I will click Matthew Golden here at 204 or wherever we're at. I think that's a totally fine spot to be getting him. So I guess the bull case on Matthew Golden is he goes to LaFleur's offense where, quite frankly, wide receivers go to post really highly efficient per route metrics and die because nobody aside from Romeo Doubs is ever allowed to run a full-time route share. And they want to be last in the NFL in dropbacks because Josh Jacobs can score a bunch of touchdowns from 2 yards out. So fully understand that's kind of the problem here and what we're running against. I don't think Matthew Golden is a particularly impressive round 1 prospect. There are definitely people who disagree with me there. Not really that many people inside the Fantasy Points umbrella of influence, but a round 1 prospect paired with at least a good quarterback where, honest to God, his only his way of getting blocked for a full-time role is literally Dontavian Wicks. I will never let go of Dontavian Wicks, or I'm not letting go of him at least yet this year. I will click Dontavian Wicks in the last round of best ball drafts. But Matthew Golden will rightfully go ahead of him because he should just kind of
trade him to the pack.
As like a base expectation, he should be penciled in for like the 60% of the routes that Christian Watson was running. Can he probably run all of those deep shots and kind of do the Christian Watson thing where he like scores a long touchdown every 4 weeks? Probably. But the thing is that's like if I'm right about Matthew Golden and he's not like this transcendent talent, right? If I'm wrong about Matthew Golden, the value upside is actually incredible for a round 1 wide receiver. If Matthew Golden's any good, this is actually kind of what I was saying to Theo pre-day one when he was talking about just like the Packers as a landing spot. I agree the Packers are a good wide receiver landing spot for a wide receiver that can command a lot of targets, right? If you're like if Ted McMillan had gone to the Packers, I'd have been pretty happy with that because I see him as like the outside X target commander archetype that is going to have an offense just flow around him. I see Golden as like he fits into like a Matt LaFleur role. But if I'm wrong about that, then there's nobody else that's going to stop him there. So I will take Matthew Golden begrudgingly at 204. I have him ranked. It looks like I have him ranked 14th. So I do have him ahead of Higgins and Burden. Just because, again, I'm not going to IKB the NFL that hard. But yeah, that's where I'm at. God, I hope I don't actually have to draft him on any of my teams. That'll be really embarrassing.
You will. I think you will at 2-2. You're going to get him, especially in leagues. Because like I know that I tend to draft some of these guys that I don't like just because of draft capital. But you're higher on him than me. I have him at the 204.
All right, fair enough.
Let's do Lucas, and then we got one more Theo pick, right? Or is it Lucas, then Tom, then Theo?
Lucas, Tom, and then me. Yep.
Well, I'll keep mine really short because we've already talked about him today, and that's going to be Trey Harris. I'm just happy that Ryan went Matthew Golden because then I don't feel bad about doing Trey Harris here. And honestly, I thought he might go a little bit higher, so I'm pumped. Like I said, we already discussed him, so.
You guys are just making me stare at this Matthew Golden ranking and think about it a lot. I don't know.
I like the pick, Ryan.
This is painful for me.
You did the right thing. You did the right thing.
Thomas, you are muted.
That's my bad. I did go and get ice. I was going to say like the pick that I wanted I didn't think it was going to come back to me, but it did, which I find interesting because last year people spent multiple picks on absolute trash can wide receivers for Drake May in rookie drafts, and yet we still get the chance to draft one here. I'm going to take Kyle Williams just simply because I think that there's a path for him to be that guy on that team. Boutte has been discussed as a trade candidate. They're not even interested in keeping that dude. We know how limited Pop-Tart Douglas is on that offense. We've got Austin Hooper and Hunter Henry. The offense is stagnant. They need anyone. He is an athletic guy that can play outside. I'm going to roll the dice here with somebody like Kyle Williams. I'll say Tootin was definitely next for me. So Theo, if that's your pick, I humbly leave him to you. But to me, Kyle Williams is somebody I have to take a shot on. Decent enough draft capital, though we know we talk about top 50. Might not be there, but I'm happy taking Kyle Williams and praying that he just gets a shot.
Yeah, it's interesting. I probably would have taken. I'm going to take Bashal Tootin here.
That's what I.
But
thought.
I think that it's for me. It's Bashal Tootin and Cam Scatabo, the two guys that went off the board at the beginning of round 4.
Yep.
This is the wheelhouse. You want to take shots on these guys, but I'm going to go Tootin because of the obscene level of athleticism. We keep referencing that the Jacksonville Jaguars are this highly analytical organization. I think Gladstone has a type. They push the chips in. They get Travis Hunter. I think the athleticism of Hunter, the explosiveness of Hunter had a big part in the package they gave up. And then they take Tootin, the guy that we were rooting for. Thomas, last night when Scott was on with Brett and the three of us, we were saying get Tootin to Jaguars at the end of the 3rd round.
Yep.
It's the spot. And history repeats itself. We get a round 4 back with talent, juice, and fantasy viability, with a coach who had a takeover. And the takeover this year is way less of a hard one because Todd Bowles was a Rachaad White guy. Rachaad White gave you a top 6 PPR season. With Travis Etienne and take Bigsby, Bashal Tootin might have the job by game 1. And Chris Wecht projected him to be the RB28 already. I love Tootin right here.
Wow.
So Tootin,
awesome.
yeah, it's great to see Chris doing that because I think Chris has been very, conservative and not over the top as I would be with some of my guys and their projections. Chris is trying to be extremely accurate. So the fact that he's got him running back 28 means that he's projecting Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby to be there. One of those guys could be moved as well. So I love the Tootin pick here. I think this is a really good value. And I think it's okay if you're feeling really, really spicy to push Tootin right up behind Caleb Johnson if you're chasing running back in this round.
Yeah, I just moved him over Golden with that. So thank you.
Guys,
didn't take that much convincing.
I am hopping off. So I'm passing my 3rd round picks. I'm proxying them to Ryan Heath. Thanks for having me on, guys. Keep crushing it today.
Thanks for coming, Theo.
See you guys.
Thanks, Theo.
Thank you.
This is like, I'm like 0% surprised this is happening. I felt like I knew this would happen with Tootin, but like, I guess I'm just not going to have any. Like, I think he's so much fun. I really do. I like him. I see the vision, but like, this is going to be tough, man. Like, there's wide receivers that I like that went on day 2, and like I have to draft a day 3 running back who doesn't catch passes and probably like doesn't have a full workload. Like man,
doesn't catch passes.
If I like, so
yeah, is the key word there.
Doesn't catch passes.
This is what I'll say. Yeah. Do I just from all of your work and all the work of the people I respect, do I think that Tootin has like this ready-made NFL pass catching skill set? No, but in kind of the same vein as like Travis Hunter or what we saw Liam Cohen do for Bucky Irving last year, where so much of the like this passing production can come on the screen game. Do I think Tootin is worthy of receiving a few screen targets a game, a couple screen targets a game, and designing up a play for him to go and run a 4-3-2 down the sideline? Yes. So do I think his hands are amazing or that he's an amazing pass catcher, that he's going to be running lots of routes? No. But I can see like very easily how at least he catches more passes than a Caleb Johnson or whatever in his rookie season. So yeah, not necessarily that he's a great like NFL third down.
I understand the upside theory. It's just like I'm not going to take him over Matthew Golden. Like I'm not going to do that. I wasn't planning on.
I think I just hate all the wide receivers other like that are in round 2 more than you do. That's probably.
Yeah, I guess like if the market's gonna force me to take Tootin over Trey Harris, but then still let me get exposure to Trey Harris, I guess I can take Tootin first, and that's not that big of a deal.
Can I just ask though, in the upside case for Trey Harris versus the upside case of what Tootin can be in the offense? I feel like Trey Harris would be capped compared to a legitimate potential breakout RB.
Weird theories about Greg Roman.
I have weird theories about a receiver and what they need to hit like substantial upside, not just long term, but in season. Like there can only be, wide receiver is hard as hell to crack, right? T. Higgins is a borderline wide receiver 1 most seasons in his points per game. You look at someone like Tootin and someone like Cohen, and I'm saying it is a big if, huge if, but look at Bucky went from a relative nobody to now
I reject this Bucky was a relative nobody thing. Like
he was
a highly regarded prospect.
No, this is
ran poorly at the combine.
I understand that Bucky failed the combine, but like Bucky Irving was a dude that like myself and several other people thought was a top 5 running back in the class. Then he bombed the combine, so I thought nobody would draft him highly, so I moved him down accordingly. But then once the Bucks drafted him highly, then people got back on board. If Bashal Tootin was going where Bucky Irving was going, which is round 3 running back, fun pick behind guys we're not that thrilled on, all in on that. But like, I feel like now I have to draft a kind of similar bet to Bucky Irving, but like in the early second, mid second, like that's rich to me. Like Bucky was going in the mid third, and I don't think he's better than Bucky Irving. I don't. But
Bucky
anyway,
Irving was in
fine.
startups after the draft up until August, was drafted as the RB 49.
That's what I'm saying. That's the price I'd like to get Bashal Tootin at. But like Bashal Tootin's not going at fun sleeper prices. He's going at like Caleb Johnson prices apparently.
Well, in this mock draft for now, for sure. But I was saying the ultimate upside case, it's going to be harder for Harris to hit reach at like a peak premium upside than it is for a running back. A running back doesn't have to do as much for.
That's crazy to me. That is wild to me. Like Harris is going to be, again, like he has to hit. Both these guys have to hit. But like Harris, there's no one else in the Chargers except for Ladd McConkey. And Justin Herbert is their quarterback. And he gets to be the number 2 wide receiver for Justin Herbert and the dominant outside wide receiver. Like, it's not that hard if Harris is good to be a perennial top 24 wide receiver who's worth a first. That's like really simple for me to envision. But like Tootin is going to face the same problems that every other day 3 running back has, which is there's a glass ceiling on his value. It's like he has to hit an apex ceiling to take over as the running back, which I guess we're all just saying is like going to happen. And I think it's going to happen too, but like he is a round 4 running back. There's at least a chance that it just doesn't happen. And if it does, like what's Bucky worth right now? Like a little over a first? Like that's kind of the ceiling
late
for him in value. It's just, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough for me to wrap my head around, but he's a player that I like. So at least in the second round, there's enough players that I don't like that if I have to take him over a Trey Harris, like I don't want to have like 25 shares of Trey Harris and 0 of 2. You know, that's I don't need to do that. So if you're telling me Tootin's going to go ahead of Harris, I can take Tootin first. I can take Harris after, and I can fade the guys I don't like. That's fine.
Not to completely interrupt and derail this conversation, but we did just have Mitchell Evans, a tight end from Notre Dame, go off the board. So did my sit, but I do think that he is a tight end that you definitely want to be watching. His 2023 tape was fantastic. He got hurt though at the end of the season, was really slow coming back this year. So we might have a little bit of Jake Butt to his profile, in which fantastic prospect who got hurt and then just was never able to fully come back. But I think that's a tight end that you want to make sure you're monitoring, and he's going to the Panthers.
Good shout.
I do just want to quickly chime in on Tootin. He went 22 picks after Caleb Johnson. It was the second pick of the 4th round. Like, I don't know, man. I think I'm almost at the point where I'm just gonna say like the early 4th is like the new 3rd round. And I understand that that's all right.
I guess I just don't like Tootin as much as everybody else likes Tootin. Like that's fine. Like I view him so differently as a player than Johnson, but that could be wrong. I guess like I think everybody just thinks of him in a totally different way than I do. I think of him as like a fun player with upside, but I think a lot of people view him as like a locked in, like this is a starter, this is a great player. And I'm just not with that.
It's also a bet against.
I don't see him that way so much as like, I think just the maybe like going a little bit to what Thomas was saying, the delta at running back between like guy that you kind of plug in as like a flex play that's like 12-ish to 13-ish points per game versus like the incredible like RB1, it's much easier for that to like get for the former to get pushed to the ladder at the running back position than at the wide receiver position. Like I like Trey Harris fine. I like a Jaden Higgins or whoever fine. Like this whole like group of day 2 receivers fine, but it's just much hard. It kind of what Tom was saying. It's much harder for those guys to just put up like an RB1 or like a difference making season on the level of like an RB1. We see day 3 players in great situations put up a top 12 running back season that makes a difference to you winning a championship all the time. So I'm with you on like the value floor, but I think I don't know, with a wide receiver class that I view as weaker than average, I think I'm okay just saying like this is my cutoff where I just kind of only start caring about like weekly scoring ceiling, and I just give that to a Bashal Tootin in this offense where we can look up in October and he's on 15 extremely efficient touches per game. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how I'm thinking.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can't pull it up because Dynasty Data Lab's not letting me, but I was going to put up the rookie ADP pre and post NFL draft. I digress on the Bucky Irving situation, but I do think you're mostly battling against Tank Bigsby and the ghost of Travis Etienne. I'm willing to bet that bet on a running back kingmaker type.
It's the same bet that we made with Bucky, bet at twice the price. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's only Etienne. I think Etienne and sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think it's only twice the price because this running back class sucks or the receiver class sucks. Like I think that's why it's twice the price. Yeah, you're you'd be one of the few. Like this wide receiver classes, even our own CEO himself has said that he thinks this receiver, he hates all of them outside of Hunter. Like it's brutal. So yeah, you do have to pay up for these running backs who are explosive. And maybe if it wasn't Jacksonville, maybe if it wasn't Cohen, maybe this would be different. But yeah, I'm gonna take that upper percentile swing over a receiver I just don't think can reach the ceiling. And maybe it's Greg Roman piled, maybe it's not. We'll find out.
Oh, right, hell yeah. We just got a super fun pick. The Chargers just took Aronde Gadsden II. Pass catching tight end, converted wide receiver. That's
we love
very
that.
Fun pick.
I'm talking to Max right now about all of the landing spots in the draft so far this year, and how there hasn't been one that's been a miss. Remains true. That is phenomenal. That is a great spot. Let's finish off this second round of this rookie draft so we can get Max in here. Jacob, you are up.
So I'm on the clock now. I can't take Trey Harris or Byshell Tootin. I'm trying to see just quickly who's off the board. 1 second. So we got Caleb's gone, Burden's gone, Harris gone, Golden, Higgins, and Tootin and Williams. So I will take. I'm torn here. I'm torn between a few different guys. I guess I'll just continue being the lone voice that likes some of these wide receivers. So I'll take Jack Bash with this pick.
All right.
Bash was my wide receiver 7 in the class coming in. Gets gets round 2 capital. I was super excited about. Talked about some of my concerns with the fit. Another fun fantasy pick, by the way. Just I'm saying this. Torrey Horton goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
Finally.
So they take it. So that's a good one. Anyway, yeah, I like Bash. I think you are well within your rights especially because the landing spot's not quite as sexy as the Trey Harris one. If you want to take a Scatabo, if you want to take a Milroe ahead of Jack Bash, I don't have much pushback on it, but I'm just going to go with the player that I feel better about.
Yeah, I can't say who I'd pick because there's still players on the board, and we don't break that rule here on this show. Buck, who do you have coming up?
Oh, I think we all know who Buck's taking. Buck's chugging to the field.
He's running about as fast as Ollie Gordon is, all the way up to the podium.
As fast as the running back is about to pick.
All right. I'm picking Cam Scatabo.
I'm shocked.
Wow.
That's Buck's cuz right there. Forget about a cuz.
Kind of looks like Buck.
A little bit. There's a little bit of Buck and Cam Scatabo here.
Oh, man.
New York Giant fan Andy Buckler about to go full Andrew Buckler and buy a Cam Scatabo jersey.
No, I think really like the thing about Scatabo, right? Early, it's the same thing as Tootin, except it's a cheaper bet. I think the competition's worse with Tracy. It's only one guy instead of two. They still have a $20 million Devin Singletary, who I guess they'll cut before the season. I don't know. I know they really like Scatabo. Like I said, Judkins and Scatabo were the two guys they like so much. They wanted to pick one of them at 65. Obviously, Judkins doesn't make it, and they pick a defensive player at 65 instead. So I think coming in, I think Scatabo actually will get on the field like super early in the year. Like week one, I think he has a role, opposed to like Tootin, who might take a while and maybe doesn't get on the field. So I think it's a decent bet. Sucks to have to bet on like a day 3 RB in the second round. It's usually a guy we would get in the third, but it is what it is, I guess, in this class right here.
That's what I'm saying. It's a prop up of the class. I really believe this running, especially too when you talk about the steam of the running backs. Like, it has been nothing but running back steam and tight end steam since the beginning of this process. So I do feel like they are going to be a little bit more expensive. Not to mention, I also think the wide receiver, we're kind of in like a wide receiver bliss scenario. When I say it's hard to crack those upper tier levels of wide receiver, if you're trying to do dynasty ranks for wide receiver, it is tough. But dynasty running backs, easy.
There's a lot of guys, but I still think Harris like has the upside to two. And I don't want to go back to that, but like he's a top 50 pick on a great offense with a great quarterback. His upside is like being a top 24 wide receiver. Tutin's downside is he doesn't play at all, and he's just Marshawn Lloyd or something, and he's nothing. Harris is going to play, and he's going to play week one, and he's going to start. So I think that's where we kind of start to galaxy brain things. Like even Golden, like if we don't like him, like there's time we didn't like Henry Ruggs, but he's still a 10th pick, and he was a second round rookie pick. Like you still should pick him there. So even like Golden, like do we think he's good? I mean, probably not, but I think in the early second, I think it's a bet worth it. He's a 23rd pick on a team that doesn't have any wide receivers. So I think the important thing here is that you're probably going to just want multiple second round picks anyway, so you can just double tap the guys that you want to. Buck, you wouldn't know what that's like. That's when you have second round picks that you didn't spend on old busted ass running backs. I know that's a foreign concept to you. But
I think I have like 5 seconds in the listener league.
I have a hot 205. I have a hot 205 and league has on name.
That you're trying to trade. You're not even trying to make the pick. You're trying to trade that right now. I already know it. If I asked everybody in league if I sent you a trade for that pick right now, we'd get it done before Max hops on the stream.
I definitely sent a few offers the other day, and that pick was included in the offers that I sent.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought. All right, we got Max locked and loaded. We got 3 picks to make. Let's quickly make these ones. Ryan, we'll finish out the 2 rounds of the mock and we can post it. Ryan Heath, you're up.
Why don't we do a third? But the rule is you can't talk about your pick. You just say the name.
That works. Yeah.
we'll get Max to picks for Theo. It'll be a duel.
Right,
so let's bring our boy, new friend of the show. We love him, the tight end guru. Look, we always remember the tight ends.
Aficionado.
We always remember the tight ends on Dynasty Points now, thanks to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Max Tusano. Thank you for hopping in with us. What a tight end run, Max. Like this is there are a lot of tight ends left in this mock draft, and I feel like you're gonna be the piece of the puzzle that really locks us all in on them. So we're gonna keep making the picks here. You're picking for Theo Greminger. Welcome aboard. We've just roped you into this, so congrats. We have Ryan's pick here at the 210. Cam Scatabo just went.
Maybe before let's rip the last picks of the second round, then we'll take a little break. I want to get some of Max's thoughts on the tight ends. But
I can't wait for the tight end conversation.
Let's rip these last 2 quick.
Yeah, so I'll be super quick here just because we've talked about him a lot. Jaylen Milroe, like run the card up to the podium at 210 for me. Just honestly, most of these wide receivers are below my Milroe line. Sounds to me like they're not even going to need to be, just from like a market perspective. But yeah, there is too high of a chance to me that Sam Darnold either stands in the pocket for way too goddamn long and gets killed, and we see Jaylen Milroe starting games, or he just completely fails and we see Jaylen Milroe starting games. And the second that Milroe is announced as the starter for a week of NFL football, you are probably profiting on this pick. He's going to project as like a low-end QB1 more than likely in any game that he starts, just because of the rushing upside. So you don't have to think Milroe is any good. You don't have to think he's a good thrower. This is just how fantasy football works. So yeah, in a class where there's aren't very many wide receivers I feel all that great about. Like I'm going to be really happy to just click Milroe a lot in the mid to late second.
All right, quick Lucas, then Tom, and then we'll flip it over to Max.
Yep. So I wasn't planning on doing another wide receiver here, but with Jaylen Noel still on the board, I felt like this is almost a no-brainer here. And some of the later round running back prospects that I was excited about, either one, haven't been drafted yet, or two, went to a place that already drafted a running back earlier. So somebody like Dylan Sampson, who I was going to be really, really pumped about if, say, he went to like Dallas Cowboys or, didn't have Quinshon Judkins drafted before him to this team, like he would have been the pick. But at this point, I think that Jaylen Noel's hedging the bets against Jaden Higgins here. So,
right.
my next pick is super easy, and no, it's not just because Max is here. But I'm going to take my favorite tight end taken in the second round. We are potentially finally done with hate crime Higbee. I am with Terrence Ferguson in LA. Look, he may not be the flashiest, fanciest tight end in the game, but look, Sean McVay dialing up plays for his Caucasian tight end is just a match made in heaven. I think he's more than good enough day one to walk in and take those chip and burn type looks from Matthew Stafford and in his offense. McVay can make tight ends relevant. Just Colby Parkinson going to the Rams made him worth up to a second round pick last year. The market is well aware of the McVay boost in this case. I love him there. Taylor was was the closest, but I'm picking landing spot over player here. Terrence Ferguson, in my opinion, one of the most underrated tight ends in the class. I love the pick here. I'll happily take him at 212. Max,
all right, I'm going to quickly run.
I can't believe you sniped me like that. I was
got it right, baby.
There you go. I'm going to run through really quick the order of everybody we picked before we pause this mock draft to let Max cook. Theo took Ashton Genty. I took Travis Hunter. Then Buck took Hampton. Ryan took Tet McMillan. Lucas Cam Ward. Thomas Jackson Dart. We kept going in that order of picks. So 1-7, Henderson. Then Loveland. Then Judkins. Then Harvey. Then Warren. Then Igbuka. Theo kicked off round 2 with Jaden Higgins. Took Caleb Johnson. Then Luther Burden. Matthew Golden. Trey Harris. Kyle Williams. Very long discussion about Bishal Tootin. Jack Besh. Cam Scatabo. Jaylen Milroe. Jaylen Noel. And Thomas closes out round 2 with Terrence Ferguson, which is the perfect segue. We now have Max Tusano. Remember the tight ends on with us. We've just picked the third tight end of this mock draft. Max, let's discuss the tight ends who went. I don't know. Just pick anywhere you want to start. We've got the 2 guys went round 1. We sort of had the 3 almost in a row in round 2. Already got some interesting spots now. Coming off the board day 3, of course, Fannin goes to Cleveland in round 3. What are some of your thoughts on how the tight end class is following so far?
Well, I think the first thing, and this is sort of class wide at this point, is that all of these guys are going to great spots for them. Mm-hmm. And I think that these teams really have a good understanding of the skill sets they utilize. And I think that all of these guys are really getting the kind of thing that their agents should be praying for, especially guys like Arande Gadsden. I love where Harold Fannin ended up because I think Stefanski is a dream coordinator for him. I think if you were to shovel him into an offense that's going to be like most NFL offenses and try to be drop back pass first, a lot of 11 personnel type stuff, I think he'd have serious problems. But if you get somebody that loves 12 and 21 personnel, that wants to use that move blocker as a key part of the offense, I think that's a great spot for him. And I think he can be an interesting, look, he'll never command an incredible snap share or receiving volume just in the role that I think they're going to use him in. But you know what? Like, I think that this gives him an opportunity to get on the field, be used in the right way. And, who knows how he'll develop. I think that that's really, really exciting for him. Beyond
He'd
that,
be like a much, much more dynamic Harrison Bryant.
Yeah. I mean, they're similarly built. Harrison Bryant's too slight to really play that true tight end role. But I think that with the density the sort of squatness of Fannin. I think he can do a little bit more fullbacky stuff, which I think makes him more versatile in their run game, which is exciting because I think Stefanski's really good with all of that creative two-back stuff that we haven't really seen in the last few years for them. So I think they're really going to cook with him in that use check type role, which is going to be really exciting.
The fun thing is they don't really have a slot wide receiver either, right?
Right.
Like they have Tillman, classic X wide receiver. They have Judy, who's traditionally been used more of a flanker. Elijah Moore's just sitting up there in free agency. So like I don't know if whatever of their five.
Michael Woods the third, I think, is the next name you're looking for. But yeah,
right.
So they don't have a slot receiver. So so your best formation with that personnel grouping, right, is probably Tillman, Judy, and Joku Fannin.
It is.
And they're not going to play that on every single down, but I think I hit literally only that landing spot, but I put like a tweet that was like, day 2 fits I'd love to see, and I had Fannin in Cleveland because of that total lack of slot receiver and the vision of Stefanski. So I'm excited about that.
So I
am too.
Go. I was just gonna ask, because you guys are talking about the same thing I kind of talked about with the Seattle Seahawks and Arroyo and that pick. It feels like they want to keep 2 tight ends on the field. It really does. This feels like a total Noah Fant style replacement. Keep 2 tight ends on the field. Protect Darnold. So Barner I think is the blocking tight ends. This is why I think Arroyo replaces Fant. They're going to keep Barner on the field as well. Keep Sam Darnold a little more upright potential. I loved this fit, Max. I would love to hear your insight. That was kind of my look at my read at this and how they're going to use them in not taking another wide receiver. They're going to keep both Kupp and JSN, even though a little redundant on the field. But to me, Arroyo's a smash.
Kupp does on this offense?
I do not know, dude.
He exists.
It's weird. I think that prime Cooper Kupp, I think, could translate to an X role just because he is 6'2", like 215 and fast, but he's not fast anymore. So I think that you're going into a situation with a bunch of eligible receivers. You have, your 5 eligible receivers on the field and not a single one of them can play outside. So I don't really, I guess they can serviceably maybe, but they don't really have the body types for that. So it's going to be interesting. I think
MVS running those deep posts.
That takes one of Cooper Kupp and JSN or Arroyo off the field. So it's a little bit weird as far as not crossing off huge parts of your offense based on who you sub in and off the field. So I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see how that fits. I really do think it's more of a multi-year thing at this point, which they've completely self-imposed. But that's neither here nor there. I think Arroyo's an interesting fit in that spot just because, like you said, he is Noah Fant, but the selection comes with that valuation of the $9.5 million cap savings that you're going to get by getting rid of Noah Fant. Because I think they only have, I was looking at this last night, I think they only have 4.5 in dead cap. So that allows you to replace him. And suddenly that makes that pick a little bit more value. I wasn't as high on Elijah Arroyo just because I think he's raw. He's very talented, but he is a huge project. And I don't know if he'll ever be able to play in line because I don't know if he has that play strength. Terrence Ferguson and Gunnar Helm have issues technique-wise as blockers, but you can really tell that they have the heft in the lower body and the ability to anchor and move people when they get their balance and upper body stuff right. So when they get developed, I think they're going to be able to translate in that role. Arroyo, I have a little bit more concern about, but in that Noah Fant role, if you're really motivated to keep 2 tight ends on the field, he's going to be sliding into the flat a lot on boots. He's going to be running those deep overs on play action. He's going to be running those overs on boots. He's going to be running those sails on play action. He's going to be that play action stretcher from those 12 personnel looks. And you just hope he can do enough as a blocker. Outside zone is going to help because it negates some play strength concerns by getting dudes on the move. So I actually really like that fit. I don't love how the rest of the offense fits together with the receivers and everything, but they did just grab Torrey Horton. I think that's
what I was going to say. Yeah.
I think that helps you because he could play outside potentially. He's fast. I really like him. So we'll see. I think he might steal Cooper Kupp's job if Cooper Kupp is as washed as he might be.
Is Torrey Horton better than Jake Bobo? That's literally what we're competing on the outside, right? Am I forgetting somebody?
Basically a tight end.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, when Jake Bobo was drafted, I think because I said he should move. I was saying that he should put on 25 pounds and just lean into it. And somebody in his like representation group was like replying, "Oh no, he's a wide receiver. He's a wide receiver." And then he ran like a 4.9 at the combine, which is bad for even tight ends. So that scared me off the whole thing. I was thinking maybe he should get really, really big and move to tackle. But like, yes, he is better than Jake Bobo outside.
I will say, I think it's really fun. Sorry, I was going to say, I think it's really fun that most of the tight ends that are going right now are as fantasy relevant as possible from this rookie class. We haven't seen like a pure blocker sneak in yet. And I know that a lot of them were kind of starting to get, one of them literally just went to the Bills. And Jackson Hawes. Yeah. So he pretty
don't
much
want to play 6-0 line anymore. I think that's why they drafted him. That's Rip Dalton Kincaid, man.
But
can you give me the skinny on Jackson Hawes? I'll be honest. This is the tight end that has been taken so far that I know the least about.
For dynasty purposes, he's a non-factor.
For any purposes,
but he is a road grader. He's very much like a lot of teams have that guy that they handcuff to their normal tight end. Like if you look at the Lions,
he's the Chris Manhurts.
Yes, pretty much the Mercedes Lewis, the Brock Wright, Tip Ryman, Charlie Warner for a while with Kittle when they wanted to get really, really heavy. Yes, yeah, like these guys always have a home. They're not fantasy relevant pretty much at all because he's going to catch 7 to 10 balls a year. But the Bills love that 6-0 line stuff in the run game. Yeah. And I think what this allows you to do is do that with those 7 big bodies on the line of scrimmage with 2 wide tight ends with Hawes and Knox, and also give you a guy that isn't really an O lineman because he can move a little bit. You can slip him into the flat. He's like fast enough that if you get him open into the flat, he can turn it into 20 yards if you need to. So that's all he needs to do. That's all he's going to do. And he's going to help the Bills continue to establish that reorientation of their identity from that spread Josh Allen team to a powerhouse.
Cool, man. The Seahawks vision, again, the cup thing notwithstanding, because I don't know, maybe that felt like it was more like let's like replace a name with a name more than it like makes sense to me. But the long-term vision, let's pretend for 1 second that Jaylen Milroe is good. It requires some imagination, but let's just imagine. Right? I dreamed a dream in time gone by.
Oh, what a reference.
Like I can see it sucks for this vision isn't good for JSN's fantasy value compared to like Gino just diving him up in the 2-minute drill 11 times a game. But the vision of like we're going to be a power running offense with a base 12 personnel, and we're going to have Jaylen Milroe as our quarterback, so he's going to get engaged in the run game. And then we're going to have JSN and Torrey Horton, with Horton sort of as our deeper option. JSN is our intermediate option. We're going to have Arroyo. We're going to have Barner. We're going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets, and we're just going to do like a bunch of moving pocket, deep play action crossers, and we're going to run the shit out of the ball, and we're going to bring everybody up, and then we're going to hit them over the top like that. And we're going to have Arroyo and seams. We're going to have Horton going. I can see how this works with the Clint Kubiak offense. Like if
I'm hearing Torrey Horton in the Rashid Shaheed role is basically right, what I'm Horton, taking this away from this.
If Horton here's a who is in the Shaheed role, and we got Arroyo in the Jawan Johnson role, and we got Barner as the inline guy, and then JSN as the Olave, like okay, I can see the vision to this.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to do that, especially with Milroe, I just wish they had Greg Roman. Because that would be
what I said.
And I mean that without
a point.
Without a shred of irony. I like Greg Roman in the right settings. And they would run. I mean, like, they made it work with Kaepernick. They made it work with early career Lamar Jackson before he was good. And then they made it really work when he was good. That QB run game is so filthy, and the amount of stuff you can do with 2 heavy bodies attached to your line of scrimmage, just the amount of multiplicity that opens up would be crazy with Milroe. So it's a little bit lessened with Kubiak just because he's really going to be so traditional. He's very much that late 2000s Cliff's Notes Shanahan. We're going to run wide zone. We're going to boot off of it. It still really works. The Bears had some success building around that with Justin Fields. Obviously, they couldn't throw the ball, but they did some wacky QB run stuff off of that, which could be exciting.
I like Kubiak more than Getsy, though. I think he's a little bit more cohesive. Getsy is more like it's like, I don't know. Some of his calls are like a dumb guy's opinion of a smart play call, where it's like we're just kind of like doing stuff to do stuff. Where it's like, ooh, look at me, like we're gonna run Cole Kmet. And I don't like, so I don't know. I want to give the Seahawks credit for the Milroe thing. That was like the only thing that they've done this offseason that was interesting. And then I really love the Horton pick. So that's fun. What's another tight end? We talked about Fan. We talked about Arroyo.
We should talk.
What are your thoughts on?
Because like
I was gonna say Ferguson or Taylor, and eventually both.
Well, I mean, Terrence Ferguson in my final rankings was number 3, and I had him with like an early second round grade. And I thought when I was asked, I think once on Twitter, who may slip into the first round as a surprise, my expectation, if it were going to be anybody, would be Taylor. But if I were drafting for all 32 teams and I had to pick a third tight end in the first round, it was going to be Terrence Ferguson. I think that he has a little bit more upside as a receiver. We obviously know what he is as an athlete because he did all of the drills except for the agility, which nobody does anymore. And he crushed it. He's a freak athlete. He's big. He's legit 6'5". He plays at around a little over 250. He's strong. His blocking technique is a little bit of a mess, but he has very specific, very fixable things that are easily identified. And he went to a place that is going to fix them. McVay, like I was worried that he was going to go somewhere that doesn't really develop the particulars of run blocking well, but you never have to worry about that with Sean McVay. I mean, to the point where his receivers are even doing it. So I think that he's in a great spot to hit his upside, especially since he's going to be playing a lot of 11 personnel and getting matched up on those linebackers and coverage safeties that he's going to be able to outmatch. I think I've always liked the ability to re-rank guys based on where they go, and he's staying at 3. And I love that. I love that spot. I'm really confident he's going to be super successful.
Seahawks just took another tight end.
Oh my God, that's awesome. No, that guy's a fullback. That guy's going to be a fullback.
All right,
absolutely.
He's 6'3", 270.
Good job, Lucas.
Oh wow,
yeah, that's a fullback.
And so I did.
Well, they need a fullback for what Kubiak want to do. So
yeah, I did the tight ends for the Badlands draft guide for the Jets, and my comparison for this guy was Madison Hedgecock.
What a pull!
Yeah,
that's an awesome name.
Also, can we shout out this dude's mustache?
Yeah, it's electric.
Yeah. Oh my God.
This dude's a fullback. He's going to reestablish it in the NFL. We are so back with real football.
This
guy getting drafted. I'm so glad he got drafted.
How many kittens do you think this man has saved from a tree? Like, this mustache is insane.
Are you watching him bury people on his highlight tape?
Can you send that to me? Because I would love to see it.
I do have some.
This is good for Ken Walker, right? Like this, everything Seattle has done is a smash for Ken Walker.
Yeah, and I had him in fantasy last year. Now I won the league after coming in last year before, but now I'm pissed that I can't. I'll draft him again. I'm gonna draft him high because like.
Hell yeah. He's not even that expensive, Max, Ken Walker. He's not. He's still being disrespected heavily.
Well, yeah, because he keeps getting hurt.
And these rookies are going to jump him. I think a few of them are going to get overdrafted.
Great. Then I'm going to cash in on Ken Walker. He's going for like, especially, well, I mean, we'll see how he does as an outside zone runner because the vision is not his strong suit. But maybe that's the best thing for him.
Yeah.
I think it could work because to me, his vision is better as an open field runner than it is like as a line of scrimmage runner. Like to me, is like he's kind of an instinctual runner where like once you get him in space, he like just kind of the the vibes take over. Whereas when he has to be like, which gap do I take in duo? That's when he's like starts to kind of lose his mind. So
Yeah,
I can see it work.
Yeah, no, you're right, because that outside zone read gives you more time to process. Right, you're pressing that outside aiming point, which is either the tight end or the ghost tight end, and then you're just waiting for it to unfold and reading it, and you get a lot more time.
Yeah. And I mean, his biggest problem to me, and sometimes it's not a problem. Sometimes he makes plays that no other running back would make. But where he runs into trouble is like, Ken, you're supposed to run up the A gap. And then he's like, I'm going to bounce it outside for a 6-yard loss. But like, if he's already running outside, you can't bounce it outside. So then it's okay.
Fantastic. Yeah, I truly, the run on tight ends has been so pure. And I know like after combine testing, tight end, the fantasy community specifically kind of lost faith, I suppose, a little bit. It was peak potential for elites. Then the combine testing happened. And then it was
you mean that spreadsheet bro Ryan Heath lost faith is what you're saying.
I wasn't trying to say it directly, Ryan, and call you out here, but you were one of them. But now,
you can like
so pure.
That's the thing is like for me, I look at Terrence Ferguson and Max's evaluation definitely weighs heavily in my mind. But of all of the guys here, he's the closest to being like an elite level athlete. He's in a spot that is just generally great for fantasy production. Mm-hmm. I see him very clearly as my tight end 3 in this class. Yeah, I don't know. Just literally just from a spreadsheet perspective in terms of we know his athleticism is really, really good. 80th percentile in the Spork model. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. You want guys 90th plus, but like, yeah, give me Ferguson in the context of this class as a late second round pick. I had him as my 24th overall rookie where Tom took him at the end of that mock. So I am totally with you there.
Other tight end.
He reminds me a lot of Laporta, so I think that's
nice.
What McVay got.
That's scary too. If you put Laporta with McVay, oh my god.
Yeah,
that'd be wild. I want to get your take, Max, on the actual third tight end drafted by the NFL. We haven't really talked about yet, and then we'll get into round 3 of our mock that you can take over the Theo picks for. Sorry, Ryan. I know he gave his proxy to you, but I'm taking it.
You can have it.
Yeah, giving it to Max. Let's thoughts on LSU alum Mason Taylor.
The GOAT, the LSU's best ever tight end, which it does speak to how good of a player he was. Also,
sorry, Thaddeus Moss.
Oh, I know. He was a little bit of a Burrow merchant.
That hurts.
Well, I mean, I don't know. He's got
Moss.
He's got a case. He's a national champion. He was Joe Burrow's roommate. So
that's enough for me.
Yeah, I mean,
probably helped dress him for the NFL.
Well, the Bengals didn't draft him, but they did sign him as a UDFA.
Yeah,
because he's professional Joe Burrow's friend for a couple of years. Right. But yeah, Taylor's really good. I don't love him for fantasy.
Oh my god,
with the landing spot. Just because
oh my god,
the Ravens made another stupid trade that doesn't matter. They're just being. I'm sorry, I should have muted my mic for that. It's so annoying.
What'd they do?
Just one of the trades they made. It's just
they traded Lamar Jackson.
Oh God, don't do that to me. Do you want?
Oh no, they traded their 5th and 6th. For a 6th and a 26th fifth. That's fine.
I don't want to. I never want to hear a Ravens fan complaining during the draft. Like the Bengals are out here taking geriatrics.
Not the right podcast for you, then.
That is Thomas's
always
specialty.
Finds something to be negative about the Ravens.
All the Ravens do is just like take the most obvious good player possible. It's just like
always
that and like
when they drafted Hayden Hurst after trading down when they could have drafted an all-pro linebacker.
I did. About a week and a half ago, I think I did a little case study into all of the the last 7-8 first round tight ends, and just kind of evaluating why people took these guys that I would never take in the first round at the position in the first round. And the thing I found is that everyone just overreacts to 40 time, which is why that if Elijah Arroyo had run at the combine, he totally would have gone in the first round, and would not have been a good pick. Hayden Hurst is a great example of that. But I mean, come on, you got Malachi Starks.
Dude, I've already ordered the jersey.
Tyler Linderbaum, and the Bengals are out here who need to draft well because they're spending their entire cap on 3 players. Like, yeah, no, we can take a guy who's 39,000 years old and hope he ends up being Justin Strnad in the top 50 with Nick Scorton, Trey Amos, and Savon Ravel on the board.
Look, I know. Look, I know that I'm spoiled at least a little bit, but like they lose me with the like Ojabo type picks that they try to make. Then I get mad. Then I get mad.
Odafe
Not going to derail. Look, Max, I try my hardest not to derail this stuff with Ravens talk because we'll lose every listener that we have to hear me bitch about this team that's perennially good. I have no business doing it, but I'll find a way to do it every time. So I can't do it this year. Just keep Mike Green away from Justin Tucker. Don't let him out on the town. That's all
I did too now.
For the record, I was kind of relieved that you guys took Knight. I thought that was like for sure going to be a Chris Ballard pick. I thought he was going to be all over.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're relieved. I'm glad you're relieved. I'm glad we could do this for you.
I thought that was gonna be big, but he has like I generally like how Chris Ballard drafts, but he always has to do like 1 or 2 weird things. The one he did this year was the Justin Wally pick.
Yeah, that was weird to me.
Where it was like round 3, he took like the 190th player on the big board. I was like, all right, Chris, like do your thing. He cannot draft corners though. It's like an ongoing bit. Like it doesn't even matter. Like he has like the golden touch with linebackers and O-line. Every corner he's taken has been like turbo dog shit. So like I'm glad that we just like signed Charvarius Ward, and I'm glad that we signed Kenny Moore as an undrafted free agent because like what was it? Quince. There was a guy from Florida that we had forever ago that sucked. Juju Branch looks like it's a nothing. Jaylen Jones, I guess, kind of a hit, but yeah. Anyway, Mason Taylor.
Yeah, no,
Taylor. After we just
long way around, but we got there.
If you didn't know, he's the son of Jason Taylor.
He is the son of Jason Taylor.
Yeah, and they only changed 1 letter. That's so like Mason Taylor's son will be like Layson Taylor.
No, my God. Yeah, I mean, I don't love it for fantasy, just to get that out there. I think Justin Fields is going to be volume depth, especially when you have a really good O-line and a good stable of backs. Like, that's going to be a team that runs the hell out of the football, and it's going to be hard for anybody named Garrett Wilson to get anything. That said, they needed a tight end because they don't have a starter, and Taylor's really good. He blocks in line well. He's a smooth athlete. He's really good getting behind the linebackers. He's got good feel for space. He's good linearly. He's reliable. He's got good feel for the underneath zones. All of that reliable tight end stuff, which is why I compared him to Heath Miller, just in the sense that he's going to be like B+ at everything, and he's not gonna flex out and drive your passing game, but he's going to be really solid in everything. I really, again, I hate it for fantasy, but I think it's going to be something that the Jets need. And I mean, look, I wouldn't have taken him over Ferguson personally, but Mason Taylor does potentially have a lot of untapped upside just due to his youth and due to the explosiveness that he showed as a receiver at the Senior Bowl. The LSU offense is going to be volume death too, just because they're going to stick him in 11 personnel. And for most of his career, they had aliens all around him to throw to. And it was just, I mean, he commanded a lot of volume as a freshman in a room with Malik Neighbors, Keyshawn Butte, Brian Thomas. Jack Besh was on that team. No, he wasn't. No, because Jack Besh was here in 2020. Yeah, he was. He was on that freshman team.
He took his tight head job, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was short-lived. They did not have the faith that Jack Besh could be athletic enough to play receiver for no reason, even though you saw it in high school. But like, he's a guy that's gotten on the field and done everything that's been asked of him, and I think that he has a lot of untapped potential as a receiver, just circumstantially. So we'll see how it goes for the Jets. I just don't love it for fantasy.
Before we move on to round 3, is there any other tight end that you really wanted to cover, Max?
I mean, I love the Aronde Gadsden landing spot. Love it.
Same. Thank you. Yeah, hit me with it.
So I think that in a lot of other situations, he's going to be a guy that just doesn't have a role as a redundancy with your receiver, who's just, he's not as good as. But with Greg Roman, who's another one of those guys that's really into multi-tight end sets over 3 wide on a team that probably won't have 3 every down type receivers. He's going to be a guy that's probably going to play a lot as that Isaiah Likely, not really Mark Andrews, just because Mark Andrews is what he is, but that Isaiah Likely. Stone Smart was in that role last year, and he kind of came on at the end as a little bit of a producer. So he's going to be in that role. And I think that there are snaps for him in that role, and I think that he gives them a little bit of smoothness in the middle of the field that they really, really need from that kind of position. He's putting on weight pretty well at the end of his career, and I think that there is potential developing to do toward a long-term inline role if he gains that weight and develops. And if you look at Greg Roman's history with a player just like him coming out of college and Josh Oliver, who is now not only has he translated inline, but in my opinion, he is arguably the best inline blocker at the position. He's a tank. He mauls people. I don't ever think Oronde Gadsden's going to get there, but my upside case for Gadsden is that if he could get to a place where he is serviceable in line, and that's a heavy lift because he's got to gain weight, he's got to relearn how to play a little bit. But if he can get to that spot, he is going to be a very overpowering receiver just because of that smoothness, that agility. And so if he can get out of that wide receiver orbit, which he's not necessarily going to be great in, and get into those condensed sets and eventually potentially even get into that Y role, he's going to be a real actual matchup nightmare. And so the upside case kind of relied on him going to somebody like Greg Roman, and he went to Greg Roman. So there's nobody I trust more with this specific ball of clay to get the most out of him. You can see why they loved him, and I'm really excited about that, both in real life and long-term in fantasy, because I think he's going to get the ball over the next couple of years a lot.
So I love this. Go ahead, Lucas.
I was just going to throw in, whenever I was doing the optimized DFS lineups for our college football channel, his name was always all over either the flex or super flex spot just because of how cheap he was. And I think that a lot of the sites were like depressing his cost because he's always listed as a tight end, like just so easy to throw in. And if you all didn't know, for a lot of these leagues, they don't have a tight end slot for DFS at the college football level, just because like, who are you really going to put in there? So I always found it so funny that he was able to fit in. And we have a fantasy relevant pick here. Buck, I think that this is going to get you really excited.
Dolphins drafted a whale.
Yeah,
H-Chan is safe.
H-Chan is dead now.
Yeah.
Gordon, let's go.
Like the Dolphins decided they were done with the speed at the position.
The only man
that's know that he's 230 pounds.
The only man slower than Jeff Wilson Jr. that they could have possibly
the Chris Brooks role.
Yeah. I mean, the Dolphins are learning, right? Like they spent the last few years trying to build their team, trying to eat candy for dinner. All they wanted was fun toys, and they realized they were getting malnourished in the trenches. I like Savaiinea for them. I really like this because he only ran a 4.61. That's not that bad.
And he had a rough day in the morning. He really ran like a 4.5 on a good day. He wanted to fall. His stock wanted to fall. He's new RB2. Jalen Wright's out of here.
He didn't get to take his combine shit, and that really slowed him down.
No, that
Buck, I'm not even saying this like to be rude to Mr. Gordon, but like I just want to know like how much of the Ollie Gordon thing for you is real and how much of it is just like a bit based on your brand.
All right, so honestly, a little bit of both. I honestly thought like so. It's a bit now, but at first I kind of thought he was undervalued just because how good he was.
Like Damian Martinez, but whatever.
Wait, he's available?
Yeah, he hasn't gone.
Oh my God! Yeah, they totally should have done that. He wouldn't even have to move.
But no, I thought maybe he would end up like I thought he would maybe end up on a decent team just because of like prior pedigree and stuff. Like after maybe because of last season was bad with like he got in trouble, all that. but obviously it didn't happen. So now he's pretty dead. But it's just funny though.
It's a good landing spot for him. I mean, they don't like Etienne is. I think obviously was a better player in the role they had him in year 1 than the role they had him in year 2. So I thought they would look to someone to supplement him. And Jaylen Wright is, I don't know, he's what he is. I think like Jaylen Wright.
Was he a fourth? He was.
How he does it again? How he does it again? We got a quarterback off the board. Kyle McCord.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I thought the Eagles were going to take Shedeur because I just figure like Howie, like classic Howie Roseman, like, even when he doesn't need a quarterback, always keeping his eyes on the prize. McCord, I don't know. I mean, probably will never play, but he's.
I mean,
I wanted him in Pittsburgh so bad.
That's worse than Ollie Gordon.
If I can just give the Devon Etienne party line here, I just feel the need to get this out. This is kind of perfect for him because the Dolphins were always going to add just like a short yardage specialist, like in the most extreme sense of the word.
A cannon fodder running back.
They were the worst team in the NFL last year in short yardage, but a round 6 Ollie Gordon is perfect in that, yes, he fills that specific role very perfectly, but I just don't ever see McDaniel taking Etienne off the field like inside the 10-yard line in favor of Ollie Gordon, even at the goal line. Like I don't know. I just feel like you'd much rather have Etienne on the field there just to be a little bit more multiple. You're not just tipping like, yes, we're about to ram it up the middle into both of your defensive tackles.
They also
I don't think that this is like I think Etienne is still live for like 60 to 70 plus.
Oh, you don't have to stress
carries. Like it's not at all a problem.
And they signed Madison too, so I would assume Gordon is below him too.
I mean, I hope.
I don't know if I go that.
Yeah, Alexander Madison.
I'd give it that to him. Yeah.
I don't know. That's just. I mean, that's just. We do that every year though. Like the players like.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's like he's still a 6-round rookie. They do that all the time.
Totally get all that. I just like. Is Damian Martinez a dick? Like I just don't understand. Like his metrics are really good. I really like his film. And like I understand why, like if you're the team taking Jayden Milroe or whatever, it's like okay, you clearly want a different thing from the running back position than what Damian Martinez gives you. But like Ollie Gordon and Damian Martinez to me like fill the same role on a team. I just think Martinez is like better at all of those things. So I don't know. It's
well, the other thing about Martinez though that bolsters your case pretty heavily is did you watch it? Have you guys watched him when he was at Oregon State?
Yes.
Yeah.
The outside zone tape is flawless. And I mean, that's what they like to do. So it's a clean projection. It's the same skill set and low moving costs. So yeah, no, you're right. I don't get it.
Could he man, is there like a spot? I mean, I know we're in round 6 now, so it's like kind of bleak no matter what, but like
if the Pats pick him here,
Bengals 193,
like,
Bengals
I don't even know.
Oh, that'd be fun.
The Bengals, I really hope the Bengals opt out of this pick, actually. Just let the clock run out, man.
Bears 195.
The Bears.
I think New Orleans could be fun.
No, shit.
Nah,
we can't lose Kendra as well.
Yeah, we can't.
Brother, Kendre's been lost. I would say like this is I have like a pretty good record of every year there's like a round 3 running back that I feel like everyone around me is like yelling at me that I have to like that I just don't. And like that's one thing that I feel like I have a decent track record on is like it's the Kendre Miller, it's the Marshawn Lloyd. I don't know who it is this year. I guess based on the conversations we're having, it's Tootin, but I actually do like Tootin. So I don't know. It's we'll see.
I will say, like, sorry if you have a point, go for it.
I don't know.
That was a total sidetrack.
I was going to make an obscure 2000s hockey reference, but yeah, continue.
Please, oh my god, I want to hear that.
Oh no, I
go
was
for it. Yeah.
Every time I hear about Bashal Tootin, I think about former Rangers defenseman Fedor Tootin.
Yes.
Wow.
Fedor Tootin. Yeah.
You got a kicker.
I can't even tell if that guy was good.
Is that like a full shot?
Yeah. How much do I have to drink for that?
Unfortunately, I actually totally forgot to put that on the board because I didn't know we would be doing this long. To the surprise
love
of
him,
no
Russ.
one, it's the New England Patriots that were the first
Oh,
one to break
kill
the
me.
kicker steal.
Is this guy a white supremacist?
What the fuck?
I'm not sure exactly.
I'll
what
report
his
back. I'll
stance
report back.
Is.
I'll do some Googling.
It's
I'll report
Andres
back.
Borigalis.
Is he a white supremacist?
Oh, I didn't see the
remember
guy's name.
Rohrwasser.
Oh no.
Well, no, I mean, remember they took like a legitimate Nazi kicker like 5 or 6
Yes.
years ago.
Who?
Justin
that's what
Rohrwasser.
we-
Yeah, the
that's-
Patriots
Oh my
did,
God!
yes.
Yeah.
That was why I asked that. Okay, to be clear, that was a reference to the last kicker that the Patriots drafted. That was not like a
I'm
A
kind of I'm a
total
little
non
surprised
sequitur.
he didn't fit in.
yeah. I know he never. Yeah, I don't think he never played a
Right.
snap.
The
Never
fact
took a
that
kick.
you can pull that one out of thin air, but you don't win 5 for 5.
But
It blows my mind. Like, not even competitive in most 5 for 5s, but here we are getting this random kicker.
Not even competitive is fucking crazy. That is such an
Yeah, he had like a paramilitary white supremacist group tattoo on his arm.
Yes.
And it was
Yes.
like, I remember it was like within days of the draft, everybody was doing like the Tom Wan scans. Like, oh, like, did you
Oh,
read
yeah.
Mein Kampf? And it's like, yeah, 2 or 3 times. It's like, any Easter eggs you missed the first time? Like,
Well, they were doing that with they were doing that with Shador too.
yeah.
Like, what was Shador saying in these interviews?
Yeah,
That-
so unfortunately, Davey Martinez has now fallen
He's
below
dead.
the kicker line,
It's dead.
which is tough.
Mm.
So Davey
Devin
Martinez,
Neal's
get
still
ready to
being
learn
cured.
Zach Evans on my failed hopes and dreams running back.
Oh, Zach Evans, dude, I remember
Cemetery.
LSU was recruiting him super hard. His recruitment was bizarre.
Yeah.
You,
All right.
you know it's not the right case.
The only point I had was that we've heard for months and months how this is like the best running back class ever since 2017. And the NFL drafted, I think, 8 guys within like the top 105 picks or something like that. So somewhere around that. I don't know. I'm just especially, and maybe we'll get more into it as we get into round 3 of this rookie mock, but I'm just underwhelmed by all of the draft capital on these guys. Like after Bashal Tutin and Cam Scatabo, there are no like clear running back like draft capital plus landing spot combinations where I'm like, oh wow, this is like a defensible like top 2 round rookie draft pick at like whatsoever. So, I don't know. What happened here, I guess, is my question.
Like the Cowboys don't do anything with running back. They don't do anything with quarterback. They don't do anything with running back. Then they finally take a running back who I like, but who is a role player.
Wait,
And it's
this
like,
year?
could they have not just taken like a guy that could handle 200 carries? Like, I don't know. I just want the Colts and Cowboys to switch picks. I just feel like it'd be in everybody's best interests if we would just swap those 2 guys. But yeah, it's been a bummer after the Scatabo Tootin excitement for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just kind of like a pre-draft. I think our expectation, I think we even talked about this, Jacob, is like, yeah, I'm not that crazy on these wide receivers. I'm excited to just click all the day 2 running backs instead of like the Jaylen Knowles and the Jaden Higginses. But there just aren't that many of those guys. We got Caleb Johnson, we got Tutin, and we got Scatabo that are like round 2 rookie picks, and then it's just all the wide receivers. So yeah, I don't know. I'm upset, I guess, is all I'm saying. I don't know. It's
finally,
I think we got gaslit on the class.
Oh, that's
Devin
the running back I
Neal.
totally forgot
Yes.
about.
Oh,
Yes.
there we go. Yeah.
Boring.
What about
yeah,
Taj?
Devin Neal.
I got to look up if Taj Brooks is gone. I kind of like that guy. too.
No, Brooks
No, he's
hasn't
not
gone
gone.
yet.
On the board, yeah.
There's going to be
But
they're gonna be
Devin
good
Neal,
backs for
Devin
drafting.
Neal
Thank
is now
goodness.
gone. He goes to New Orleans
That is-
Saints. That's a really fun landing spot. It's
That's
fun
a
to
real
get in the
player.
6th round.
Yeah, that is like a real that's a real 3rd round dynasty rookie pick. Yeah.
And his tape's so good.
It's
It's so good, but he's slow.
No,
What
it's
do you like
a-
about
it's
Neal?
a-
So
like,
I know a lot of
don't care
people who
about
like his tape, and I didn't, but I want to hear the other side of things.
Oh, I was doing an outside zone study last off season, and I got to Kansas, and like the way this guy just feels out the blocks, reads and anticipates stuff. He's so efficient. He's really decisive. He sees everything well. There's just no wasted steps. There's no wasted anything. He's not he's not a freak, and he's not really going to do too much that's exciting, but he's very much to me like a Kyron Williams, Bucky Irving. Well, Bucky Irving does make people miss somehow, but Kyron Williams is just hyper efficient. He makes all the right reads. He doesn't waste a single step, and that's how he's able to get away with the kind of athleticism, is because he's got such great feel for the position, and that's what I think Devin Neal has.
I think he's one of the best pure runners in the class, just in terms of actually playing the position well. He does every single thing right. He just isn't hitting those home run shots, and it's frustrating at times, but he's somebody who's going to go in and is going to consistently move the chains for somebody. I don't know how relevant he's going to be from a fantasy perspective, just because he's going to have an extreme workload to be able to reach the numbers that we want from him. But gosh, his tape's just so good, and they're showing his highlights right now. I love him so much as a player.
Yeah, he's solid. Any outside zone guy would love him, which is why I'm surprised he went there. Because they hired Kellen Moore. He can do everything. But yeah, he's just a solid player. And this is good value for a player who's just going to be able to go out there and do the right things.
Yep.
I think if I know we're kind of going back and forth on whether we want to actually do round 3 of this mock, but I want to make sure we don't forget we should do it. I'm down. I'm a vote to do it, to be clear, but
let's do it.
I do want to say, and maybe we can do this after, the original idea for Max coming on was that he wanted to moderate just a debate between Jacob and myself on the Bears, and I've been purposely not talking about it this entire show. So we can do that before or after, or whatever you guys are cool with. But yeah, I just wanted
let's rip round 3 of this mock, and then we'll be done with that. Then we can talk about the Bears, and then we can probably go home.
I am down for that.
So all right, who is it? Who's on the clock here? I guess it's Max. Max
Yeah,
on the
I am.
clock. Pinch hitting in for Theo here. So you have the link, right? It's tab 2 of the Google sheet I sent. By the way, maybe right before we start the mock, the Pittsburgh Steelers have their quarterback of the future, and he goes by the name of William Howard.
Oh, I love that.
He's got a chance to play.
No, he will start. I can't imagine he's not going to start. Who do they have?
Well, I think
Mason
Aaron
Rudolph?
Rodgers is probably going to start.
Oh, right. I forgot about. Oh no, now probably not. Now Aaron Rodgers is going to have a fit about this.
They slighted me. That'll make them sign faster. Watch that. They did that because they're like, "Wow, watch us make you sign."
You're saying that as a joke? I don't.
I'm not. I'm dead
I
serious. I'm dead serious, Max. I bet you that's you want to leave us on red all day? You're going to see Steelers draft quarterback of the future pop up on Twitter, and you're going to be like, oh, back in the gym, back on the ground, back from, my darkness retreat, ready to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
All right, let's fire this thing off. Let's get the wrap it up here. So we've got our.
All right, Max, who'd you like?
I'm going to go with I'm going to take one last look at the board just to make sure that I'm not missing anyone.
I'll read out quickly that the round 2 was Higgins, Caleb Johnson, Luther Burden, Matthew Golden, Trey Harris, Kyle Williams, Vishal Tootin, Jack Bech, Cam Scatabo, Jaylen Milroe, Jalen Knoll, and Terrence Ferguson.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick to my I don't care what happened in the last couple days. I'm going to stick to my pre-draft evaluation, and I really do like the landing spot from a volume perspective. I'm going to go with Elike Manor. I thought he was a first-round talent. I think he's everything you want in a modern receiver. He does kind of remind me of Puka Nacua, just because of the obvious reasons, right? He blocks well. He's not overwhelmingly fast, but you can see that he's got really good athleticism on game tape. He's physical. I think he's got a little bit of developing to do as a route runner, but I do think he has the movement skills and coordination for it, just because I think he was super underdeveloped at Stanford. I really thought he should have transferred. I kept putting him on my LSU tamper lists that I would write every offseason. I kept doing it. I wish he had transferred before last year to Texas or something, because I think that would have been That would have been great for him. He's got a clear path to the field. He's got a quarterback that's going to give him volume, and yeah, I mean, and I like him. I think he's that kind of player. I still think he's that kind of player. So I'm gonna go with that.
And the fine pick, Jacob. You're up.
All right. Let's see. Who should I select? I guess I should have been putting thought into this while Max was making his pick, but I didn't do that. I'm torn between two guys. I'll take the one that doesn't want to make me commit self-harm, even though I think he's the worst of the two picks. So, quack, quack. I'm taking Harold Fannin at the 302. Run, the noted duck-footed Harold Fannin. Max said everything about the concerns with the snap rate. Round 3 of rookie drafts. This is the safe space. I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm going to take the production profile, the potential upside if he's able to have a little bit more of a role than I think he's going to have. Whatever his role is in the NFL, obviously is a pass catching focused role first and foremost. I like the landing spot in Cleveland, and we'll see where it goes there. But probably not the quote unquote right pick, but we'll see who takes that
Interesting
guy.
Over Arroyo.
Yeah, I'm end of the day, you're better at the tight end stuff than I am. So people should listen to you more than they listen to me.
No, but you're better at the dynasty stuff than I am.
I'm just sort of trying to zoom out from I understand everything you're saying about the base case on Fannin, and I agree with it.
It applies to Arroyo too, though.
But a lot of it applies to Arroyo also, and just that dude's production profile is so insane. And I understand that a lot of it's not replicable, but it exists, and I just cannot pass up probably the most productive college tight end in maybe history in round 3 of a dynasty draft.
No, I'm not against it. I think that the just the ability to command that kind of volume in a game that's about finding the guys who can command volume is hard to argue with.
Plus, his tape is just so much fun. And the way he absolutely dominated the Power 5 competition, whenever Bowling Green played up to that level, is regardless of how he runs, that's somebody I feel who has extremely obvious talent. And if you weren't going to take him there, Jacob, he wasn't getting past me, even though drafted a tight end at some point in time. Yeah, I absolutely love Harold Fannin.
I also have a big announcement before we go to the next pick, which is that if anyone was not concerned about Matthew Golden's analytical profile, I have potentially a larger concern, which is that he's going to wear 22 in the NFL.
No, he's dead.
Yeah, we're done.
Dead.
Yeah, definitely
That's
drafting
tough.
Putin over him in every draft.
He
now.
is Rashid Shaheed now confirmed.
Dead.
Also, the Ravens, noted for their zero tolerance policy on domestic violence that definitely impacted their round 2 selection, have maybe moved past the Justin Tucker era. They just took Tyler Loop, kicker, Arizona.
Okay, so if you're gonna take a guy to replace your kicker, when are you replacing Mike Green? If you're gonna take Mike Green, it's no longer necessary.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They have a
They
zero
weren't
tolerance
gonna look.
policy
There's a reason
at
they're
kicker.
waiting.
They have a high tolerance policy.
Yeah, yeah.
Justin Tucker thing. The only reason they haven't cut him is because post June it saves more money. This is dollars and cents. Tucker ended up being ass for a lot of last year.
That's the real reason.
They lost.
Yeah, that's
I believe,
for real.
if I'm not mistaken,
Sliding
and
scale of tolerance.
I might be off on the exact number, but in the Ravens' losses last year, I believe they lost by a combined 13 or 15 points. And in those games, Justin Tucker was responsible for missing the exact amount of points that they lost by. This has nothing to do with what happened in massage parlors. This has everything to do with the fact he costs a lot of money and he's cooked now. Like the Ravens, look behind me. I've got a murderer and another man accused of assault on my wall just simply because it's part of their ring of honor. I have a Ray Rice jersey.
Oh
in the
my
closet.
god!
Like it doesn't get better for Baltimore. This is just who they are. I have a signed Justin Tucker jersey that I had to take
There's
down.
a reason
this
why the
year.
wire
You
was
gotta,
in
you
there.
gotta wash it, man. We got.
Like, just like I'm just saying, like it's what they are. Like no one should be surprised at how they operate. It's generated by money. This has always been how they are. It's just what it is.
Oh man.
But like they said they had zero tolerance. Like
Yeah.
they said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the NFL said they cared about concussions, and here we are. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, here,
Like
here
it's
we
a
are-
city
here
of
we are putting
anti.
Tua
It's a
back
city
on
of
the
problematic heroes. Okay, Omar Little wasn't a saint either.
Omar's coming.
had a
All right,
coach.
who's up next?
All
Who's
right.
up next? I'm
Who's next up
derailing
on
this
the
now.
board here? It is
It's
Buck.
Buck, you're up.
Buckster.
All right, I'll take Tyler Shug, I guess.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
the right pick.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you for
guess.
doing that, so I didn't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take him. I mean, he's gonna play. Maybe he'll
Slurp
even
that
start week
oyster.
one. So whatever. So yeah, I guess it has to be. The pick.
Can you enlighten us, Buck, as the preeminent Tyler Shock advocate on this program? Can you just like advise like how we got to where we got as a society where Tyler Shock went at the 40th overall pick of the draft? I'll also note, Buck, a big fat running back was just selected, Khalil Mullings to the Tennessee Titans.
Over Daniel Martinez?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's got to be.
I don't know who Khalil Mullings is.
I don't know who that is either. To be
We-
honest.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on,
The
bro.
running back.
He was like the
class.
converted
Sorry.
linebacker who played at Michigan. He had like a couple big runs in the Texas or in the
shit.
USC game,
The
in the
USC
Ohio
game,
State
yeah.
game. He's
Known
like
for being better
he's like
than
a
Donovan
poor
Edwards.
man's Tyler Algier.
Sick.
Oh,
That's not hard to do, Lucas.
That's right up my alley. Worse Tyler Algier. That's the fat king right there. Oh man. But the Shug stuff, I can't believe that dude actually did back up Justin Herbert in college. I can't believe that's
Yeah.
real.
I remember in college.
A reunion.
Juwan.
Yeah, reunion with Jawan. TV connection. Shower narrative.
Oh my god, that's right. Yeah, they were teammates.
He played 7 college seasons and he has one above 2,000 passing yards. I can't think of like any other pick that's quite like this.
I think the chances that he is an average starter in this league are almost zero. Like, I mean, like it's just especially when he had his only productive season with Jeff Brom, who's like a quarterback magician. Like Jack Plummer had a productive year the year before.
Yeah, but he's like
Ain't
a
no problem.
Caucasian
Ain't no
second round
problem.
pick. He'll have a job for like 10 years in the NFL.
Who
I
is
know,
that
but like
Purdue
second round pick,
goof?
like they could have had like Savon Ravel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Riley Leonard
sweet.
to the Colts.
Colts
What?
finally got our quarterback of the future, Riley Leonard.
More accurate than Anthony Richardson.
Like,
I mean, I will give the Colts this. Like, after Anthony Richardson gets benched and then Daniel Jones gets hurt, we can still run the same offensive system. So it's nice
wait,
to
they
have.
just drafted Daniel Jones. They have 2 Daniel Joneses now.
Yeah. We have like, what is it? Charmander Daniel Jones. We have Charmeleon Daniel Jones, and we have Charizard Daniel Jones. We just got like a never-ending display of rushing quarterbacks who can't really throw. So I don't know. I'm fine with this pick. I
Well,
wish we
Daniel
would have taken
Jones-
Shadur Sanders in the 3rd round and then taken that corner at this pick.
Well, they both Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard, both were like the same type of quarterback at Duke too. I remember when everyone was hyping him up in the draft 2 years ago. I went and watched him. I was like, dude, I am watching Daniel Jones.
So not to be a Tyler Show like stan here, but we can look at the counting stats for a year as much as we want to, but he just never finished off a season because he kept getting injured. A lot of them were like broken bone type things. So I'm not like super concerned about him being like injury prone from it. He wasn't bad in any of these seasons. He was a little turnover prone initially. This year at Louisville, he seems to have cleared some of that up. And everything that I've been reading is that he just aced every single interview that he went to.
He is
that's
40, so a lot of experience.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's got the maturity of an older man compared to some of these other prospects.
Prone. He's just geriatric. Like that's really all you have
it's
to
really
worry.
more the osteoporosis that's causing all this stuff.
Does he have life alert when he falls down? That is really what we need to be cautious of. Ryan, you are up on the clock.
Yeah. Oh man, this is really hard for me. I feel like, stop me if you've heard this before, tight end is deep this year, at least if we're talking about like the third round of dynasty rookie drafts. Probably not in any other context, but yeah, there's like 3 tight ends I'm totally cool with picking here. So I guess that's like the tiebreaker for me. To like click Shedeur Sanders, I guess. I don't know. It's like, if we're under the assumption that like his draft capital is like a punishment rather than like a reflection of what the NFL thinks of his talent, and this Browns depth chart at quarterback like is what it is, you almost have to project him for like a few games, like 3 to 4 games starting this year. I think that's worth like a mid-third in a dynasty rookie drafts. Like your alternatives are like day 3 running backs. The only remaining day 3 wide receiver I'm taking seriously, which is Torrey Horton, and then like all the tight ends. Like I think he fits in that group. So
it's just weird with the Gabriel thing. Like, how do we balance that?
Yeah,
they took him 56.
Like the thing is, like the
Dylan Gabriel's going to show up in Cleveland, and like a breath of wind is going to like make him fall over, and they're going to be like, "All right, enough of that."
Yeah.
Why was he picked? Like, why was he picked up? I don't know.
He is a prop to humble Shedeur and his father.
He was a good college quarterback, so like I don't want to like rip on Gabriel too hard because he was a legitimately good college quarterback. I just don't think he's physically capable of playing in the NFL. I thought he was going to be a guy that like legitimately I was hoping the Winnipeg Blue Bombers put on their neg list because I think he is actually going to be a good CFL quarterback one day, which is like a very different game where guys like Vernon Adams have had a lot of success. But like, I don't know. Like I just don't see how he's playing in the NFL.
It's also the worst division for him to play in. Like the AFC North is just not. I'm sorry, Dylan, but you're not surviving the AFC North.
He does get two cracks at the Bengals though.
True. That'll definitely inflate anybody's. Hendrickson's still on that team though, and Dylan Gabriel might get
you can just put all 5 offensive linemen on him and just let the rest of the
You would think that though, but the man still somehow ends up with 16 sacks by accident. It's a weird. It's a weird situation. I can go on AFC North rants all day, but I have to podcast in an hour. So Lucas, you are on the clock.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep it pretty simple here. Jaylen Milroe has the best like ceiling in terms of landing spot, I think, just based off of what the Chiefs' offense could potentially be. And also, like, I think he's an underrated prospect. If things go well for him, he can absolutely kill. And before he got injured, he was tearing it up. So I'm okay, like, in the middle of the third going with Jaylen Milroe, especially because there's not a running back here that's just, like, screaming to me. And honestly, I'm a little bored of drafting tight ends. So going with Jaylen Milroe.
How could you?
Wow.
Well, I definitely know that I couldn't be. I'll take Mason Taylor.
All right.
Yeah, if not for any other reason other than Justin Fields will not be there that long. He has a chance to develop. We're at the end or to the mid of the third round in a tight end premium style draft, second round draft capital. Chances are this pick doesn't hit, but boy, if it does, you're doing nothing but gain value.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good pick at this point.
Maximum Tusano, who you got?
Let's see. I don't want to take. All right, I got to look at who I've been assigned. Oh, I got Genty. Let's go.
Yeah, you won the draft already.
All right, let's go. That's insane. All right, I just try and make sure I didn't already take a tight end.
Oh, don't worry about the positional value. You're just drafting who you like. We're not like trying to draft a team.
Great. Well, in that case, I'm slamming Torrey Horton then. Slamming Torrey Horton.
All right.
I'm taking all of the receivers that I liked that fell. I'm going to be stubborn.
Nice.
Yeah,
like
that was the other day 3 receiver I referenced that I said I'm going to take somewhat seriously.
Oh, yeah. No, I think he's going to start like potentially day 1 just because he's the only guy on that team with speed that's not MVS.
Okay.
He's good. He should have gone in the first. He should have gone in the second round.
Yeah, I thought he was a day 2 player. I like that pick. So I'm not sure I'm gonna take him, but Arroyo is still available, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm between Arroyo and who would be my other option? Looks like. Oh yeah, that's who my other option is. All right, I'll just. I like Arroyo. It's probably the right pick, but I'm just gonna take my guy here. It's my last pick. I'll take Jarquz Hunter, who's a dude that I talked up pre-draft. He got kind of really the best I was hoping for draft capital-wise going in round 4. He unfortunately fills the coveted role of annual running back Jacob Love's being drafted to never play for the Rams. So that's unfortunate for him. But, didn't seem like the Rams loved Blake Corum all that much. So if something were to happen to Kyron, maybe if they don't extend Kyron, whatever that case may be, Hunter steps in with an opportunity there. And I also think it communicates maybe a reevaluation of what they want in the running back position. Last year, the Corum pick to me felt like we like what we're doing with Kyron. We just sort of want another Kyron to spell Kyron in case Kyron went down. Hunter brings a different element. He brings a speed element, explosive element to the backfield. I think he actually, I wouldn't be that surprised if he played more than Corum this year if Kyron was to be healthy, just based on sort of the duplicative skill set. So I'll take Hunter.
Good pick. I vibe. Buck, can you find a running back?
I did. I actually got a couple, but I'll take Jayden Blue. I mean, whatever. He's at least in a situation where maybe he wins out. Javonte, Miles Sanders, my king, but I don't know. It's at least a shot. Maybe there's going to be one of these guys that goes, day 3 like this, that ends up, go like like Dameon Pierce, whoever it is. So I don't know. I think Blue at least in a situation where maybe he gets some playing time early.
I think that's fair. Fair pick, Ryan Heath.
Hey, Max, your Bengals just took your guy, Taj Brooks.
Yay.
Thomas wasn't there with the prayer candle.
We're
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about 6th round.
Look, he rushed for 1,500 yards, and he's a great compliment to Chase Brown because he's big and powerful. I actually really love him, but he had 17 touchdowns last year. Okay, that's pretty good. But we're done here. Like the Bengals are going to have the worst defense in the world.
Yeah, it's Chase Brown all day. Look, Cody Schrader rushed for a ton of yards. I'm not worried about. Look, I draw the line at 6th round. Okay, I'm not worried about Chase Brown.
No, he's a
no need for the prayer. No need for the prayer candle that I have been lighting for every Bengals draft pick this draft. No need for that one here. I feel like Happy got drafted, but Damian Martinez must have kicked somebody's dog. I don't know what would have happened to keep this man off of a draft board, but Ryan Heath, you're on the clock.
All going to work out. He's going to the Bears in 2 picks.
Oh, God.
Perfect. Next Kamani Vidal, 6th round pick.
They have to.
I think maybe we'll trade for Breece Hall. That's what I'm hoping for. That's my goal.
Oh, yeah. They might.
Ooh, yes. Okay. I'm gonna go with Oronda Gadsden.
Nice.
I like the case that Max laid out just in terms of real life fit. He's kind of just from like an analytical spreadsheet perspective. He's kind of like the slightly poorer man's Harold Fannin in that he's just putting up like wide receiver-esque receiving numbers. So yeah, kind of in the same way that Jacob was saying with Fannin, like a late 3rd round of a rookie draft, happy to close my eyes and say that maybe this develops into like a productive NFL receiving tight end. So yeah, happy to click him and kind of like just honestly wait for whatever tight end like falls last at the end of the third. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to have that big of a separation between any of them after Ferguson.
Okay, we vibe. Lucas.
So I'm going to be a little bit of a homer here, but also this is just hedging bets against Quinshon Judkins. And I'm going to take Dylan Sampson here. This late, I think just purely off of talent, he should have been a round 2 pick in this, but the landing spot's not exactly what we were wanting here. And if we are correct in assuming that Cleveland is just restarting their running back room, I think that there will be a role for Dylan Sampson in some sort of way. If they're like a 60-40 split in shares, I think that that's awesome. I think that that's definitely a realistic scenario here. So yeah, I'm going to go with Dylan Sampson.
All right, I like that pick.
That's good.
The last pick of this draft is completely selfish for me. It should be Elijah Arroyo. That is reasonably the pick that should happen here. But amongst all the eye rolls I got on last week's show,
the Department of Government Efficiency,
Isaac Tesla is going to be my pick here. I still believe that that's the COO of the company. He who shan't be named.
Gulp.
Damn it! I didn't finish the name, Jacob. That's on me. I'll
Tommy,
finish.
piece of shit.
I'm sorry. I have to fill my beverage again. But I will say that if the COO of Fantasy Points is correct and Jameson Williams does get picked or traded, I do believe that this is the replacement. And seeing as how, yes, Ben Johnson is gone, as he mentioned, this is the head coach's system. First and foremost, I believe he walks in to that, at least has a chance to walk into that role on a high-powered offense. So for my own selfishness and because everyone rolled their eyes at me earlier this week, I will go Isaac Tesla to finish off the end of this draft, even though I'm fully aware that should be Arroyo.
I love that pick.
Yeah.
I think I was watching him late, and just the way he moves, it's just you see so many guys that move like that. It's just the tightness of his brakes, the way he changes direction, his size. I think if we look up and there's a guy who college football fans watch on Sundays and say, wait, that guy's insane, it's going to be him. I think he might be. The landing spot helps because I trust it a little bit more, but like, man, that guy's
having Isaac Tesla run those deep crossers in Detroit,
right?
It's just
right. It's
that was the nerdiest, most hipster player I've ever referenced on this podcast ever. And I'm going to selfishly draft him here at the 312 to close us out. Look, that's everything I have. There was a debate moderation needed. So I believe there would be no better way to close out the 2025 weekend of live streaming here at Fantasy Points. Day 3 has been a complete, shit show as it always is, but in the best way. That shit show positive, not shit show negative. So shout out to us. We can dive in. Lucas is wondering if we're doing a 5 for 5. Oh my
We're
God.
not. I originally was gonna prep one. We got to get out of here at some point. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
Yes,
fair enough.
Get out here.
I'm chomping at the bit to get revenge on Tom. I need to redeem myself after Tuesday.
Well, don't worry. You have all season to fail at doing that, Lucas, as I am the king of 5 for 5. I've been knighted by the swords that hang amongst my walls.
I need to get my ranks update done before the Leafs game. Is the real reason we're not doing a 5 for 5.
Correct. Yeah. Shout out. Go Leafs go. Going for the sweep today. But Jacob, I'll let you guys take the reins on this Bears segment as we fade off into the 2025 NFL draft.
So maybe I'm the wrong person to start lead because I'm like, I know that there's a disagreement, but like I don't exactly know what it is. So Ryan, what's your take that's different than mine?
I think probably the heart of our disagreement is that you think DJ Moore is bad now. I don't think DJ Moore is bad now. That's kind of what we're probably going to keep running into. But I look at DJ Moore last season and I see and I'm gonna start to sound like a Rome Odunze defender, but I see like the first 10 weeks of this Bears offense where both Moore and Keenan Allen are roughly as productive as each other. There's not a whole lot of design targets going into the offense. Moore is mostly playing on the outside. Allen, when he's healthy, is playing in the slot. They are roughly equals of each other just in terms of commanding targets in producing fantasy points, right? Then the coaching change happens. Shane Waldron gets booted out of there. And pretty much immediately, DJ Moore starts just averaging like 3 to 4 design targets per game. And I understand that typically with receivers, when we see them just getting a fuckload of screen targets, the like quick thing to say is like, well, that's probably happening because he can't separate, because he's not providing enough on the outside as a normal receiver. So because he's bitching and moaning like between weeks about not getting his targets, this is what they're doing. DJ Moore has historically over his career been used that way at different points in time. So it kind of made sense for that moment in time for the Bears to do that. I guess where I stop is I don't see DJ Moore as having really declined, like as far as doing the normal outside wide receiver stuff, as far as being able to work downfield. I think he can still do all of that. And in fact, I think he is the receiver on the Bears roster that I am most confident can do regular wide receiver things on the outside and actually produce fantasy points, right? If all the designed shit happens again, that's great. That's like a little bonus for him in fantasy. But I just see him right now as a clearly superior outside receiver to Rome Odunze. I see him as at least like a candidate to get some of like the big slot stuff over the middle of the field as well. I understand that the Luther Burden pick kind of throws a bit of a wrench into that, but Jacob, you are on record more so than any of us here that you think Luther Burden absolutely sucks. In fact, I think that was
like mischaracterizing my perspective a little bit.
So yeah. I'm gonna do the exact thing you told us not to do at in the beginning of January, end of December, when you said I haven't really watched that much film on any of these guys. Please don't hold anything I'm about to say against me. I'm gonna do it. That was like your first instinct on Luther Burden, is I think Luther Burden sucks and that he can't really play wide receiver. He his common comp for like just kind of around the industry is a DJ Moore. He's not developed as a route runner. He can kind of do stuff with the ball in his hands. If you're going to scheme all of that up for him. To me, this is just a profile, especially with second round draft capital, that can just flop and fail in the NFL. Like that, it would not be shocking if Luther Burden just doesn't actually get on the field that much. And if, as Max and I were talking about on Twitter yesterday, that kind of the big slot design stuff ends up being in reality split between like a DJ Moore and a Colson Loveland. So I guess I'm talking a little bit more just in 2025, but I don't see the Burden pick or the Loveland pick really as like an indictment on DJ Moore. Now, I will also caveat here, if tomorrow there's a quote from the team about that gives us any indication that they don't like DJ Moore, like as a person, then I will totally concede, yeah, he's probably going to get traded. That's fine. I don't have any insight into the team and how they view him personally, if he is creating drama or whatever. My understanding is that is currently just a Twitter fabrication because of all of the additions that they've made to the offense over the last 2 days. It totally correct me if I'm wrong, if there's actually anything solid from a Bears decision maker that they view him as like a kind of whatever guy that doesn't fit our culture. But assuming all of that's not the case, I still just see DJ Moore as like the guy I want to bet on in terms of this Bears offense that we think could be explosive. If anybody is putting together these explosive plays, it's probably DJ Moore. If anybody is putting together like the difference making fantasy season in 2025, I think it's DJ Moore. Obviously, just the realities of how you're projecting these guys with all of the additional weapons makes it harder. And I'm hoping will reduce his ADP to a point where I'm happy taking him, like happy having like whatever 4th round best ball exposure to him rather than 3rd round. But that's kind of how I'm viewing DJ Moore at the moment.
All right. I'll try and address as much of that as I can, and I might forget to address some of it. First thing for me is like, I'm looking at from a dynasty lens. I don't really care about DJ Moore. Like, not because I have any opinions on DJ Moore, even as a player, but just like DJ Moore's what now? He's 28, gonna be 29 maybe. Something in that range, give or take a year.
Yeah, but I think he's appropriately priced in Dynasty to where if you think he's going to be a productive
I'm just saying like
player
his value upside is like DJ Moore has 2 paths for the rest of his Dynasty life. He can like keep his value, or his value can tank, or his value can like gradually get lower. But like there's no upside on him as a Dynasty asset. So like I don't really care about DJ Moore one way or the other, quite frankly. I'm trying to view it from the perspective of like, how are we ranking? How do we make sense of this pile of playmakers that the Bears have? Mostly when it comes down to the higher variance assets, which is like Loveland, Burden, and then the year 2 guy, Dunze. So, I mean, very first thing is this only makes sense. This whole thing only works for any of these guys because there's so many of them. If Caleb like actually gets his act together this year, right? That's just necessary for this to work out. I didn't love a lot of what I saw to Caleb last year, but like I'm still high enough on him from what we saw as a prospect, and I'm so high on Ben Johnson, and I'm so high on all of the talent that just added to this offense that I think it's more likely to work than not. So I'm just looking at it from like who do I feel the most confident about? And maybe this isn't like a 2025 in the weeds thing, but like the guy I feel most confident about long view is Loveland. He's the, like, out of everybody else, it's like Loveland's the guy who has not given me any reason to doubt him yet. He's a guy who I think is like the better prospect than Burden by a good amount. I think that the Bears agree with that because they drafted him like 29 picks higher. And luckily, as a tight end, he has multiple paths to success as well. So he's the guy I really want to be in on. And then I'm kind of looking at everyone else, and I'm like, are any of these other bodies like presenting a reason to me why I can't be in on Loveland? And my answer to that is no. I'm like, Rome is a 1.2 yards per route run rookie. Burden's a really high variance prospect. Kmet is fine, but like respectfully, kind of mid. And then like Moore, like I'm probably biased against Moore in a way that I'm not against most players because I don't watch the all 22 of every NFL team every week. But like those like QB school vids on the Bears were like my like Love Island. Like that is like I'm getting my like ice cream, my popcorn, my joint, and I'm like ready to watch Bears disaster porn. Like that is my shit. And like all I saw was just DJ Moore getting fucking clamped every time he tried to run a route more than 10 yards, getting fed a bunch of screens and just like pouting his face off for 3 hours every Sunday. And I just like it wasn't for me. Like I just found it to be thoroughly unenjoyable to watch DJ Moore play football last year. I don't know whether to like how to rank the like body language stuff, because I think you could just as easily say, well, he was like disinterested because he hated his life, and so now he's going to care about football more this year, and then he's going to be better. So you can kind of take that stuff one way or the other. I don't know. I didn't love it. And you get a new regime coming in. They draft 2 pass catchers, one of whom is a guy who often comped to DJ Moore. It's kind of funny that like Ibuka gets comped to Godwin, he gets drafted to the Bucks. Burden gets comped to Moore, he gets drafted to the Bears. So I'm not saying like sell DJ Moore. Cause I don't know what are you even selling DJ Moore for in Dynasty. Like he's probably priced fine. I didn't really
Selling the
want him
Buck
before
for a
anyway.
second.
Yeah, so it's like I'm not
actually
saying like
bought him
DJ Moore's
for-
going to be out of the NFL or something crazy. I'm just more like I'm not viewing DJ Moore as like a reason why other players can't hit if they're good. That's all. And Burden, like you mentioned that I think he sucks. That's like true and not true. Like I think I don't love Burden's game. Like I think he has a lot of red flags in his game. He reminds me of a lot of prospects that don't succeed. It's like if he doesn't succeed, I can kind of tell you why he's not going to succeed. But at the same time, if I were running an NFL front office, which would be a bad move for an owner, but if I was, like, and you get a prospect with that pedigree and that much production, and it's round 2, like I would have taken the swing too. I think like it has a chance to work. Like I think the New England Patriots should have taken him where they took Henderson personally. So like I'm like I think Burden's a really high variance prospect. I kind of feel somewhat similar about Burden. I mean, he's way thicker. It's different, but like just from like a dynasty valuation, I feel kind of similar to him about Xavier Worthy last year, where it's like at a micro level, I see a lot of holes and concerns, but at a macro level, I'm like productive 3-year high pedigree player, SEC program, like at a certain price in the draft, fantasy or real life, that's worth the swing. The really hard one for me is like, I just try to figure out why the Bears did what the Bears did with that. And there's so many different explanations. One could be they just like Luther Burden a lot. So they were like, fuck it, we're going to take him and we're going to figure it out. That's probably the most likely. They could be really out on one of the Dunze or more. I don't know for sure which one. And then it's like, when they took Loveland, the plan seemed so obvious. It was like, we're going to basically replace the Keenan role with Loveland year 1. Mm-hmm. And then maybe long-term Loveland becomes the Y instead of Kmet. But now it's like, obviously they can't play Loveland, Kmet, Burden, Moore, Dunze all at the same time. So it's like, what's the plan? Like, is it, I guess I don't know. Is it going to be like the most annoying possible version? Is it the whole year? It's like Kmet, Dunze, and Moore just play their roles from last year, and Burden and Loveland swap each other off the field as the slot wide receiver. I think Loveland is like too good for that and will prove himself to be eventually. But then it's like, is he going to be good enough to take Kmet off the field? It's like, that's going to be what fantasy players want. But like, is he going to be able to do that year 1? Like, I don't know. Max would be the person to ask about that. And then, so it's just, it's causing me a lot of conflict to try to think about 2025, I guess, is all I'm trying to say. But overall, from a dynasty perspective, I think the whole thing is a wide range of outcomes. I just don't want to be too bogged down on the player that I think has a very narrow range of outcomes. I would rather just take shots on the guys who I think have the higher upside from a value perspective. So like, give me Loveland, who I feel about certainty about the floor and the value long-term. And I'm more interested if I'm going to take a high risk bet on buying into the uncertainty with like a Dunze followed by Burden than like just pinning everything on like DJ Moore. Cause I just don't view DJ Moore as like everything has to revolve around him guy. I think it's like, if Burden's a hit and Loveland's a hit and Dunze's a hit, then it's like, I don't think Moore should get in the way of anything.
Yeah. I mean, like,
I'll let Max go quickly. I just want to say I'm with you on like Loveland and the dynasty evaluation of it all there. But yeah, I'll let Max now tell us why both of us are wrong.
No, you're not both wrong. I mean, the tough thing is that like, if Luther Burden hits, he's going to hit potentially massive, which is going to derail everything and potentially disrupt every single one of those guys. So like if he hits the top end of his range of outcomes, he's going to steal snaps at all 3 receiver positions because he has the speed to play outside. He has the compactness and strength in his frame that he won't just get jammed up either. So if he develops precision and technique as a route runner, you could potentially put him at all 3 spots because he's obviously translatable to the slot. He has the field stretching ability of a Z, and he kind of has the density and strength of an X. So if he hits, he's going to eat into potentially all of those guys. Now, the Loveland discussion becomes interesting because there's a very good chance he's just not going to put up a lot of volume early in his career. And that's going to be the case for any tight end, regardless of how good they are. You see this a lot. I mean, Trey McBride didn't do really anything early. Brock Bowers is unique because he was the number one receiver on a team without one, and he was a wide receiver type player. But Tucker Kraft didn't do. I mean, Tucker Kraft barely played for the first like 7 games of his career until it all clicked for him as a blocker. So we could get into a spot where the Bears really start liking their 11 personnel stuff, and Caleb Williams hits the ground running as a drop back passer, and they want to get into 3 wide a bunch, and then you have snap conflict with Kmet and Loveland, where Loveland could find himself in a Tucker Kraft situation where until he ends up developing in line, he's just not going to play that much. Or we can get into a situation where Burden doesn't really develop that well, and Loveland is going to be the F full time, and he's going to get a bunch of targets. The tough thing is that it's not just a matter of ranges of outcomes. It's a matter of several variables at once. So you can't really isolate a variable and say, with this outcome, this is going to happen. With this outcome, that's going to happen, because there's a huge dependency on Caleb. There's a huge dependency on like the health of the O-line potentially. Not, well, I mean, I guess the O-line is not really that much of a variable because it's as stable as you can get, but you have Caleb as the variable. You have DJ Moore's body language and buy-in as the variable. You have Roma Dunze taking the next step as a variable, because he was shocking in terms of what I expected versus what we got, because I thought he was as high a floor receiver prospect as you could ever really imagine.
Oh my.
And I'm kind of shocked that he didn't flash a little bit more. And I know that the Bears situation was, not operational, but that's another variable. How much of this is Roma Dunze not translating, and how much of it is the situation? So I think that you have this primordial soup of uncertainty around a bunch of high upside players, and the result is that I don't know if I would touch Burden and then I could look like an idiot. I don't know if I would touch DJ Moore and then I would look like an idiot, because DJ Moore, because somebody's got to catch the inbreakers. That's what I said to Ryan the other day on Twitter, is that somebody has to catch the inbreakers in this offense. And I think that it doesn't matter whether they're coming from the slot, whether they're coming from outside. Like the Amon-Ra St. Brown role and the Sam Laporta role, even if they're going to play a ton of 12, are not mutually exclusive, because you could throw so many of those inbreakers from outside, especially if you just short motion a guy in, right? And you can condense the split and basically eliminate the difference between slot and outside the way the Rams do. And as a matter of fact, the way the Lions did. So you can get bogged down into the roles, but the bottom line is that somebody's got to catch the inbreakers. And if you can isolate who's going to be that guy, you're going to profit. The problem is that I have no idea who it is.
Oh, Ravens just take one of my favorite sleeper wide receivers. LeJonte Wester.
God, I like LeJonte Wester. The problem, they got to get a guy that's big, though, because their guys are either slots, tight ends, or are smaller.
No, the Ravens are going to continue to draft 5'9" wide receivers.
Some might say the better Colorado wide receiver.
Okay, relax.
Is Sean McVay in an airplane hangar?
I just want to say that
we also got a tight end pick, by the way, Gavin Bartholomew into the Vikings.
Big.
He went to Pittsburgh, actually. Oh no, never mind. He played at Pittsburgh.
That's a weird. I got to tell you, that's a super weird fit, because they're kind of oversaturated, because they got obviously Hawkinson and Oliver are going to play. I mean, they do need a third guy to replace Munt, and he's very similar in that role. He's a good blocker, even though he's kind of small. So I guess that's a pretty good one-to-one comparison. I mean, teams that like to run the ball are going to take tight ends. So
can
like that fit.
Can we disagree that Quinn Ewers sucks?
He's awful, and I've been saying this for 3 years, and everybody got really mad at me. But he's terrible.
Graham Mertz
Graham Mertz
got drafted before Quinn Ewers. It's over. My first ever Devy football pick, Quinn Ewers, is dead. It is over for him. UDFA.
You got a round and a half, buddy. Eagles have a lot of picks.
He'll be a UDFA. Guys.
No, Jerry Jones is going to take him.
I want to say one quick thing on the Bears. Oh my god, but I'm already forgetting what I was going to say. Fuck, I had a good point. Oh, this was going to be my point.
I had a good point.
Like this, I guess, just plays back into my DJ Moore propaganda or whatever. But like, there's so many variables, like Max said. It's like it's impossible to like isolate the variable. But that's what the one thing that I'm trying to rely on is that I don't care if Ryan Poles is still the GM. Like, he's sitting in the cuck chair as far as this organization is concerned. Like, Ben Johnson got hired and immediately he just started. Like, he was like, my team now, and we're adding 3 offensive linemen immediately, and we're going to draft all the players that fit my scheme. Like, he's the one running the show. So I know that Poles was the one who, you know, paid Komet and paid more and drafted a Dunze. I don't think Ben Johnson is all that invested in anyone's current presence on the roster. So, like, I don't know what his individual thoughts are about Moore versus the Dunze versus Komet. But, like, what we do know is that either he has a ready-made role in mind for Loveland and Burden and does not care if it comes at the expense of one of those 3 players, or he loves Loveland and Burden so much that he's willing to draft them without a ready-made role in mind. So we know he loves these 2 guys, and he has no investment in the other 3 guys. So just generally speaking, with this much of a regime change, I'm going to be more inclined to bet on Johnson's guys and less attached to Poles' guys is basically what I would say. Like, I just think, like, he knows he has the level of cachet and job security that his GM does not. And I think, like, if he has to marginalize a dude that Poles just gave a big contract to, or that Poles just spent the 9th overall pick on, like, I don't think Johnson could give a crap, to be honest. I think he's going to play the guys who he thinks fit his system the best and who he likes.
Do you think either of them have trade value? I mean, yes, but like, do you think they have enough trade value?
They can't trade more, despite me fanficking about it, because it was quickly, like, reality was brought to my attention, which is they would eat like an elephant of a dead cap hit. So he's on theirs no matter what.
A Dunze will.
I mean, they could.
Does he have enough to justify it?
I don't think so. I mean, he's not like I know that I was ragging on him, but it's not like he's like a shitty player.
Patriots future wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I feel like the DJ Moore bear case, like, if you're trying to wish DJ Moore away, is like he starts and then, like, Burden and Loveland both start to look really good in their limited snaps, and then eventually they're just like, okay, we're going to focus the offense around these guys, and more snaps start to just kind of gradually decline. And if he becomes a grumple puss, then, like, they maybe sit him down. But, like, he's going to be on the team. Rome, I'm sure, would have trade value. But, like, at the same time, like, the one thing I'll say for Rome is, like, he is the one guy who's not redundant with anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
right. That's what I was thinking.
Which is, like, a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing is like, his role in the Lions offense has never really existed in a fantasy friendly way. Like, if you're thinking about what role does he play, it's like the Tim Patrick role.
Yeah. Though I will say, like, the dream of, like, Odunze is going to be transitioned into, like, the big slot is completely fucking dead.
No, you don't want that.
I'm glad to be on the right side of history on that one for all the people
if you had told me,
I'm obsessed and tweet about him too much.
If you had told me when he was drafted that, like, people would be trying to turn him into a big slot, like, I'd be calling the pick a failure, because, like, this guy is a prototype X, and it to me, if he doesn't work at the X, it's just not worth it.
But, like, the problem is that, like, I you know, we've only seen Ben Johnson with one group of players, and so
right.
Maybe it's just like, the fact is, on the Lions, the best pass catchers that Ben Johnson had were the tight end and the F wide receiver and the running back. And so he didn't bother scheming up a bunch of targets to a bunch of sacrificial X wide receivers who don't demand them. And, you know, with different personnel, maybe he does different things. But, like, he's also pretty Sean Payton-y. And, like, you know, historically, Sean Payton also funneled targets to, like, in these, like, kind of big wide receivers that they brought inside, and to tight ends and to running backs, and, like, not a lot to sort of the nominal, you know, Traquan Smith types. So it's tough. Like, a Dunze might just be like a guy who, like, I mean, it's probably fair to say he's not as good as we thought he was going to be, because if he was, then he would have been better last year. And then now he's probably not a fit. And so maybe it's just like a guy who maybe he's a second contract breakout somewhere else. I don't know. Like maybe he goes down the Corey Davis path, which would be like a bummer, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just tough. It's tough to see how he fits in here.
I will just say on like the Ben Johnson in terms of like, do we actually know like if his whole like slot obsession is inherent or if it's just a consequence of his players? The Ben Johnson quote I always link to is that I believe predates Amon-Ra's breakout, or it was maybe like during his rookie season. And he's like creaming his pants over Jarvis Landry and talking about how he's just such a big like inherent believer in the slot and how you can scheme guys open like that. So I have maybe a little bit more attachment to that just being inherently what he wants to do. But yeah, that's no other points or concerns there.
I think with Peyton, with Ben Johnson, I think you kind of have to look at the DNA of what he's about in his background. And there's like everybody always compares him to Shanahan. And there's obviously some shared DNA between them and what I'm about to say, but the DNA of his offense is Sean Payton, at least as a passing game. It's just a version of that same offense that likes to get downhill and run the football and marry those two things together. So when you kind of look at that and you look at the skill sets that values, it seems choice routes and in breakers pretty much. And so those are repertoire that tend to lend themselves to these power slot types, but it's not necessary. Like if you look at Michael, I was about to call him Michael Jackson. If you look at Michael Thomas, he was an X.
Not Slant Boy.
Yes, he loves Slant Boy. Like Slant Boy is a badge of honor to Sean Payton, and I think it's a badge of honor to Ben Johnson as well. And you can do that out of the X, right? That's a big part of why they got into so much empties, because they would flex the running back outside of him and get him into a modified slot role, even though he is the X, and use him on those choice routes, those juke routes if they can get him at the number 3 and do all that slot type stuff. But from an isolated position, you can also throw those ISO backside slants, those backside digs, all that stuff. And it's all sort of interchangeable in the sense that you're getting to that bottom line, which is the choice routes, slants, in breakers, and seams. And whether that's an X, whether that's a slot, or whether that's an F tight end like Colston Loveland, or in some cases, Jimmy Graham was their Y. Now, Jimmy Graham couldn't block in line, but that was back in an era when the Y didn't need to block in line because they were going to play cover 3 no matter what, and the league had pre-established the run. So you could do it from all of those positions, and you can do it in those ways. So I think from a fantasy perspective, when you look at a Sean Payton offense or an offense with Sean Payton's DNA, and Sean McVay does a lot of Sean Payton-y type stuff as well. That's, in my opinion, from a macro perspective, not necessarily how he teaches things, because that's pure Shanahan from a receiver and quarterback perspective, but the way that offense shakes out conceptually is very Payton. And so if you can isolate the guys who are going to run those choice routes, who are going to work in the seams, and we're going to catch those in breakers, you have your moneymaker.
Yeah, I think all that is fine. I think I'm interested to see how it all shakes out. I'm interested to see if it's and I've avoided saying this particular phrase all night in fear of me not knowing the rules to the game today, but this is if DJ Moore is going to be cheaper.
Yay! Drink a gulp.
That's what I knew it was gonna. I knew it was there. There's no better way. If DJ Moore is cheaper, I'm buying. I don't feel like there's a better way to end this program.
With Chase Lunt from UConn getting drafted, let's go, Chase.
Nice, way to go Huskies.
We have had guests that we didn't expect. Max, you are an absolute baller for joining us on the end of round 5 into round 6 of the NFL draft on day 3. You're a legend. We love you. Shout out Theo. Shout out Brett. Shout out Buck making his first draft appearance. Shout out to Jacob for winning again in the points game.
Thank you. And I have one last idea before you conclude.
Okay.
Luther Burden RB1.
I was thinking that
Yes.
earlier. I was thinking that earlier. Like, what if he's at least part of the solution to their running back problem? And
He's
you
not.
get
He
him,
doesn't weigh enough for Buck.
What if,
I'm so in on this.
what if they get weird? What if they get weird and go no? And at least they're not going to do this a lot. But what if they go no running back personnel? You go 3 receivers, 2 tight ends.
That's what I'm
Wait, am I
saying.
about to run- yeah, I'm about to
Burden
run-
RB1, Adunze X, Moore flanker, Loveland F, Komet Y. Best 5 playmakers on the field.
They are going to run that personnel grouping at least once.
Yeah.
See,
Luther Burden in the Debo Samuel role. Anybody?
But like actually, that got so
Ryan,
played
no.
out. But that got so played out. But like that is a role that works here, especially considering the influence of that 23 49ers offense on the positionlessness of the league. And like I feel like they're gonna do that at least once, especially on third downs.
What
Like, well, no, he can't protect, but so never mind.
I don't want to. I don't want to like. Obviously, I think very highly of Ben Johnson and not highly of Urban Meyer. But like,
Oh my
is there a 1% chance that this was the reverse Etienne Tony, where like the Bears wanted Travion Henderson, and he
weapon.
got sniped for them, and so they drafted a wide receiver to play running back instead of like when the Jaguars drafted Etienne to play wide receiver because they wanted Tony. That's like I'm just throwing it out there.
I
The
still think
Bears-
the Tony
I can't
thing
believe
is
that actually
real.
happened. That was
That's-
crazy.
I know. I'm right there with you, Max. Look, this is going to conclude another draft cycle for Dynasty Points. Full tilt. We've been at this since 2020. So to have the opportunity continuously to have the show grow, Buck joining the team on the market report, our range of guests and our reach of friends is getting larger. We are finding new things for the process. Shout out to everybody. I mean, without you guys, there is no show. There is no reason to be here. So the fact that you guys tune in this much to day 3 for our insane dynasty breakdowns is a testament to all you guys. So shout out to all of you. I'm winning the points game next year. I'm going to get diabolical with it. Chat GPT and I, we're going to find a way to game the system. We're coming for the title. Until then, Tuesday, guess what? We're right back. We're live again Tuesday. I think I have an idea for what the show is going to be. We're going to come up with that Tuesday night live. Dynasty Points Market Report will record on Wednesday or Thursday, Buck, so we can release it Friday. I am on vacation next Friday.
One last thing. Burden is now is going to be the Bears RB1, and then Richardson's going to take some snaps away from Warren at tight end for the Colts. And that's
Oh my god!
Warren will be the goal line back for quarterback for the Colts.
Tom's dying to get out of here. We have 4 minutes left before the 5-hour mark. The Tyler Warren Colts fit.
No.
We can do that. We can do that at another point.
I'll talk about it with Max offline.
Tom, I have a quick thing I want to say that probably applies to like both of us. So I don't know when rookie rankings are going to be published on the site from me and from Tom and from Buck and from everybody that ranks at Fantasy Points. I don't know when it will be. If you're in a rookie draft, at me in Discord this weekend or whenever. At me in Discord. Happy to give you my takes in there. So and I'm sure that goes for Tom and everyone else. Yeah.
You are gonna get if you're thinking about thinking subscriber, here's gonna be the schedule. At some point today, either I need to go outside, so probably won't be before the Leafs game, but it'll be during period breaks of the Leafs game. You are gonna get my like in a vacuum post-draft rookie rankings. You already have my rankings of everyone who was drafted on the first 2 days. So I've just got to slot in the day 3 guys. I'm going to drop a top 50 tonight. Tomorrow, there are way more rookie drafts. So tomorrow night, probably Monday morning at the latest, once we get a full 24 hours of ADP post-draft from Dynasty Data Lab, I'm going to also release my market-adjusted rookie rankings. And those will include my target exposures for every player. And then some point midweek, I will drop what's my rookie draft walkthrough. So that's where I go through ADP tier by ADP tier, your percentage chance to have each player available, the trades I think you want to, spots you want to be trading into, out of, up to, down from, etc. And And then that'll kind of wrap it on my rookie draft content. Oh, I'm also going to have tomorrow or Monday, I will do a full re-rank of everyone in Dynasty with the rookies included. So that's the schedule if you're waiting on any of my stuff.
Love that. I love it. Obviously, Dynasty Points, we're going to have rookie rankings. We're redoing the whole thing. We're redoing the whole way we do rankings here at Dynasty Points. As promised, Dynasty has been a focus for me since I walked through the door. Well, really, since I snuck in the door and then kicked it in and they couldn't get rid of me. I basically squatted at Fantasy Points, which is how they ended up hiring me and not getting rid of me. So shout out being an absolute gremlin. But again, shout out to the listeners, the watchers. We're going to have so much to break down. The real off season for me breaks down because we're going to get values and markets and market shifts. So be tuned in, be dialed in. Lots of guests coming up. Max, hopefully, again, you want to join us here at Dynasty Points. And from everyone here, for Jacob, for Ryan, for Andrew Buckler, for the silent one, Lucas Gilbert, thank you for tuning in to the Fantasy Points Draft Weekend. And let's all pour one out for everyone's favorites that didn't get drafted. Gone, but not forgotten. So long, and we'll see you guys on Tuesday night.
What?
Why are you shaking your head?
You're welcome.